morning, everybody. We'll get underway. Day 3 of the hearing of PC 69. Just before we start with witnesses, from my perspective, the only housekeeping matter I have is just to acknowledge the receipt of the letter from MOE that will be tabled and will form part of the matters that I consider in my decision making. Any other housekeeping matters, particularly the update on what
Oda? We may have an update later in the day on where we're up to with Oda, but the various experts are still doing some work on it at the moment. Is that your understanding of that?
Yeah, I think we'll take the day to flesh out a few things. I had a phone call from Murray, England this morning, so it's just a couple of things that wants to make it put forward, so we'll do that.
Right, okay, very good. All right. We will now hear from you, Mr. Hendrick. Now, I've received your evidence in chief, and I've read that, and I'll have some questions arising from that. And I see you've prepared a summary. Thank you for that. And I'll get you to start reading paragraph 2, please.
In this statement, I provide a summary of my primary evidence dated 4 November 2021, which describes 2 key potential hydrological effects in relation to spring flows resulting from rezoning the land, namely the potential for a decrease in groundwater recharge contributing to spring flow due to an increase in impervious area, and the potential for redirecting short-circuiting groundwater flow paths away from springs as a result of hard-filled drains and surface trenches. I also comment on the submitted evidence from Ms. Philippa H. that relates to these topics, and have recommended some further monitoring as detailed under heading additional considerations below. In relation to the summary of my evidence, I consider that the change in groundwater recharge due to the subdivision development and contributing to spring flow as a result of the plane change is relatively small and unlikely to be an issue of concern. This is based on the available hydrogeological and soil information, which indicate a large overall spring capture zone and poorly or imperfectly drained soils on the site. Based on these considerations, it is likely that the groundwater recharge from the current rural development footprint is relatively small, which in turn means that changes to that recharge due to developing the site is likely to result in only minor changes in spring flow. Proposed rezoning of the land has the potential to redirect short-circuit flow paths away from springs as a result of the construction of drains, surface trenches, and roads with underlying hardfill. For example, surface trenches backfilled with gravels and hardfill areas can be much more permeable than surrounding strata. If shallow groundwater, water-bearing seams or layers is intercepted, they may act as preferential groundwater flow paths, lowering the groundwater pressure and diverting water away from spring heads. This potentially results in reduced spring flows. I understand from the evidence of Mr. McLeod that construction methodologies are available which have been used in recent subdivisions in Christchurch to avoid these potential issues. These measures involve ensuring that any groundwater in the water-bearing layers will not be diverted to an exit point through backfill. These potential measures include the use of backfill material with the same similar permeability as the surrounding strata, using low permeability backfill material in trenches for underground services to provide a plug that avoids diversion of groundwater into a different catchment, and use of directional drilling instead of trench excavation. I understand that apart from shallow swales, no new drains will be dug on site. Therefore, there's no risk for drains to intercept groundwater and redirect this water away from springs. The anticipated excavated depth of surface trenches is in the order of 1 to 1.2 meter, and hardfill will only be used under the roads as an excavation depth in the order of 0.6 meter. To help inform where groundwater diversion mitigation measures are likely to be required, predominantly for excavation trenches, I recommend that gasometers will be installed to determine the groundwater level range and maximum groundwater levels on the site. The ODP text now includes a requirement to take a detailed groundwater level investigation across the site, and the requirement to specify construction measures to ensure that shallow groundwater is not diverted away from its natural flow path for those areas where shallow groundwater is likely to be intercepted by surface trenches and high-flow areas. This includes measures to address potential loss of spring flow due to penetration of the confining layer. I consider that with these measures in place, the potential adverse effects of the proposed plan change in spring flows can be adequately mitigated. Additional considerations. Recent discussion with Dr. Burrell confirms that he's happy with the updated approach to protect springs on the site, including the monitoring and increased setback distance. Dr. Burrell suggested that the ODP text is clear with regard to the proposed monitoring requirements for groundwater levels, spring water levels, and spring flows. And spring flow during and following construction to provide more certainty on potential lowering of groundwater level and subsequent potential adverse effects on spring flow. This monitoring is in addition to the recommended groundwater monitoring described in paragraph 6 above, which will identify areas of shallow groundwater where groundwater intrusion mitigation measures are required. I agree with Dr. Burrell and therefore recommend one minor update to clause B4 of the ODP text under heading water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. I recommend that the following wording will be added to clause B4. This includes groundwater levels, spring water levels, and spring flow monitoring. The monitoring will enable the collection of data which can be used to identify the most appropriate management measures to avoid adverse hydrological effects as a result of the recycling of the land. Comments on evidence of Ms. Philip H. Ms. HSL has provided evidence on behalf of the Canterbury Regional Council and Christchurch City Council. Her evidence covers the following matters: description of groundwater in springs, impact of construction, excavation, and dewatering on springs, and impact of urban development on springs and groundwater. My comments on the statement are set out in the following paragraphs. With regard to description of groundwater in springs, I agree with the description of groundwater in springs by Ms. HL, which is generally consistent with my description of the hydrogeology as described in section 7 to 16 of my primary statement of evidence. Impact of construction, excavation, and dewatering in springs. In paragraph 19 to 23, Ms. HL comments on the potential impacts of construction, excavation, and dewatering of springs. I agree that there is a potential for earthworks or construction to penetrate the confining layer, intercepting shallow groundwater and water-bearing layers, and diverting flow away from the springs. I note that this risk is reduced by avoiding development in the eastern part of the site below the 4 meter RL contour, where groundwater is close to the surface, as detailed in the ODP and ODP text. And the increased buffer distance from 30 meters to 100 meters between the developed areas and the springs is outlined in the updated ODP text. I consider that the potential for redirecting shallow groundwater flow away from springs can be adequately mitigated through appropriate design and construction of underground services in areas where they are likely to intercept shallow groundwater. I also refer to my primary evidence. The identification of these areas will be informed by the groundwater monitoring I've recommended. And I know that Mr. Morris, in reviewing the application on behalf of Selwyn District Council, agrees with me on these matters. There are two other matters raised by Ms. HL related to the construction phase of the plan change area. This includes the potential for penetration test, CPT, and bridge filings to penetrate the confining layer, allowing groundwater to discharge to the surface, the potential for dewatering, if required as part of construction, to lower groundwater levels. I understand that from her evidence that in the May North Road case, the CPT puncturing the confining layer was extremely hard to remediate. Mr. Thompson, providing geotechnical evidence on behalf of the applicant, has indicated this is a rare occurrence and that adhesion conditions have not been encountered to date on the south side. He further comments that if adhesion conditions are encountered in the CPT, response, the majority can be sealed with grouted relatively simply. With regard to dewatering, I agree that dewatering has the potential to temporarily reduce groundwater pressure and affect flow to springs. Dewatering may be required in areas with relatively shallow groundwater. These areas are relatively close to the springs. In these situations, the typical approach would be to discharge the water back to surface water, where the springs naturally discharge to, resulting in no net loss in flow. Impact of urban development on springs and groundwater. In paragraph 24, Mr. Eschenveld comments on the potential for increased impervious areas such as pathways, roads, and housing to decrease the amount of local land surface recharge, which has the potential to reduce spring flows. I agree that this is a potential effect of the rezoning, but as detailed in paragraph 18 to 20 of my primary evidence, I consider that the change in groundwater recharge contributing to spring flows as a result of form change is relatively small and unlikely to be an issue due to the much larger spring recharge area coming via groundwater through flow from the northwest. With regard to the comments on reticulated surface pipes for wastewater being in direct contact with groundwater in areas of shallow groundwater, paragraph 26 of the evidence, I understand from Mr. McLeod's evidence that these areas are likely to have a sealed low pressure sewer system, which will avoid deep excavations for sewer lines and pump stations and minimize the risk of groundwater contamination. Identification of these areas will be informed by the recommended groundwater level monitoring. In addition, I note that there are no shallow community drinking water supplies in proximity and downgrading the site. Conclusion, I've considered the key potential hydrological effects in relation to spring flows as a result of the plan change and conclude that the potential to puncturing the confinement layer and redirecting shallow ground flow away from springs can be adequately mitigated through the appropriate design and construction of underground services in areas where they are likely to intercept shallow groundwater from water-bearing layers. In these areas, appropriate mitigation measures are available to ensure spring flows are not adversely affected. The updated ODP avoids development in areas of shallow groundwater and a significant increased buffer distance of 100 meters between the developed areas and the springs is proposed. This further reduces the risk of any potential adverse hydrological effects of spring flows. I've also recommended groundwater level monitoring, spring water level monitoring, spring flow monitoring, as well as all the management measures to avoid adverse hydrological effects during and following construction. Potential adverse effects on spring flows due to construction dewatering can be avoided by discharging the water back to surface water, where the springs naturally discharge to, resulting in no net loss in spring flow. Engineering solutions are available to avoid groundwater contamination from sewer systems in areas with shallow groundwater, as detailed in the evidence of Mr. McLeod. The potential decrease in groundwater recharge contributing flow to springs due to an increase in impervious areas unlikely to be an issue of concern. I note that the ecology report prepared for Southern District Council by Dr. Brow agrees with this conclusion. I'm happy to answer any questions concerning this.
Clarification, points first. I think that someone is helpful. Attention condition, what's that?
That's a good one. So just to confirm and say it means the pressure, I guess the water bearing layers below the final layers is a higher pressure.
That's not an issue in this site.
The geotechnical investigations not encountered future pressures, but considering there is a confining layer, there could definitely be additional pressures on the site.
In terms of your comment on the 100 metres between developed areas and springs as proposed, and I know that's been included in the ODP, and it might be better for Kevin as well, but it's in terms of the, so we have in the ODP now, I don't know if we've got the country got in to, so we have D, we have for a, provide for 100 metre setback, but we've got some buildings with spring heads identified in figure 1, they're identified. But then above that, under 3.2, we have the 30 metres in terms of the spring heads.
Yeah, so my understanding is there will be at least a 30 metre setback from the springs, but the setback for 100 metres is related to the fact that there is now consent required when the works will be undertaken within 100 metres. That's my understanding of that wording.
So, it's a correction that we noted when the changes that it was basically duplications of 100 metres would prevail and cause B2. Okay, 2 would be struck out.
Sorry, to cross that off.
It was just a test for you.
Right, so that's on the one that I've got at the moment.
No, they're not through.
All right, well, that clears that issue up. In terms of the discharging water back to surface water during construction, so that's addressing concerns on the water bodies downstream. So it's so it's the discharge with its result of discharge too.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, what I'm saying is that if there is temporarily watering required, and then that could result in lowering of the ground level, which may have an effect on spring flows. Those spring heads, they will discharge into that same water body. So the spring heads flow into the downstream waterways. And the typical approach for that would be to discharge the water into that same waterway where the spring heads are discharging to, so there's no net change in flow.
Okay, and again, as well refers to your summary. What goal would you set for restriction rather than issue? So as opposed, I mean, we've got the trenching, we've got those sorts of issues, which we understand how that can cause people's proposed, but there are also other sort of more general earthworks that aren't necessarily digging down into the but can they have an impact on spring flows as well? They can see
Yes, I guess they can, but again, depends on the depth of excavation. I guess the key consideration there is at the subdivision stage, there will be more investigations on the thickness of the confining layer as well, which will provide further information on making sure that the confining layer is in function during construction and it goes for any construction work. But my understanding is there is, I guess, limited other earthworks apart from trenching and roads and the potential temporary dewatering of power stations.
is filling, if parts of the site need to be raised for building platforms and those sorts of things to live in that. So increasing the ground level in parts can that affect springs?
No, because in that case you build up the land, you wouldn't intercept any groundwater. So in that case it wouldn't be any potential adverse effect on spring flows.
Okay, so just in terms of the spatially large groundwater catchment, and it's we've discussed in a couple of places in the evidence, and that's the reference to federal one. So I'm looking at paragraph 10 of that. So, so is that figure one encapsulating essentially the whole of the groundwater catchment that could contribute to these springs?
Yeah, just to indicate groundwater flow direction as well as indicating that the rainfall recharge that contributes to that spring flow. So the springs are with the regional discharge points for that rainfall recharge that occurs further up the plains to the north. And yeah, those arrows indicate general groundwater flow direction as well as the likely of gradient area that is likely to contribute to those.
And that's the seepage from the Wairarapa.
There is a component of rainfall recharge just through the land surface recharge, and there's also a component of recharge from Wanaka River, so that's now to lose water to the underlying aquifer, which also contributes to groundwater flow and eventually to spring flows further downstream.
Just in terms of the, just so clear about the regional discharge point, that's because there's the change in the confining layers or whatever it is at this.
Yeah. So essentially, if you look at figure one, that shows the coastal confined gravel ecosystem. So that's the western boundary of that confined layer, and that's where typically see that springs occur, where groundwater is forced upwards to create those springs.
And just to understand the relevance of water drainage soils, how that relates to springs.
It's mainly related to the, recharge. So in my evidence, I talk about how the rezoning of the land has the potential to impact on land surface recharge, and any change in land surface recharge will have potential to affect spring flows. If the existing soils are poorly drained, that means that the existing land surface recharge is relatively small, as opposed to free draining soils, which if you get a rainfall event, they drain much more easily down to the aquifer below. So my comment in relation to that is that the existing site has generally poorly drained soils, which means that contribution to land surface recharge and hence to spring flows is expected to be low on the existing site, which means that if there is an increase in both these areas, that change is expected to be small as well.
Is that more applicable on the eastern part of this Flintstones area, or is it across the?
It is, the poorly drained soils are mainly in the eastern part, but as I understand, the evidence, this picture, is that the western part is perfectly drained. So, as I understand it, the poorly drained soils are mainly on the eastern side, and the perfectly drained soils are more on the western side. I guess from a recharge perspective, you would mainly look at the areas upgrading to the stream flows, because that's the main area that contributes to that surface recharge. And those soils are generally poorly drained.
Before we comment on the shallow groundwater levels, is the shallow groundwater levels, does that make the area more sensitive, if you like, to the potential interference effects?
Yes, well, yes, it does. I guess first of all, the areas of generally shallow groundwater is avoided for development now. So the area above the 4 meter aerial contour will be developed, so that avoids those issues, those potential issues. And I've recommended some further ground level monitoring to identify the areas where those where shallow groundwater may be intercepted. So I guess for those areas, I've recommended that those measures will be in place as determined. I guess generally speaking, I would expect that the western area, the risk of that occurring is much lower.
And you talk about the western area, you talk about Western Springs Road along the way.
Yeah, roughly. I think in my evidence, in my primary evidence, I've said that I would expect that the area between 4 and 6 meter contours is the area that's most likely to have relatively shallow groundwater. So anything, say, west of the 6 meter contour is less likely to have those issues, but that will need to be confirmed through ground level monitoring.
Paragraph 16 can just something from member says it's concluding 2 sentences there. In general, given the presence of springs, which will act as a control and keep down to seasonal variations, gravel levels like this. Just explain that in terms of the control and heat boundary.
Yeah, so these springs are the regional discharge elements. What happens is that they provide a water level boundary, and springs typically don't have large large fluctuations in flow throughout the season. So if a river has a spring flow dominated and the fluctuation flow is relatively small, that also means that water level in the spring doesn't fluctuate a lot. So the water level in the spring will be the same as your ground level and the immediate vicinity of those discharge points. So that means that those areas that are relatively close to those spring heads will have relatively small ground level fluctuations as well. As you move further away from the spring heads, it can be expected that the ground level fluctuation is much larger. So that's hence my comment that especially the vicinity of those spring heads, I would expect that seasonal fluctuations are small, but irrespective of that, I still recommend monitoring of ground levels to get a better idea of what those maximum ground levels would be, to identify areas where we could intercept shallow groundwater during construction.
In terms of the potential for redirecting short circuit or circular ground flow paths, paragraph 21 through. I'm not sure if you can help you, but in relation to the key effects that you've identified there in terms of the service trenches, etc., how common is that in the Canterbury area that there are those sorts of issues that arise?
I understand there is at least one example where that issue has arisen area. So I am aware that these are certain potential issues that may arise, but I'm not relying on the evidence supplied in terms of the mitigation measures that are available to avoid those.
From a hydrological perspective, those mitigation measures make sense if you like.
Yes.
I've seen a number of places in evidence in paragraph 25 as an example, but you stressed essentially that ground level information is from ground level measurements. It doesn't capture any potential seasonal ground fluctuations. But that's what point a couple of places.
Yeah.
There was the issue that was still raised, wasn't it, that potentially this was done at a time when particularly low groundwater levels.
Yes, I would agree. I mean, that was done at a time that around the 50th percentile low ground level. I guess the common there I have is that the key areas that is likely to have low groundwater levels is relatively close to those spring heads, and due to those spring heads acting as a boundary, if you like, water level boundary, I would expect that those seasonal fluctuations are small. But irrespective of that, I still recommend that the ground level monitoring subdivision stage to be used to inform those measures.
remain confident that the, so confident in your issues in terms of ground level, but still important that monitoring is undertaken. What's the period of time would that be undertaken over?
I would recommend that you at least do that for that you at least capture the winter and summer season. So if there's a winter high groundwater level should be included, as well as a summer low, so you get a better handle on the range of groundwater. If you have that thing doesn't capture the potential maximum, because the one you can be better than but if you've got that full year of information, you can undertake analysis with long-term monitoring sites that are available in the area, which can then be used to determine the maximum ground level on the site. So there are a number of bores where Econ monitors got a long-term monitoring in place, and you can correlate that with that 1 year of monitoring, which can be used to determine maximum ground levels on the site. That's a very common approach to determine maximum ground levels.
Is this site uncommon in the cell area in particular because of the concentration of springs? Is it only, is it, I'm not saying it's unique, but is it unusual?
That's a good question. I guess in the Selwyn area, the other main area of development is getting Dalston. The groundwater is much deeper, so you wouldn't have those issues. Yeah, so I'm not familiar with any other areas within the Selwyn area, but just these sort of issues. Like I say, the main other urban development area within the Selwyn region is obviously that groundwater is much deeper. So it's a different situation. I don't think, maybe to add, I don't think it's uncommon, maybe the wider Canterbury region. The examples that water subdivisions in the islands of Eastern Cloud, are in areas with relatively shallow groundwater. So, and as I understand, in those areas, some of the measures that are proposed have been used.
Right, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Laura, are you there? You can take yourself off mute and we can see you at the same time as Mark's giving us evidence if you like. You just put your camera on just in case there's any questions that are more appropriately directed to you. Start, Mark. I think she probably should. Seems to know what's happening.
Good morning, Mr. Toad.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Now, I've read your evidence, and obviously you prepared the summary of evidence. Let me start at start at the beginning. Start at the very beginning.
The summary?
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Mark Taylor, founder and director of Ecology Limited. Going for about 21 years now. I've undertaken preliminary investigative and greenfield investigations for a number of plan changes for nearby developments at Lincoln and elsewhere. Further afield, I have prepared numerous reports and memos on ecological values throughout New Zealand for both private companies and regional councils. I wish to provide a brief overview of the background ecology assessment. Some of the basic ecological information was addressed in the memos that were part of the application, but was not specified in my main body of evidence, which concentrated my response to the Section 42A report. So my AEL, my consulting company, was commissioned in October 2020 to undertake a desktop ecology overview of the Plain Change 69 area. AEL has previous notes on the ephemeral waterway on the western boundary, as we were involved in the Vertico development, which is off to the northwest, to the north, and also a skill belt bordering the L2 River in Lincoln. And we were involved right from the outset with the Liffey Springs development, ecological survey, greenfield, monitoring conditions and monitoring, and that's not far away, that's up on the L1 tributary. So we had that information and we pulled together information off the New Zealand Freshwater Fish database for that area, and while there was data outside the plan change area, there was no ecological information at all within the PC 69 area. Paragraph 5, it was noted that the plain change site does fall into the national distribution range of where rare fish may exist, specifically the Canterbury mudfish, which is nationally critical in terms of conservation status. So accordingly, in our desktop report, I also highlighted and vertebrate the southern freshwater crayfish, or Kura, which is known from other studies in the upper L2 river catchment, and which now has an elevated conservation status, declining. There's also in the L1 as well. Therefore, without the benefit of field data on the ecology in the plan change area and the possibility of the presence of rare species, our comments in respect to the desktop review were very conservative in respect to the ecological impacts of land development. So the page, paragraph 7, it was clear that due to the lack of existing ecological information in the plan change area, the high number of springs reported on Canterbury maps, and the potential presence of rare species, a field survey was required, and this was recommended as a next step. So peer review of my October 2020 desktop review by Dr. Burrell supported our recommendation for a field survey to identify wetlands and their ecological stiffness, but also to survey, in addition to those two species, of freshwater mussels, which also have a declining conservation status. These freshwater mussels are also known from the upper catchment of the L2 River. The Council Officer, Mr. Boys, in the Section 42A report, noted that our desktop review was not a, quote, ringing endorsement for the plan change, and that's a correct assessment at the time. There are just too many ecology unknowns based only on a desktop review of existing information.
Mr. Boys in the section 42A report also states that I consider a 10-metre setback from the springs is sufficient, but I did not make this claim, rather that the 10-metre minimum setback would be sufficient, but wider setbacks may be required in other locations, including springs. My desktop review is a general planning level, does not prescribe actual development setbacks with ecological buffer distances. And Mr. Boys misunderstood that my comment that compliance with the district plan's development minimum of 10-metre buffer setback rule meant that the applicant wanted to take the bare minimum. And that's simply not the case at all, clearly. But I do apologise for any lack of clarity on my part in the writing aspect. I still remain of the opinion that we would have the opportunity to set ecological defensible setbacks as a function of the assessment of effect, which must follow plan change. Paragraph 11, I've been involved in plan change assessments and assessment of environmental effects for resource consents before. I have found a bit of a grey area in respect to the assessments for plan change, which I think will focus on issues which would preclude land use changes, whereas resource consent level reporting is focused on mitigation of impacts and where more detailed knowledge of the extent of development pressure would facilitate the determination of setbacks. The page, paragraph 12. In my opinion, for many narrow and straightened waterways in the plan change area, a 10-metre setback would be ecologically defensible. However, spring heads would be more appropriately protected by a significantly greater setback, and the applicant is generously providing that. For this plan change area, the springs are clustered into two groups, and it's a case of setting a development setback around the periphery of these two large spring fields. By a spring field, I just mean a spatial area of multiple springs. Rather than undertaking a wetland delineation process for each spring head, and that's in reference to Dr. Clarol's request, where a wetland delineation is where you basically ascertain the marshy area around the springs, and then your setback goes from the periphery of that margin. And because I was applying to section 42 rather quickly, we did not really have time to do the wetland delineation process. And frankly, we're only talking about several metres away from the waters each year, and something that we can pick out later. The main thing was to ascertain whether or not rare species, which springs are real as opposed to Canterbury max distribution. Paragraph 13, with the recent changes in the outline development plan, ground tree springs and waterways fall into preserved green space, proposed green space, stormwater or flood management areas. With a few exceptions, there are a few springs that are on the margins or close to it, but the setback rule will apply anyway. These springs near and just outside the boundary of these reserves are now proposed to have setbacks extended well beyond the district plan minimum of 100 metres from the ecological transect delineation of where the wetland ceases is determined. So that fancy word of ecological transect delineation is basically where you go from dry land to wetland vegetation. This may require botanists to undertake, or specialists anyway, to undertake some wetland dryland determinations during the subdivision stage. Many of the wetlands away from the reserve boundaries will have buffers well in excess of 100 years, particularly in the flood management area near the Old True River. So there's quite a few springs close to the main river, and they'll be well protected from development, just as the zoning around them. Paragraph 14, AEO undertook a greenfield aquatic ecology following the recommendations of Dr. Burrell and our desktop report in January 2021, with the results as a memo, which I refer to as my February 2021 document. The objectives of the greenfield survey were to ground truth, verify the existence of all the springs indicated on Canterbury maps in the plan change area, and use appropriate survey methods to check for the presence of Canterbury mudfish, breadfruit mussels, and other aquatic life. So we could do that by taking the aerial map, Canterbury maps, and superimposing it on a ruggedized laptop. Then basically driving around, walking around, verifying. So by this method, AEL surveyed all spring heads and channels within the site, Springs Creek and southern channels, southern springs, the northern drain and the Elgin River in this vicinity, as the Elgin River is potential untreated stormwater receiving environment. So basically all the waterways in that area. We did not look at the western waterway, which is way off on to the west of Springs Road. I've looked at that before as part of the Vertigo subdivision, and it's quite dry to the point where it doesn't support aquatic life.
That's
Very, yeah, it's grass like that. Paragraph 15. This exercise allowed us to summarise the fish fauna in the plain change area is composed of 5 species. The Upland bully, common bully, adult whitebait, and the 2 eel species, that is longfin eel and shortfin eel. Upland bully were widespread throughout the plain change area, with common bully only found in the Springs Creek headwaters. All Ananga were in a spring near the headwaters of Springs Creek, with large longfin eels present in the lower Springs Creek channel. Only 1 shortfin eel was caught, and that was in the southern springs. Of these fish, the longfin eel and the Ananga conservation status was mentioned to find. But the upland, common bully, and the shortfin eel are not threatened. Over the page, paragraph 16, notably no Canterbury mudfish, which have significant conservation status, were found. Despite the plain change area being well fished, I'm of the view that Canterbury mudfish are not present in the plain change area based on their absence in catch, but also because of the presence of predators like adult eels. Large eels predate heavily on Canterbury mudfish to the point where they'll remove them from a habitat. Our invertebrate samples found common invertebrate species with fauna indicative of mild organic pollution. Following systemic survey for freshwater mussels, systematic survey for freshwater mussels in Springs Creek in the southern drains, they did not identify any mussels at all. However, they are often partially or fully buried as soft sediment, which means that some may be present. They are quite efficient to find. Basically, we went along, we just plunged our hands into the mud every several metres and felt around. I note that Cora, the southern freshwater crayfish, was identified in Springs Creek, indication of good physical habitat stability. That we found juveniles up around the spring head area up the top, so it forms quite an important breeding ground for that species. Nationally, their conservation status declining, I apologise for that before, although they are not infrequently encountered in stable habitats in the upper L2 river catchment. I also found them up in Bility Springs area as well. AEL has recorded Cora 2 from peri-urban areas in Christchurch, Highport and Lincoln, but also found them in the Christchurch CBD on occasion, although they are not common at all.
So, sorry, they were sort of tolerant of the environments.
They tend to be sensitive to physical habitat degradation. So they're sensitive to sedimentation effects and poor bank stability. They can form burrows in soft banks. We often see the burrows anyway. So the urbanisation is a negative effect, but the habitat is not so much water quality, I feel, but it's on physical habitat degradation rather than quality issues. Which leads me to paragraph 18 anyway.
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
Interrupted you.
In my experience, Cora identified habitats of high physical habitat stability, which explains the association with spring channels. They seek cover and form burrows in soft banks and feed the channel. Cover is critical for Cora, because otherwise they are easy prey for eels and trout, but also because they need refuge from each other, as they are territorial, quite aggressive. Canalising and clearing debris from urbanised waterways tends to reduce quarry habitat suitability in urbanised areas. And Dr. Burrell alludes to that. In the Plan Change 69 setting, retaining or enhancing the future for these long-lived vertebrates will preserve their population. There have been past examples of impacts of urbanisation in springs, such as the Carpenter Hilly Stream, which used to be known as the Cavatoni Stream, where urbanisation near a spring-fed source led to the near cessation of flow. And, an investigation by CCC indicated the diversion of spring-fed groundwater by field tails into the neighbouring subcatchment stormwater basin, with estimated flow of 25 litres a second. So there have been clear examples where groundwater has been short-circuited in spring-fed catchments. Naturally, this led to demonstrable ecological changes, which I was involved in monitoring. I note that mitigation options to avoid this are provided in the evidence that we've just heard by Mr. Vedra and Mr. McLeod. In addition, groundwater level, spring water level, and spring flow monitoring is proposed during and following construction to help inform management measures to avoid adverse hydrological effects during and following construction. So we're obviously going to set up a monitoring regime, but the details are yet to be determined.
Sorry, what sort of details need to be determined?
Well, I'm not a hydrologist, but I've been certainly interested in the stage depth of spring heads. I'll be interested in the total flow discharge, which can be measured at the bottom of Springs Creek. Seasonal fluctuations, which I expect to be low based on the hydrology sediments. So not too difficult.
The first point, you know, was that staged?
Stage height. So basically you dip the spring. Okay. And these days you can do that electronically quite accurately.
Questions, just to come to mind.
Sure.
That spring. Does that feed on the sticks?
That's right.
Because that's a river that's had some issues in terms of flow with urbanisation.
Yes. It is subject to landfill urbanisation effects. But they also, in the Cavatoni, there's been some quite good reaches of restoration. It was quite heavily impacted by the freezing weeks effects for a while. And that's all gone now. And it's subject to habitat remediation and naturalisation. Around Glades Road area.
Right, so you were at
Paragraph 20. Should Plan Change 69 be approved by establishing a hydrological monitoring regime prior to development? Dark analysis will reveal partial effects which could be remediated during the early development stages. This will avoid the possibility of gradual environmental impacts. This is all in my opinion. So I guess if we can establish something before ground is broken, get a bit of a baseline, and development will be staged. And if there's adverse effects, we'll pick them up early and remediate. Page. AEL has been involved in several long-term ecological monitoring programs, and while they seem intuitively a sensible thing to do, biomass abundance metrics are typically difficult to interpret against natural background variability and subject to changes in dispersal mechanisms beyond the plan change area, which is a rather wordy way of saying that a lot of the populations of animals are affected by things even out at sea in respect to fish, in respect to invertebrates, it's to do with dispersal paths from neighbouring areas, which the applicant's got no control over. So it is very difficult to get sort of rigorous long-term time trends using ecological metrics, and it's best to sort of keep it simple and work with the hydrology, which is the driver for the potential changes in the climate change area.
Is this not in terms of this particular site, but in terms of this area and the kind of connectivity through to Waihora, etc. Is it an area that's been subject to quite a bit of ecological assessment?
It is monitored by Environment Canterbury. It's fairly sparse. We've done work in the Upper Portsmouth area. This stormwater management area plans to highlight Springfields around Quays Road and things like that. So there's fairly good data at the top of the kitchen. Partly because the council was aware that where the growth was going to be. So we got in early in 2005 around Longhurst area, identified and protected the spring heads around there. Generally, local governments have been quite good at doing studies 10 years before time, before the utilisation effects occur. So I'm halfway through paragraph 21, Commissioner. So in this final note, here, if an ecological metric is desired, and sometimes there's quite a lot of lobbying about measuring something ecological in terms of flying around, I just would simply recommend something measures for stream health using macroinvertebrates, which are just aquatic bugs, which is sensitive to land use change instead of riparian buffer strips. And that's fairly easy to do now. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
In terms of macroinvertebrates, so they're sensitive to land change, just there's riparian buffers. Are they sensitive to flow?
Yes, some are. Up at the spring here, there's quite a lot. There's about 5 species of caddises and things. There's some faster water, stony habitat. They're sensitive to sedimentation effects, which you could get if base flows fell.
Changes the temperature, water temperature, and those sorts of things.
That's right. And this is the biggest Springfield, setback area that I know of. There's one on Quays Road, where there's 3 spring heads which have a setback, but the size is a fraction of what is predicted here.
So if it's the same, Christchurch is largely just the reliance on
Yeah, often the spring heads might have a setback of 20 metres, 25. We have to fight for that at times. And often they're quite isolated. I can't think of a Springfield of this size which is protected by a buffer of this magnitude. Yeah, sort of what I call synergistic effects. Once you get to this sort of protection, you get very effective temperature moderation. You get dispersal of variables between the spring heads, which you wouldn't get if you had development between them.
Yeah, once it's done, play down that
Oh, sorry.
And that's fine. Right, so the size back and
Yeah, the edge effects between sprinklers are eliminated because they obviously. To make a fantastic study area for ecological succession for wetlands, waterways wetlands group that can invest based on the doorstep. There wouldn't be many sites too with stone caddisflies. The river fauna is quite interesting, partly because these springs have been protected in the past. Yes, it is dairy, beef production area, but it has been fenced, albeit with minimal buff strips. So the stream health measures indicate some degradation, but still appears good health. So clearly, I'm a lot more optimistic about it than when I wrote my desktop statement, and that represents the fact that we have more information on the field survey to indicate that we haven't got extremely worse speeds. And also, I'm heartened that the applicants moved a long way in respect to setbacks. And thirdly, just the spatial distribution of strings means that we can get a contiguous area of ecological enhancement. So
that's if you've got the only figure, that's the figure that we've got tips, which is the figure 1.
okay, this is my main point.
Yeah.
Sure. So that's like when the points you were raising, when you look at that on that overlay, so the connectivity sort of will make a bit because the no.
Okay.
The grouping of them, if you like, is point that you have indicated in your evidence
Yeah.
as well.
And you can see, you know, dispersal paths for bird life along the corridor is excellent from the L2 up to the spring head and back, because it is a migration path from fish from the sea through Te Waiora,
Through to where?
from Lake Ellesmere, Te Waiora, up the Horsell.
Right, just remember to just a chat with me about that, you know, what that illustrates, and I know I appreciate that you've made the points already, but just when you look at it in that view, it's just interesting to have your comments. So you're identifying then in terms of migration.
Yeah, so in fish migration patterns, you've got well shaded riparian corridors coming up from the river, the main river, and then up through Springs Creek to the spring heads. There's a lot of flight and life stages for ecology for the acrophiliates. And they move around a lot. You've got detrital inputs for the cora. I talked earlier about juvenile cora at the top of the spring heads. They're omnivorous, they chew away at debris and other things, so they require a detrital input. So they are well catered for.
Detrital is that
Decomposing plant matter. So you keep wind blowing and leaves and things falling into the water and rotting. And they become a source of carbon and food for the vertebrates. all of those ecological beneficial things which occur. As for the southern springs, what I call the southern spring area, the area to the south, you've got good protection around the springs there. You've got noted on the door towards, the flood management area. The wording, stormwater management area and the flood management area. Canterbury map shows some springs away from the channels. We didn't find those. Either they've dried up over time, possibly, or they may be misidentified as cattle troughs or something, which occurs occasionally.
You comfortable with your,
Yeah,
you found and identified?
yeah, I think so, Commissioner, yes. We didn't survey the area west of Springs Road. Like I said earlier, there's nothing on Canterbury maps and it looks very dry. We don't believe there's any springs. We're worried about at that stage.
You're familiar with the upstream part of the,
And we're familiar with the western boundary swale, really. Out to the west. I'd imagine here is an amazing amenity value as well. I'll just get up to this side. For recreation.
your, in your evidence and some you talked about, essentially there's the possibility, see your evidence that the rezoning would have beneficial economic, beneficial environmental impacts. Do you think that there is enough in the enough information and enough in the ODP, for example, that we just discussed, to give you a level of confidence in terms of that? And I appreciate that there'll be another process to go through. But,
I'd be interested to learn on proposed planting plans. There's quite a lot of knowledge now about ecological links of native plants to aquatic life in terms of roosting areas and plant associations for feeding, particularly for the invertebrates. And I'm sure there's something that will be involved. Possibly the physical planning of any naturalisation of Springs Creek. I think that it basically set well with the Down the Track Commission in respect to when road layouts designed, and we can just get the space right in respect to street courses. Might be possible, with further information on the water slopes, the substrate composition changes to the bed itself might be incorporated and have attain dissolved oxygen levels along Springs Creek.
Okay, the text that you were provided with before, Ms. Frost, you've still got that in front of you, the OHP text. I'll take you through the whole thing, but I'm looking at the that is the address under the heading of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. So, yeah, page. You familiar with these provisions?
No, to be honest, but I'll read through it.
So it's just that one, so you've got the page, just change it all, read with some yellow. Resistant versus
Yeah, that sounds all right to me.
anything you consider additionally to be included in the ecological map.
Well, like I was saying before, you need obviously a lot more detail on respect to mapping plans. I can, where appropriate, add some more detail to this, but everyone's highlighted the risk of short circuit. Every civil engineer I talk to in Christchurch is aware of the problems they had on the Capitani. There's been a lot of naturalisation Christchurch, particularly, so they're not exactly really, it's not something that has been done before. Naturalisation's been done long enough, well over 10 years now. What works, what doesn't. So looking at the elements here, that's all here. The monitoring aspect of it, groundwater level investigations, wet delineation. And the one good thing, of course, is the fact that we've got clusters of springs. We'd only have to look at delineation transects sort of away from the borders. The internal boundaries of each springs is look up to south. So by doing the delineation later, it reduces the workload and cost. It's good to see segregation of spring water and untreated stormwater here. Murray values, Murray very sensitive about directing untreated stormwater to springs. You're probably aware of.
And that was when it was raised by Ms. Texas Renewal, wasn't it, in terms of the potential skimming, and you read through it? Skimming of reading of what was the potential, skimming, so that there would be some from the basically contaminants would be the top part of the stormwater treatment area and those sorts of things. So I guess it's the concern related to contaminants getting into that and then potentially getting back through, is my understanding.
Okay.
Can you
suppose
You really,
hydrocarbons might form on the surface when you do that skimming. That's,
I'll ask you about it obviously what she means, but I won't
Yeah.
take you through it now, but it wasn't something that leaked out when you looked at derivatives as a potential issue.
oh, is this Philippa's evidence? Yeah, I did read through it. Most of it I couldn't comment on because it's mainly hydrological, to be honest. Here's the hydrologist. I imagine stormwater treatment will be right up to spec in respect to first flush and secondary basins. Which appear, based on the water quality data I've seen from some conditions that work very well.
Just a quick check to see if they already clarification for you. Sheet. That we really, as you see that, the summary, of that, equals first. Part of that influence on the issue, and it's moved on.
Yeah.
One point was in terms of your paragraph 37, you talked about the springs in the north, you say springs close to the northern boundary of the development.
Mainly,
Is mainly. So we talk about trenching the neighbouring development to make all short design for the parameter of training. So what we're talking about there, that in terms of the neighbouring development.
I guess, to refer to that, I think I'm right at the top of the catchment towards what's called that, is it the North Lincoln drain area?
I just really trying to work out whether you're talking about that, something on this site or on.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, I think I know that.
that route.
Yes, I know where I am. I'm up at the, I can show you on the plan. Up in here.
So essentially around here.
We got springs close to the boundary here.
Yeah.
And I guess I was just, it was a warning that you could get effects across the boundary, depending on what the stormwater is happening in the adjacent residential area, which I'm not familiar with. You can see how the spring is quite close there. That might be a case of just getting engineers realise the sensitivity that the springs are close to the boundary. So that's right at the top of the spring.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Right,
All right, I'll take a break. So we're just going to take a break more of 15 minutes.
You scheduled for 10:50, so we'll be back in 20 minutes, but shouldn't go too far, but
We'll circulate your summary now, all right?
Okay, great. Thank you.
thank you.
Oh, just one note, if perhaps we could move the microphone a little bit closer to the chair, because I'm just struggling to hear the questions a little bit.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you. Sorry, are you practicing? And I took my headphones off. The hearing venue has been muted, so I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I just spoke to Jocelyn about it just at the point.
All right, we'll get underway.
Laura, can you take yourself off mute?
Aye.
Good morning, Ms. Drummond. You can hear me okay?
I can, that's much better, thank you.
Okay, I can't hear you.
Oh,
She looks like she's off mute though.
Hmm.
She's off mute. Hang on, we might have a technical problem at this end.
yes, I'm off mute. It looks like Matt Collins can hear me. Can you hear me now? How about now?
Just hold fire for a minute, we're just not hearing you at this end.
Sure.
You can reply. You try that now, Laura. I think we're not getting through the device we need to, but we've got
Okay.
audio.
So you can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So where's the audio coming from?
The laptop, Commissioner. And for move that microphone to your laptop, does it make any difference? The other one, not the one that.
Okay. I think we'll make a start. And
Sure.
if I have any problems hearing you, we might have to stop for a minute.
Okay, sure.
But you can hear me clearly enough.
Mhm.
All right, good. Okay, so so I have read your evidence that was pre-circulated, and you've prepared a summary of evidence which has been provided to me. If you could just start by reading that at paragraph 3.
3, sure. So summary of evidence. Within the proposed private plan change site, 2 clusters of springs, referred to as spring fields, have been verified through field surveys by Aquatic Ecology Limited. Springs Creek, which flows from northwest to southeast across the site, has a high level of springs associated with its headwaters within the gardens of Chudley Homestead. There is also a spring field located in the low-lying southeastern corner of the site, as detailed in the evidence of Mr. Taylor and shown in figure 1 of my primary statement of evidence. I have reviewed the section 42A ecology report and agree that the springs within the site are of high ecological value and need to be protected as part of the plan change. I agree that spring flows are highly sensitive to urban development, but consider that with careful design at the time of subdivision, including mitigation in the areas of shallow groundwater to avoid redirecting groundwater flow paths away from springs, as discussed in the evidence of Mr. Vendrick and Mr. McLeod, and appropriate setback distances for earthworks and development, as discussed in the evidence of Mr. Taylor, the ecological values of the springs can be maintained. I consider that with the modifications now included in the amended ODP, the proposed land use change provides an opportunity to restore the current condition of the waterways, springs, and associated wetlands located on the site, which are within an active dairy and sheep farming operation. This can be achieved through careful design and enhancement of natural areas within the site, including the spring-fed headwaters of Springs Creek, isolated spring heads in the lowland area to the east of the site, which has potential for wetland restoration. An ecological management plan for the site is proposed to enable controls on proposed protection, enhancement, and ongoing maintenance and monitoring of aquatic features on the site. Further discussion with Dr. Burrell since my primary evidence was submitted has resulted in a proposed update to the ODP regarding spring head setbacks. It is now proposed that a 100-metre setback from the spring heads verified by AEL is adopted. This will be adopted through the new clause D that would require a 100-metre setback for earthworks and buildings from the spring heads identified in Figure 1. Additional considerations. Discussion with Dr. Burrell since this time confirms that he is very happy with the updated approach to protect springs on the site, including the 100-metre setback and the ecological management plan. Minor updates to the ODP text were proposed by Dr. Burrell as set out below, which I agree should be incorporated. So one of those is an update to clause B1 in the water bodies and freshwater ecosystem section to include the text and related soil and hydrology tools and any updates to the MFE delineation protocols and the removal of the wording and associated buffer distances to be implemented. Also an update to clause B3 to remove the 30 metres from permanent spring heads, as this is now covered by clause D. Conclusion. It is considered that clause D will provide assurance that if works, e.g. earthworks buildings, are to be located within this 100-metre setback, resource consent will be required. The resource consent process will allow for a more detailed consideration of the potential impacts or merits of the proposed activities within this 100-metre setback, including hydrological impacts. I also note that a detailed wetland delineation assessment following the Ministry for the Environment wetland delineation protocols will be required to confirm potential natural inland wetlands on site, which provides additional assurance that these natural features will be considered at the resource consent stage. It is my opinion that with careful subdivision design, a net ecological betterment at the site is achievable when compared to current conditions. To achieve this, changes in the submitted ODP have been adopted, including an increase in reserve wetland space, relocation of stormwater areas away from flood-prone areas and springheads, and the provision of minimum aquatic setbacks, 100 metres for springheads, 20 metres for Springs Creek, 10 metres for all other modified watercourses. Consultation with council ecologists and iwi partners will also be required as part of the future subdivision consent application to ensure the areas of high ecological value are protected and enhanced. Happy to answer any questions concerning my evidence.
Thank you. Now, you were listening in when I was speaking with Mr. Taylor. I appreciate you had some problems hearing my questions, but was there anything that arose out of that and of those discussions that you would like to comment on?
No, I think you covered the ecological values of the area really well. It is kind of quite a special area, which great potential for enhancement with those spring heads. There is a high level of spring heads around this kind of Selwyn area, ranging from, you know, the Rakaia River up around to Christchurch City. But this is a section where they're associated with the spring as well, with an actual spring channel. So it's a high value area.
So it's quite I'll use a loose term, special, but it's quite a special location, or quite an important location.
Yes. I mean, walkover of the Chudley Homestead area where all of those spring heads are at the top it's very beautiful and clear water. There's great potential in this site for enhancement.
Have you had much involvement in the changes to the ODPs insofar as they relate to your area of expertise?
Yes, so my initial feedback has been some changes to the ODP. I'll just get it up on my screen, which includes the water bodies and freshwater ecosystem section. So I've worked with Jeremy, the planner, to update that section and include the updated recommendations, including the ecological management plan. It is my intent that the ecological management plan will incorporate all of the monitoring pre-development, so getting those baseline conditions, but also propose mitigation and management strategies to reduce impacts to the springs and the other aquatic features on site.
Okay, so that would be in place before any works were undertaken on the site?
Yes, pre and post. So as part of the application for subdivision consent, we'll need a very detailed assessment of impacts for the assessment of environmental effects, and the ecological management plan would form part of that.
Right, apart from the matters that you've identified following your discussions with Dr. Burrell,
Mhm.
Is there anything else that ideally you'd like to have incorporated into that, to the scope of the ecological management plan?
I think that, let me just confirm the text. I think it covers everything that I wanted to cover. The intention of it is that with the design and all of the works that go on is trying to have an overview of this multidisciplinary approach. You've got so many people working on it, and the the ecological management plan really ties them all together to ensure that the ecological betterment is achieved. So it relies on having input into all stages of the development, which I believe that it covers in the ODP text.
And I discussed that figure 1 from the ODP with Mr. Taylor, and he talked about edge effects and similar matters. You agree with his comments that were made in terms of those issues?
Where he talked about edge effects and the need for riparian planting plans? Yes, riparian planting plans would be part of the ecological management plan, definitely. They're required as part of the subdivision consent application.
Okay, in terms of the edge effects, do you agree that with them, that essentially this buffer addresses concerns about potential edge effects?
Yes, definitely. This is a very generous buffer for these spring heads. My discussions with Dr. Burrell were along the same line. He was very impressed with the buffer distance. It provides just an additional level of certainty that these effects are going to be well investigated at the subdivision design stage. Currently, with the land use in place, there's not direct access to Springs Creek and the Springfields. They are all fenced, but there is obvious signs of impacts. And with the proposed buffer distances, in particular the 20-metre buffer of Springs Creek, which is very good, and the spring head setbacks, there's going to be a high level of riparian planting and green space that will reduce those edge effects. Yes.
Were you involved in any of the works, the further works that Mr. Taylor carried out?
No. So Mr. Taylor did all of the field desktop assessments and field assessments, and then I was engaged to review the Section 42A and assist with providing ecological betterment, really, and an overview of how we can improve the ODP.
Have you been involved with any locations that are similar to this in terms of springs? Not, we've identified that it's quite an important site ecologically, but have you worked in other areas where springs have been an issue?
Yes, so I'm actually currently working on a job in Canterbury where there's a high level of springs for a development, and we're working on the similar situation of a plan change and how those values can be protected. With the National Environment Standards and the NPS coming out, there's a much higher level of scrutiny and protection on these environments, wetlands, springs, waterways, which is really promising for the environment, and there's a lot more work going on how to protect and enhance sites.
Okay, and that that work's all contributing to this, to the knowledge of how these issues can be,
Yes.
or what they are and how they can be addressed.
Yes, yes, how we can avoid impacts and also how we can mitigate them where there is
I
no
said,
avoidance.
We've got a lawnmower going past.
Sorry about, I'll speak louder. Yes, so all of those projects that I'm involved in are looking at how to avoid effects in the first instance, and that is involving those buffer distances as the primary way to avoid effects. And then where there are effects that cannot be avoided, how to mitigate those effects.
And you're satisfied that there's sufficient information at this stage for you to be confident that a good environmental outcome can be achieved?
I'm comfortable at the plan change stage that there is enough information and that enough protection has been enabled through the ODP text so that adequate assessments can be done in the future. I still believe there is a lot of assessments that need to be conducted, but they would be more appropriate at the assessment of environmental effects stage, such as the wetland delineations and the mitigation plans, the monitoring of the stage height recorders that Mr. Taylor mentioned, and the monitoring of the groundwater, as Mr. Vendrick discussed. They all need to be done, but they are all more appropriate for a later stage.
And is that because there's more information available at that time about what is actually proposed?
Yes, well, now we have an indication of where those zones should be and where the flooding area is and what kind of level of protection is available. Then when we collect that additional information, it can all feed into a well-designed subdivision. It needs to be done before the detailed subdivision stage goes ahead so that features can be moved around to adequately protect the aquatic ecology on site.
Okay, in paragraph 19 of your evidence in chief, at 19, you discuss there is potential for a discussion with council regarding the development of the area. Do you anticipate that?
Oh, so there I'm discussing the potential wetland restoration and the low-lying eastern side of the site, yes.
And do you anticipate that would be something that the council would undertake or the developer?
Oh, I consider that something that the developer should engage with the council to talk about and other stakeholders to talk about what opportunities are available for enhancement and restoration. That area along the L2 was historically Raupo flax swamp, being drained for agriculture like much of the area, but it really represents a great option for restoration that isn't really open for many developments. This kind of natural interface between Springs Creek, the L2 River, and the historic wetland. Bundles of land like this don't normally come up with those sort of opportunities, and I feel like the applicant has a real opportunity to improve these values, especially with wetlands being such an important topic at the moment.
Right, so you've been having some discussions with Dr. Burrell, and that's, you haven't engaged in a conferencing process, but you've had quite helpful discussions with Dr. Burrell in relation to matters that he identified as of concern in your view.
Yes, so we've had two discussions, one after I submitted my evidence in chief. He was just about to go on a vacation to Stewart Island, so we haven't been able to talk for the last week and do official caucusing, but me and Mr. Vendrick had a conversation with him yesterday, and yes, he was very happy with the changes that have been made.
Now, you've expressed that you're happy with what's been put forward, and you've had real input into that. Is there anything that if if you had the option, are there any additional matters that you would include? Just from an expert's point of view, are there any other matters that you think that you would like to see included?
My main thing would just be consultation, but that will be done at a later stage. The assessments that have been completed to identify the ecological values on site are all good, done by Mr. Taylor. Happy with those, and I'm happy with the way that the applicant has accepted my advice and really changed the whole approach to the ODP. They've been very open to that and wanting to enhance the values on site. It would be great to talk to local iwi and talk to council, but that will all be done at a later stage. I'm confident that will occur.
In terms of the particularly important ecological sites, we've got those springs which are identified in figure 2 to the ODP, as you know and as we've discussed. Are you happy that the other key ecological, the areas that are key from an ecological perspective have all been at least noted in the ODP or identified in the ODP?
Yes, so the western boundary drain and the Collins Road drain all have 10-metre setbacks. All of the springhead channels in the lowland area will have setbacks, but as Mr. Taylor explained, as they're part of a cluster, their setbacks will actually be more than identified in the ODP. So I'm satisfied that they will all be well investigated. Springs Creek, really impressive buffer of 20 metres, and then the springheads themselves are very, very good level of protection for investigation. If there was development, further up closer to the eastern area near the L2, it would be good to do more investigation there. But as that's set aside and it's flood prone, then I'm satisfied that there's been enough work on that done. There's a lot of existing information on the values of that river.
Okay, just one thing in terms of the isolated natural inland wetlands which have potential to be located. You say, this is in your paragraph 27, you say if a future wetland delineation confirms natural inland wetlands on site, impacts of wetlands within 100 metres of the site would need to be assessed. Is that under, what's that under? Is that under the
Yes, so that's under the NES, no adverse impact on wetland extent and values. So that doing that detailed wetland delineation as part of the ecological management plan will just confirm the presence or absence of wetlands on the site. So it just adds a layer of protection. It would, that they will be identified and effects assessed. Based on the field observations of Mr. Taylor, we're pretty confident that there are no other wetlands on site apart from potential wetland habitat surrounding the spring heads, I should say. But this additional assessment will also be required as part of the assessment of environmental effects.
All right, thank you very much for that.
No problem.
Thank you, Laura.
Thanks.
Right. Mr. Phillips.
Thank you. I'll just, I'll start with my summary, just take you through the most recent changes to the outline development plan that's written in my summary.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do that, so in just a minute. Right.
So here in front of you, the outline development plan text. Just as an introductory matter of as a version control and administrative details, so you know what you're referring to and where it fits in. The changes that have been made since the start of the hearing are highlighted in green. So the first one you'll notice is just actually the inclusion of the outline development and area that this would where this was swapped in Appendix 37. If you turn over the page, pages 2 and 3, there are extensive changes there. Really what they do is insert a new table 1 that details the road network upgrades that are required, the timing requirements associated with those upgrades, and ultimately who pays. Those upgrade requirements were noted in the text that's been struck out, but it was considered to be a bit more explicit and clear to the reader by providing those in a tabular format, and obviously the introduction of explicit requirements as to timing and funding been noted. These have been provided to Mr. Boys, I've just discussed them with Andrew Maisie, operating manager. We've had some feedback in the last few minutes, so there might be some further revisions in due course. I understand that the intent or the approach of explicitly setting that out as generally supported, so there might be some detail, but the substance remain unchanged.
Okay.
And
So So you've got development contributions listed there.
Yeah, so the distinction in terms of funding is in terms of items that are to be 100% funded by the developer, PC 69, as opposed to matters that are identified within the long-term plan or infrastructure strategy, but might need to be brought ahead, and that would need to be brought ahead through a private developer agreement. And then Mr. Maisie's just recently raised the fact that some of these works are already within the LTP, and how they're dealt with in terms of development contributions might need some further thoughts. That might be something that changes in the next version.
Have you included these in previous ODPs come forward? I've seen one with where it talks, where it actually identifies the funding mechanism in the ODP.
No, I mean, to be fair, my experience with drafting ODPs, they sort of evolve each time you write one, and I think here where the question not so much over what road network upgrades might be required to cater for Plan Change 69, but when they occur and who pays for them, and the extent of responsibility for the developer of Plan Change 69, as opposed to sort of broader responsibility either on the council or other developers, and how to reconcile that, bearing in mind delivery of infrastructure is obviously a pretty key requirement. These matters. So I'll put it another way, we're open-minded if there's a more elegant way of dealing with it. But seems the best way of addressing it at the time. I think the other thing that's probably worth noting, and again, this might be a matter for Mr. Boyce, my understanding is council's preference with ODPs, particularly in the proposed plan going forward, is to have less detail on the plan and more deep and less detail or site-specific rules within the body of the plan, and to have site-specific requirements addressed through an ODP. So I think the ODP provides a self-contained space for site-specific rules rather than cluttering up the plan. So I think it's just a drafting condition.
Okay, now I'm just interested in including funding mechanisms in an ODP, because it's not something that I'm familiar with. And whether that has any impact on discretion and those sorts of things. Probably doesn't, but it's something I'd like to have proper understanding of.
I would say on that subject that it's not uncommon in my experience to see ODPs where matters that are specifically required from a developer are expressly stated in those terms. So in terms of saying, works or upgrades shall be provided by the developer. I think what's different here is it's a little bit more explicit in terms of distinguishing those types of works and ones that might already be planned and funded for, ones where a developer agreement is required to bring works ahead.
Yeah, it's just identified to a degree for so always and from Ms. Appleyard. Because they're getting into, not in terms of the upgrade requirement of works, etc., but in terms of the funding mechanism, sort of getting into local government act issues, rather than.
Yes.
We may be able to deal with this in another way, but I can talk to Mr. Boyce about that.
I think, again, from my perspective, the key thing is having confidence. I'll talk about this in my summary and my evidence around infrastructure being viable, and viability partly relates to actually being able to physically deliver the infrastructure, but also the actual funding and financing mechanisms. The responsible planning guidelines talk about that. So I think there may be a way of removing that, referring to funding in more generic terms, but we're still getting confidence that that's a matter that will be dealt with.
Okay, so it's in response to the NPS or other planning documents, which talk about the importance of
Well, I think it's ultimately having confidence that the necessary infrastructure will be in place to facilitate the development.
Right.
And then the final change that's been made in green on page 4 relates to some refinements regarding the aquatic ecology matters, and that they were matters that Ms. Drummond talked to. She went through those just a barrel, so they were just a late change that came up this week. I noted earlier the deletion of the 30 metre setback from permanent springheads to avoid sort of conflict with Metabolite. And otherwise, no changes to the outline development plan itself that was tabled on Tuesday of the year.
All right, thank you for that introduction.
Through my summary.
Yes, thank you.
My name is Jeremy Phillips. I'm a senior planner and a director practicing with Novo Group Limited in Christchurch, and my qualifications and experience are set out in full in my statement of evidence. By way of summary, the matters raised in submissions and in the officer's report have been addressed in my evidence. By way of an overarching summary, I consider there are 2 key questions to be addressed in determining whether PC 69 is appropriate and should be approved. Firstly, whether the provisions in the NPSUD as applied to the proposal allow for consideration of the proposal, which would otherwise effectively be precluded by the directive provisions for urban growth within the regional policy statement of the district plan. And if so, whether the merits of the proposal then warrant approval of PC 69. In respect of the first question, I consider the proposal is clearly and strongly consistent with the thrust of the NPSUD generally, and it's clearly within the parameters of Policy 8. Specifically, significant demand for housing at Lincoln exists, and there are significant shortfalls in capacity to meet these demands. Therefore, regardless of PC 69, there is, in my view, an imperative under the NPSUD to provide capacity at Lincoln in order to support competitive land and development markets, to enable more people to live in an area of high demand relative to other areas, to meet the needs of different households, to meet expected demand for housing. I'll just digress slightly there to note that those provisions that I've referenced from the NPSUD refer to parts of the urban environment as opposed to the urban environment as a whole. So if you look at the NPSUD provisions, there are some that relate to the urban environment as a whole, and some relate to component parts of it. It's important in terms of looking at needs and demand and those factors as they relate to Lincoln and the evidence that Mr. James, Mr. Sellers and others.
Okay. So just to sum through that again, they those particular objectives and policies that you identify.
Yes, in terms of the language within those provisions, some talk to tier 1 urban environments, which are obviously at a broader or macro scale, whereas references to planning decisions improving housing affordability by supporting competitive land and development markets. Those markets will operate at different scales and will mean different things. So based on the evidence of Mr. Jones, the market for housing in Lincoln is distinct from the market for people buying 2-bedroom townhouses in central areas of Christchurch.
All right, so we're at 4.2, or is it?
Correct. In the event that sufficient capacity is not provided at Lincoln, growth will occur in locations that make a comparatively poor contribution to urban environments. Leaston, Darfield, Dunsandel and others are examples. And it won't result in transference of that demand towards areas of urban intensification. And otherwise, as another consequence, market dysfunction such as price escalation will continue. So in my view, these outcomes are a consequence of the directive policy constraints on growth and land supply within the RPS and the unresponsive review processes around amending the RPS, and that those are failing to meet the needs and demands for housing and support competitive land markets. As such, I also consider that these rigid policy constraints are exactly what the NPSUD Policy 8 especially seeks to overcome. Also, I consider the words of the NPSUD are clear in this respect. The MFE guidance reinforces this view. The proposal will provide significant development capacity, and there are no significant economic costs to approving the plan change. Accounting for the points above, there would be if the plan change were refused. Whilst wording within the RP's objectives and policies are unequivocal in their directions to avoid urban growth in areas that are not specifically identified for that purpose in that bay, these provisions, among other things, seek to provide sufficient capacity to meet demands and needs for housing. The proposal will provide this capacity and is otherwise consistent, in my view, with the balance of the relevant provisions in the RPS and the district plan and the environmental results that are anticipated. The proposed land use can and will be integrated with infrastructure planning and funding decisions in a manner that is consistent with Objective 6 and Clause 3.4 of the NPSUD. Specific network infrastructure upgrades relied on PC69 are identified within the LTP or the infrastructure strategy, and these documents otherwise recognise the delivery of other new infrastructure in response to development and the funding of this through development contributions or agreements or by developers where they are not otherwise provided or by the developer. More specifically, in the short term, little demand on infrastructure is likely given that construction of the subdivision and housing will still be at a very early stage. Accordingly, infrastructure constructed specifically for the development at the time of subdivision plus existing wider network infrastructure will be available. In the medium term, adequate infrastructure will be in place per the previous point, where it will be funded in accordance with the LTP, noting that this contemplates the funding of specific drinking water, wastewater, and transport infrastructure improvements, including a number of big decisions, funding of development contributions, rates, and other sources. The LTP and 30-year infrastructure strategy otherwise recognises that with rapid and often unpredictable growth, infrastructure upgrades will also be provided through a just-in-time and responsive delivery approach, utilising development contributions and developer agreements. For example, the LTP notes that in respect of the transportation network, the programme for capital work will be adjusted to align with the funding approved, which could include readjusting the timing of works to align with further funding availability. The example there of additional development contributions from new developments is pertinent here. Lincoln works didn't contemplate PC69 in the current LTP. PC69, to the event that it's approved, will contribute significant development contributions and change that proportion of funding. And the LTP is obviously updated. I think it's a 3-yearly basis to review those assumptions as well. Similarly, service targets for transportation in the LTP seek to cater for any significant projected traffic increases in a sustainable manner and assess, plan and implement new roading projects. In the longer term, the infrastructure needs will be in place or in the LTP as above, or they'd otherwise be identified in general terms within the infrastructure strategy. For example, the stated priorities in the strategy states the rapid growth in the district, and particularly Eastern Selwyn, is the immediate challenge facing the council, and all indications are that this will continue. The impacts are spread across roading, 5 waters, community facilities, and solid waste. Understanding these impacts and developing fit-for-purpose responses into a comprehensive program is council's priority. Consistent with the LTP, this indicates that the evolving needs for wider infrastructure upgrades will be assessed and responded to on an ongoing basis. I'd pause there in terms of saying I think it's clear that the LTP and the council take a strategic approach to planning infrastructures quite sensibly, but then there's clear recognition through those documents that they're a high growth district and they need to be responsive and adapt as new things land on the table, be it through legislative change or proposals. 4.6, I note the proposal will contribute to a well-functioning urban environment at a local, district and regional scale, accounting for my evidence and that of others on environmental effects of PC69. The proposal is otherwise well connected along transport corridors, insofar the Springs Road is an arterial route providing access to Lincoln Township and the corridors to Roslyn and Christchurch City. On the basis of the points above and my resulting conclusion that the proposal engages Policy 8 of the NPSUD and is otherwise strongly supportive of and consistent with the objectives and policies of the NPSUD, I consider that the directive provisions within the RPS and the operative plan do not preclude the rezoning. I understand that the council officer shares this view. The second question arising concerns the merits of the proposal in terms of its effects, its alignment with relevant statutory provisions and its contribution contribution to a well-functioning urban environment. In this respect, I note that the officer's report concludes with a list of specific concerns they had outstanding. Those have been addressed in my evidence in chief, and in the evidence on which I rely is summarised in table 1 of my evidence in chief. Further amendments have been made to the proposal subsequent to the filing of my evidence, which reinforce my conclusions on these matters. For ease of reference, I've reattached table 1 from my evidence to the summary statement as attachment 1, with text added in red font to draw attention to those further amendments. In terms of those key issues and effects, sorry.
Yeah, much appreciate about that after you've gone through it. Thank you for sure.
Paragraph 7. So in terms of the key issues and effects that were outstanding, stormwater related effects have been addressed through the amendments to the ODP, deletion of the living X zone, and then the evidence of Mr. O'Neill. Freshwater resources and ecological values will be protected and enhanced through the evidence to Mr. Vendring, Ms. Drummond, and Mr. Taylor. Further amendments have provided a more definitive buffer from identified spring heads and require the assessment of construction measures to address potential loss of spring flow due to penetration of the fine layer. That was a specific issue raised in Robin Canterbury's evidence. Strong transport connectivity is achieved through the extensive pedestrian and cycle network connections. Private vehicle access to the arterial road network and corridors, and convenient access to commercial and community services within the PC69 site nearby Lincoln Town Centre. Transport effects will be acceptable, accounting for upgrade works that are planned and funded or can be funded and undertaken in conjunction with development. And in terms of the funding of such works, I consider further amendments to the ODP are appropriate to make it explicit what network upgrades are required, the timing relative to development of the PC69 site, and the funding of such works. Touched on those. Yep. Educational facilities can be catered for within the site. We are following a needs assessment from the Ministry of Education. Water and wastewater network infrastructure and pending upgrades can cater for PC69. In respect of the odour setback, my evidence reliant on this Neuenhausen concluded that any potential adverse reverse sensitivity effects associated with the Lincoln sewage treatment plant will be temporary, low probability and low impact, and therefore the 150 metre setback requirement, Rule 4932, may not be appropriate, accounting for its efficiency and effectiveness and costs relative to benefits. However, I understand that with the new information received this week, is assumed the use of the treatment plant and therefore its potential odour effects may have been underestimated. Recognising that this matter is currently subject to conferencing between the odour experts and Mr. England, I simply note that the appropriate setback distance will be dependent on the potential future use of the site, including any potential upgrades and the reverse sensitivity effects of that potential use. Ultimately, I do not consider this as a fundamental matter for PC69 generally, noting it is simply a question whether Rule 4932 should be retained as it is, removed, or modified insofar as it applies to that part of the PC69 site adjacent to the treatment plant. In the event that any doubt remains, and in light of the applicable regional policy statement and district planning provisions concerning infrastructure, I accept that a precautionary approach may warrant the protection of that setback. That will provide the opportunity for it to be revisited if needed through the vacancy process. Paragraph 8, I do not consider the proposal otherwise result in any environmental effects or inconsistency with the balance of relevant provisions of the district plan or regional policy statement in a way that precludes the rezoning. Overall, I consider the proposal is the most appropriate way of achieving the objectives of the proposal, the existing plan objectives, and the purpose of the Act. Before I conclude, that should be approved.
Just before you move on, and I mean, I'll talk about front myself, but in terms of the buffer, the setback, what was the status of if you're dealing with it under a consent process to put something in closer, what's the status?
A good question. One I posted Mr. Boys because on my reading it's a restricted, it's references a restricted discretionary activity, but I understand it's a drafting error. And it was intended to be a non-compliant activity. So it's a restricted discretionary activity with no assessment matters that may well be a non-compliant activity. Might be a question to put to Mr. Boys.
Right, so the next raised by submitters.
Yes. So in terms of the matters raised, on as follows. So firstly, the Ministry of Education, through dialogue with representatives for the Ministry, I understand that they seek a new assessment matter, which is listed below. I support that assessment matter, and I've included it within the proposed amendments provisions in attachment 2, noting it will provide for consideration at the time of subdivision of the need for educational facilities within the block informed by the Ministry time consent submitted. I note that the ODP narrative otherwise provides for consideration of school needs, and section B 2.3 of the district plan provides extensively for community facilities, including schools. The Ministry's also sought additional wording within policy B4363 to refer to the potential provision of educational facilities within the ODP area for PC 69. I don't oppose the intent of this, but I consider that the amendment is unnecessary, noting that this wording is contained within the ODP itself. So I talked before about it being self-contained, and policy support for new community facilities, including educational facilities, is already provided for in section B 2.3 of the plan. So what I'm saying there is that the ODP, and so far as it seeks to provide for educational facilities in that assessment matter, is an orphan without a policy. Policy supports in section B 2.3, and having a specific policy in the ODP policy is unnecessary. The fact that some ODPs have policies that sort of restate what's in the ODP reflects probably an older drafting style. So I don't think it's necessary, but I don't oppose what the intent of the point. So accounting for this, I understand that the Ministry doesn't oppose PC 69. I consider there are no outstanding matters in this submission that should include the rezone. In terms of Professor Cameron, Mr. Bridgman Smith and Mr. Armand, the clear evidence raised is concerns with PC 69 in respect to versatile soils. I'm reliant on Casper's evidence in respect to this matter. Accounting for a summary statement which addresses these submissions, I prefer to review and maintain the opinion that any loss of soil resources to the proposal will be acceptable. Mr. Thompson for Mr. Steen his evidence does not raise any issues which preclude the rezoning sought by PC 69. To the extent that he seeks retention of a potential roading link from the PC 69 site to the Ellendale land properties to support connectivity in the event of future development of that adjacent land, he acknowledges that this need not require or imply vehicle access across Slippy Stream, noting the difficulties references to Boyd's report. Whilst I generally agree with the outcomes sought by Mr. Thompson in terms of preserving the opportunity for connectivity, I consider that pedestrian and cycle connectivity in this location is already well provided for along this boundary on the ODP, and the realignment of the road on the ODP to position that's adjacent and closer to this boundary also provides an opportunity for future connectivity. And I also note that the ODP text requires that the transport network for the area shall integrate into the pedestrian and cycle network established in the adjoining neighbourhoods in the wider township. Accordingly, I consider the outcomes sought by Mr. Thompson are already provided for by the ODP and his proposed amendments are not necessary. To the extent Mr. Thompson addresses the 150 metre setback, I'll address that already in paragraphs. Ms. Aitchison Earl's evidence for the councils raises concerns in respect of freshwater resources on the site, and I'm reliant on the evidence of Mr. Vendrick, Ms. Drummond and Mr. Taylor. I note that in response to Ms. Aitchison Earl's evidence, Mr. Vendrick has recommended that the ODP specifically require the assessment of construction measures and how they address the potential loss of spring flow due to penetration of the confining layer. So accounting for this and the evidence of Mr. Vendrick, Ms. Drummond and Mr. Taylor, I think also Mr. McLeod about construction methodology in these summaries which address this evidence, I remain of the view that freshwater resources will be appropriately protected and enhanced. Mr. Langman for the councils. In summary, Mr. Langman's evidence raises the following issues. I'll take those as read. Seriously, a minute to read. Thank you. So paragraph 23, addressing reconciliation of the RPs and operative district plan policies. Growth. The regional policy statement objective 6.2.1 seeks that recovery, rebuilding and development are enabled within Greater Christchurch through a land use and infrastructure framework. Notably, the objective seeks to enable development through a framework. And of the 12 sub-objectives under that objective, 11 are achieved by or are relevant to PC 69. The conflict clearly exists with 3 in its avoidance direction. Objective 6.2.2 adds to this framework, seeking that the urban form and settlement pattern in Greater Christchurch is managed to provide sufficient land for rebuilding and recovery needs and set a foundation for future growth. With an urban form that achieves consolidation and intensification of urban areas, and those points to be fairly involved as well, and avoids unplanned expansion of urban areas. So here a framework is also proposed for urban form and settlement that provides sufficient land to meet needs. Consolidated intents. So again, this is tempered by an explicit direction of avoidance. So setting aside the avoidance directives above and in the related policies that follow, PC 69 otherwise satisfies the relevant provisions in the RPS and in chapters 5 and 6, especially including the following anticipated environmental results of these chapters. So over the page, I've set those out in full, excluding those avoidance criteria, really just to illustrate the relevance and how they apply. So this is read.
You want to tick them off. You I think you have in your evidence anyway, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's a bit clumsy because it's something I'd ask you about in questions in relation to your evidence in chief. So, I mean, efficient or inefficient or otherwise, I might just get you just to just say which ones you're happy that it achieves, or that.
Well, I think
list.
The point there I'm saying is that all of those that I've listed are achieved. The ones that I've carved out are the ones that are the prescriptive ones. So I think when you.
Okay, so it's just the prescriptive ones that you've taken out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I should pick that up. Let's have a quick look at that before we. Right, thank you. 26.
Yeah, so 26, I sort of try and capture the essence of what I'm trying to say there, which is that accounting for the above, I remain of the view that PC 69 gives effect to the CRPS and its framework, which I've described. To the extent that PC 69 clearly conflicts with the explicit avoidance directives, this is tempered by the consistency that is achieved with the other components of these provisions, which collectively provide a framework for land use and infrastructure and urban form and settlement patterns. In simple terms, the avoid constraint in the CRPS is set aside, I consider that PC 69 otherwise satisfies the objectives, policies, and outcomes that are anticipated by the original policy statement. In any event, in the statement above, I consider any conflict is resolved by policy 8 and EPS as a higher order and more recent provision that is plainly worded to provide for eligible plan changes that are unanticipated or out of sequence. In terms of strategic and spatial planning processes, I agree with Mr. Langman that those processes are preferable, and I consider that they will remain as the default method for ultimately rezoning land. However, policy 8 allows for certain plan changes to be considered outside of these norms where they are unanticipated or out of sequence, and their significance warrants a more expedient response. Plan changes that are advanced under this policy will remain the exception rather than the norm, noting the requirements to be significant, well connected along transport corridors, and to contribute to well-functioning urban environments. I think the guidance note on understanding and implementing the responsive planning policies on page 3 also talks about the policy 8 complementing future development strategy processes. So I think again the point is that these go hand in hand and not mutually exclusive. my evidence, the proposal satisfies the requirements met there. In paragraph 29, I state that in any event, where a strategic planning process to occur, I consider it may well lead to an equivalent outcome, albeit at a considerably slower and more responsive pace. Noting, firstly, the aforementioned evidence on housing demand capacity at Lincoln and the associated MPS UD directives to provide sufficient capacity in this location, irrespective of and in addition to any increased provision for intensification in existing urban areas. Also, Lincoln's identification as a key activity centre, which the CRPS anticipates will provide high density living environments and a greater range of housing types, provide a focal point for commercial, community and service activities that can support growth. And also, which recognises, among other things, its location on the strategic transport networks and its role in supporting the provision of public transport. So in this context, strategic planning processes would likely favour further growth in Lincoln over ad hoc growth of distant and smaller settlements. I think it's also relevant to note there again the responsive planning fact sheets say that policies and provisions, policies and statutory documents that have a hard and fast boundary may need to be revisited. So again, there's an expectation there that the RPS and such like would need to be softened to allow for consideration. So again, you might end up with a situation that proposals like PC69 or others that qualify still get the opportunity to argue themselves on merit at a later time.
The question with that guidance is whether that wording that you just recited anticipates that process which has been identified before by the City Council and the Regional Council in terms of the changing the actual documents rather than necessarily a clean change. So that's something we have to think through, but that's the wording of that seems to indicate that those documents need to be changed. And so what you're saying is that may be so, but they're not mutually exclusive. The clean change process and the change to the statutory.
Yeah, I think I'm saying the comprehensive strategic processes are comprehensive strategic processes are mutually exclusive from being responsible and enabling plan changes in the first instance. But if it's accepted that the guidance is saying the strategic documents need to ultimately be responsive and remove a hard and fast boundary and allow for consideration of proposals that meet MPSUD, again, we're at risk of kicking the can down the road, and proposals such as PC69 would be still given a chance to justify themselves at a later time anyway. For 29.3, I'll say the site selection process by PC69's proponent and the comprehensive planning of PC69, given its large scale, has required the evaluation of opportunities, constraints and issues for growth in Lincoln, South Lincoln, in a manner that would otherwise occur through a strategic planning process and would not occur to the same extent with opportunistic or small scale plan changes. The extent that tension arises with the regional and district planning framework, my evidence concludes that this is confined to those provisions directing urban growth. Aside from noting that the proposal will avoid or manage the adverse environmental effects considered by these planning documents and achieve the integration of land use, transport and other infrastructure, my evidence has demonstrated alignment with the environmental results that are anticipated in Chapter 6 of the RPS. Notably, those results anticipate greenfield development at a rate that meets demand and provides sufficient opportunities to meet the housing needs of people and communities both now and in the future. Also reiterate the conclusions of others that intensification of urban areas will not satisfy or transfer demands or needs for housing in Lincoln. And there are no significant economic costs to approving plan change and any associated oversupply capacity, yet significant cost would arise if this plan change occurs. In summary, MPSUD Policy 8 clearly contemplates significant plan changes proceeding ahead of strategic planning processes. I do not consider the decline in PC69 in order for it to be determined at a later time through a strategic process to be responsive. Precedent. I do not consider that significant risks of an adverse precedent exist in the event that PC69 is approved. Any other plan changes relying on Policy 8 would need to demonstrate eligibility, accounting for the significance of the development capacity, contribution to well-functioning urban environments and the connectivity of transport corridors. And thereafter, proposals would still be subject to the comprehensive evaluation requirements of Section 32 of the Act. And those considerations are unlikely to be the same for any two proposals. To the extent that a generalised precedent may exist in terms of enabling out of sequence or unanticipated growth in limited circumstances, I consider that as an outcome that is clearly envisaged by Policy 8. Intensification targets and the amendment bill. Accounting for directions within the NPSUD to further intensify urban areas and the further enablement of intensification that is likely to result from the amendment bill, I do not share Mr. Langland's concerns that enabling greenfield growth will necessarily result in a proportionate reduction of the delivery of housing through intensification. Regardless, I reiterate the NPSUD imperatives to provide housing that meets demands and needs. The evidence of Mr. Jones and Mr. Colgrave that those choosing to live in Lincoln are unlikely to substitute this with intensive urban housing alternative. Ultimately, at least sufficient intensification and greenfield development capacity is required, in my view, to satisfy the objectives of the NPS. As to the potential implications of the amendment bill, I consider there is a high degree of uncertainty as to its final form, both in terms of what is passed into law and the provisions that are notified eventually in August 2022 following the identification of qualifying matters by council. Further uncertainty in a Lincoln context exists, accounting for Mr. Jones's evidence that there is presently little market demand for intensive development in this location. Mr. Carter's evidence also answers questions as to the cost premium of building 2 or 3 buildings. Accordingly, I consider limited weight can be given to the bill in terms of its implications for PC 69 or new housing trends and or demands on infrastructure capacity. In terms of infrastructure, the capacity of and effect on network infrastructure has been assessed by Mr. McLeod and Mr. Fuller. I understand the council officers generally concur with their assessment. Paragraph 4.5 of the summary has also addressed the extent to which infrastructure is available, funded, or identified, or can be delivered in conjunction with development. Accounting for this, I don't share Mr. Langland's concerns as to the integration of land use and infrastructure. Also draw attention to the requirement of NPSUD Objective 6A to ensure that decisions on urban development are integrated with infrastructure planning and funding decisions, whilst also being strategic and responsive as required by the balance of the objective. When read alongside Policy 8, which contemplates unanticipated or out of sequence development, I interpret this as requiring a pragmatic response. To read it as requiring infrastructure provision to be fully resolved would likely preclude most, if not all, unanticipated or out of sequence development that is significant, where necessary infrastructure may also be unanticipated. Accordingly, I see that this objective seeks what it says, that is, decision-making on urban development, decision-making on infrastructure planning and funding should be integrated to ensure that proposed development can occur with the necessary infrastructure in place and appropriately funded. Again, with reference to paragraph 4.5 of the summary, the directives in the ODP as to infrastructure provision, I consider that objective will be achieved. And again, for what it's worth, I think the UV guidelines on the responsible planning policies talk about demonstrating viable options for funding and financing infrastructure. Page 6 of the guideline. Paragraph 38. In terms of substantive matters and PC 69's contribution to well-functioning urban environments, that's been addressed in my evidence in chief and in the evidence on which I rely. Based on that, I don't share Mr. views that such matters include retain. So in conclusion, the officer and I agree with the interpretation and application of the NPSUD and Policy 8's resolution of the directive provisions in the RPS and the operating plan. The officer's report concludes with a list of specific outstanding concerns they held with the proposal, insofar as its contribution to well-functioning urban environments. And set out in attachment 1, these matters have been addressed in my evidence in chief and evidence on rely, and the further amendments that have been since been made. I consider there are no other outstanding issues, effects, or conflicts with relevant provisions which preclude rezoning. Attachment 2 to the summary provides the full suite of proposed amendments to the plan provisions, incorporating the amendments referred to in my primary evidence and the amendments that have subsequently been made. Overall, I consider the proposal is the most appropriate way of achieving the objectives of the proposal. The existing plan objectives and the Act, therefore conclude it should be approved. to answer any questions.
Thank you. You commented on Mr. Lingman's evidence summary. One of the issues I was interested in, and will explore with him, in terms of the relationship between the CRPS and the MPS, was the fact that the MPS is very less directive. Do you recall that?
In terms of the language that's used?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and as I said, I'll explore with him, but the summary I understood what you're saying, that because you've got something with less directive language, saying you have to have particular regard to, etc. And then you've got the county regional policy statement, which is very clear, and of course the district plan provisions as well. Is that a benefit from a planning perspective that you've considered?
Yes, and I think the simple answer is that the EPS is a high order in more recent documents. So had the RPS Chapter 6 provisions been written with the EPS as it's currently written in place, I wouldn't have expected to see those words in place. So I think it's nothing particularly complicated. I think the time has evolved. The EPS UD is clearly saying that provisions that are inflexible and rigid, such as the ones that we see in the RPS, don't have or should no longer constrain projects that deliver significant capacity and meet the requirements of policy 8. I mean, I think my evidence makes it clear. I think you can see it from the outset that if it weren't for the MPS UD, we wouldn't be here. There would be.
I don't know. So I say that. Yeah. You know, it's just a statement which hasn't been raised by the councils before, and I'm sure it'll be addressed in reply by Ms. Afriyard, but it was just that, that I just thought from a planning perspective that you may have given some thought to it with the other than just the age and stage, if you like, of the documents.
Well, I think, again, it's ultimately cascading down the lens you're applying when you're drafting those provisions. So I struggle to see how you can get away again from that age and stage issue, and again giving primacy to giving effect to the documents that are higher up the food chain, so to speak. I think the other thing too is national policy statements are reflecting matters of national importance as opposed to regional policy statements. As regional importance, again, that cascade is a significant issue. I think talked to previous hearings about the MPs evidently being in response to a housing crisis and need to take sort of significant action to change things. So,
Right. Thank you. Summary first before I go to the room. I'm not sure whether you want to talk about you've talked about Mr. Thomas Brother and his client in relation to the LSTP, and that's all a bit of a uncertainty at the moment indeed. But I was just wondering if you'd given any thought from a planning perspective, you may not have, to whether were there any potential issues of scope in relation to that request, and given the nature of the rule here, which is an exception, and you see this particular piece of land.
To be honest, the thought that's crossed my mind, and with the various things to deal with in a matter like this, I hasn't really been given any further thought. So I think there's a fair question there. Very assist.
No. Okay, just in your summary, you talk about, and I think I understand where it comes from, but you've right. So you don't share Mr. Langton's, this is 34. You don't share Mr. Langton's concerns about the greenhouse growth will necessarily result in a proportionate reduction of the delivery of housing for intensification, and is that just in reliance on the evidence of Mr. Jones and others in terms of the it's not a substitute.
Well, yeah, well, I think the point there is that with the directions in the EPGD that are directing application in central city areas and other areas with more catchments of commercial centres, there's a direction on one hand to provide even more urban intensification, which will lift that proportion up, and then we've got an amendment bill which is potentially going to provide more intensification again. So I think it's, I read Mr. Lehman as effectively saying you're allowing a height of, if you allow a height of more greenfield growth, the numbers are going to change, the proportion's going to change. But I think we've got a moving feast, so to speak, in that both aspects are being enabled and there's potentially growth on both fronts. But again, I think even if you were to say no further growth were to occur or no further intensification were to occur in those locations, the evidence of Mr. Jones and Mr. Colgrave, my understanding is that people that are choosing to buy in Lincoln are more likely to go further out rather than further in.
That is obviously a lot of your conclusions in relation to the merits are based on the evidence that's been produced by both the various experts for the applicant, and no criticism of that. Have you? I'm just wondering if you've thought about that evidence in light of the evidence which has come in, Mr. Nicholson, for example. So you've given careful consideration to the matters that he might have raised when you're talking about compliance with various aspects of policy one and whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. It's changed my views. When I obviously work closely with the experts represented on behalf of the plan change proponent in terms of their considerations. I think that's in terms of ensuring they're addressing the relevant factors and consider the issues that have raised, and that's resulted in some changes, namely in terms of more connectivity, green spaces. I mean, they're probably the obvious change that's transpired with the ODP, which reflects direction both within the district plan and the RPS. So I think the short answer is yes, those things have been considered, and I think they are captured in the case of urban design bonds.
It's just that often, as you know, it's reliance on experts can lead to very different planners with very different views because they're relying on very different contributing experts. But you've, I understand from our discussion that you've obviously thought about those issues and talked them through with the experts.
Yeah, and I think to the extent they raised planning issues, particularly my evidence and chief was talking about that. I think Mr. Nicholson's to do design, Mr. Nicholson's key criticism around connectivity, and to a degree Mr. Collins had concerns about that. And my evidence drawing on Mr. Fuller and Mr. Coppermine and Mr. Bornstein has been framed as to why I don't perceive there to be a problem from a connectivity point of view, and in terms of what the district plan and regional policy statement provisions are trying to achieve. We're achieving good active transport connectivity, and to the extent that we're not providing vehicle connectivity to the north, it's neither no consequence from a traffic effect or road network performance point of view, or from an urban design point of view. What's been suggested is positive. So I think, as an example, that's where those issues, I guess, have been fleshed out to say, well, if those issues are material in terms of the council officer's assessment, or they've been flagged as a concern by Mr. Boys, as material from a planning point of view, I feel they have been interested. And I think otherwise, again, the assessment within the plan changes assessment as originally lodged stand in those the analysis of those provisions.
Just checking, so I'm going to read my writing. The questions I was going to ask. Okay, I might, yeah. I'll start just with the bigger picture sort of discussion, really, not necessarily arising directly from particular points of reference, if that's okay. It's just, because we've had a reasonable amount of evidence from you recently. I mean, one of the issues that I always think about in these sorts of processes is that, is the distinction between the plan change process and the resource consenting process, and that, that issue of appropriateness, because obviously that's one of the questions that I need to consider when I'm looking at it. And it's really the sufficiency of information and the certainty that in your view, from a planning perspective, you need to reach ultimately the decision maker needs to have to be satisfied that this is the appropriate, the access is the most appropriate option. So there's still a lot of work to come, obviously, and I've spoken to the witnesses about that and what the ramifications may be, and they've all been clear on what we have to say in terms of, we've asked about section 106, etc., but all said, no, it's not going to be, essentially, no, it's not going to be an issue. But it's just that I've got a lot of information, but it's just whether it gets to that stage of certainty that I can reach a view that this is the most appropriate. mean, do you see any holes in the information that's being provided at all?
No, I think, and not to get you to the point of concluding that the land is fit for the purpose for which the zoning is proposed. I think that's the key. I mean, in terms of similarities to a consent process, there's inevitably a process of assessing the relevant effects that could arise. The difference is the scale and extent of detail, given that we're talking about an intended use rather than the specific form of development that may eventuate. I think that's where there has to be a distinction, and a plan change need only go so far, because a lot of that detail won't be known until subdivision design and the engineering and the detail that goes with it eventuates. So I think the level of evidence before you, the assessments that have been provided, have been mindful of not going too far, but also mindful of getting to a point of providing confidence and certainty that those issues can be readily addressed. My reading of the council officer's review of that is that for the most part they agree. There were issues that were clearly raised through the 40-day process, particularly around aquatic ecology and freshwater resources, and that's resulted in obviously a lot of additional evidence that was originally provided with the plan change, acknowledging that there's some risks there. But again, I think the evidence that's been provided and then the amendments to the ODP that make it quite clear what further detail needs to come to that stuff than this should provide confidence that those issues can be resolved. So I think if you get to the point of satisfying yourself that the effects can be addressed, well, they're addressed as far as they need to be for the purposes of having confidence in the change in land use and zoning. And the further effects can be dealt with later, then it comes back to the planning analysis.
There's yeah, one of the things for me, I guess, is whether there's, because obviously the ODP is a critical document for this part of the process, and there's been a lot of work on it, and it's a lot of key issues have been identified and addressed. But it does, yeah, I mean, there's still a looseness as I suppose you'd expect in an ODP, but in terms of it sort of identifies options and talks about the integrated collection, etc. But I suppose that has been fleshed out with the subsequent amendments that you've incorporated, which address the particular issues in terms of the bodies of freshwater ecosystems, which is obviously a key issue here. So it's not those changes or those additions are quite significant in your view from a planning perspective.
Well, they are insofar that the ecologists clearly think that they're critical requirements that need to be met. I think one of the say on the outline development plan, and probably coming back to the early comment that I made about sort of the convention of having outline development plans provide a self-contained set of rules for outline development plan areas as opposed to being scattered throughout the plans. And that's I guess one of the balances with drafting ODPs is that there's a need to utilise narrative to describe outcomes in general terms. This might be the case with urban design outcomes, but at the same time ensuring specific black and white requirements are clearly expressed so that at the time an application is made, a proposal can be assessed as to whether it complies or not, or whether there's a need to consider matters through a consenting process. So there's a lot of aspects within this ODP that in times gone by may have been expressed in rules scattered in other sections of the plan with a specific number and assessment criteria next to it, whereas the approach here is contained within an ODP, and if you don't comply, with discretion to consider whether the outcomes that are proposed are appropriate or not. So I think the check and the balance at this stage is, does the ODP set out and then clearly express the key things that need to be addressed at the time of subdivision and details known to ensure effects are resolved. And if not, the confidence that a consenting process can deal with it at that point. And in my view, that balance has been achieved.
Yes, the use of the words like could that always sort of highlights the issue that I'm sort of considering. It says, for example, in the water bodies, this could include protected reserve status, native plant naturalisation and stream enhancement, etc. Vulnerable protect. So that's the general. It could.
Yeah, and like in the drafting of some of those provisions, I think there was a bit of a balancing to be struck between the outcomes that the ecologist in that case was seeking, and from I guess my experience as a planner, trying to ensure that the drafting ensured that the must-haves were expressed in that matter, and the could-haves, or the things that attention could be drawn to that were not explicitly required were expressed in those terms as well. So I think where those where provisions are expressed like that, my view is that was intentional. I think that question might need to be posed to Mr. Farrell, for example, to say, well, is that something that should be a should rather than a could? But in my view, that through the drafting of this, that's been in the back of my mind, I guess, in terms of taking the words from the experts and what they're seeking and translating that into appropriate wording from ADP. And again, I think that reflects the nature of ADPs, where they do have narrative that can be a bit subjective or open to interpretation, but also include provisions that are requirements that are quite clear. So there's a balance.
I think the ecological management plan provisions could do with any tightening up. I'm just looking through it again as to whether there is whether the purpose is clearly stated here. I mean, it's clear on overall reading of what the purpose is. But whether you think there is any benefit in it, and important purpose, something to record that the purpose of it is to get to that outcome.
Yep, I wouldn't see downside with including that. I think drafting of that was probably reliance on the fact that requirement of the plan be prepared by a suitably qualified and experienced practitioner. There's a safeguard that a suitably qualified and experienced practitioner would exercise judgment as to what that should and shouldn't occur. And I think Ms. Drummond talked about her expectations. I appreciate that different practitioners might have slightly different views, but I think again with things like requirements for ITAs, rapid transport assessments, qualified practitioners, again that leaves some judgment to those practitioners as to what's appropriate or not. So I think there is a safeguard in there, but I think if it was felt advantageous to have an objective or a purpose in there, that could be done. I should add too, because the word as a minimum as well, so I think again that's drawing attention to the fact that those items in italics beneath clause B the end of that. So there's an expectation.
You've talked about infrastructure, you've talked about it again in your summary. Yeah, the issue has been raised by Mr. Langham in particular. What you think, so I repeat the question for the reason. You've addressed the issue in relation to infrastructure in the process taken by the Selwyn District Council. One of the particular matters that obviously Mr. Langham identified was the the issues in terms of the pines, especially the treatment plant, he raised a couple of issues, including whether Mr. England had taken into account cumulative effects, and that's a question for him, the one which we've discussed before. But we've got a situation where we've got a wastewater plant that is essentially going to be at capacity very, very soon, potentially, with the Birmingham Camp and other areas coming on stream, and then the growth that's going on. And then we've got, there are no consents in place for the expansion of it at the moment to reach the Pines 120. So it does require a reasonable amount of faith in that process that's going to go through. Does that cause you, from a planning perspective, any sort of concerns?
Well, I think it's probably a risk management exercise. When I talked to my summary about taking a pragmatic approach to that, I don't see it's a case of saying, sorry, stop signs up, we're not accepting any more growth in the district until we've got our consents in order, or the upgrades are completed. I think there has to be some pragmatism. I think the LTP reflects that. They're a growing district and things are changing, growth is continuing, and they need to keep, the council needs to keep adapting and responding to that growth. And I think Mr. England, it'll be a question for him. I think he's expressed that view and is confident that the upgrade works can, at the Pines in particular, can readily occur and plug and play. I think probably his words in terms of additional capacity and achieving that just-in-time requirement. I think if you heard from Mr. England serious concerns or doubts about the ability to provide that additional capacity as and when it's needed, either for PC69 or other parts of the district, then again, in terms of that risk management exercise or weighing of risk, that may be a different circumstance, but I don't see that that's an issue based on the evidence Mr. McLeod and Mr. Wood. And I think, again, the MPs are saying there's confidence that viable options exist. There's mechanisms for funding and financing those, and they can be delivered to meet when demand for that comes on stream.
I think the LTP, in terms of the Pines wastewater treatment plant growth, that expressly identifies that that's essentially funding on that development contributions, isn't it? So,
yeah, albeit again, I think like some of the road network upgrades, that equation might change as significant demands might need being brought forward and funding being brought forward. So I think it's detail rather than substance.
Yep. Okay. So you're comfortable with it from your perspective?
And again, I think the counterfactual to that is you putting up a stop sign saying, sorry, no growth. Don't see that big.
I guess the other counterfactual is to undertake a more strategic planning process.
Yes, and that's the rub or the tension, I guess, in terms of favouring strategic planning processes generally, and the extent to which there needs to be some responsiveness and pragmatism around enabling proposals that come along that contribute to development capacity. Mr. Langland's view, as I read it, is to say we need to do that strategic planning process, and then we'll tell you what growth can occur and where and when. And I think my view is that that process needs to occur, but yes, if proposals come along that qualify under policy 8, they meet the requirements under the NPS, they shouldn't be held up by that process.
In terms of the strategic framework and strategic planning framework that's in place, if you like, in terms of the CRPS and everything else, and the avoid policies, I don't take your evidence as saying like, well, just ignore them. You'd accept it as part of an overall decision making process. You'd need to consider those and the rationale for them and the appropriateness of moving away from it.
Absolutely. I mean, from begin by way of example, as attached urban growth proposal with poor integration and significant infrastructure constraints and means when recrosses against those anticipated results, that would be a completely different situation, and it would also explain why that type of outcome is avoided. But I think you've got to look past the words for just avoid outright. Why did the RPs seek to avoid growth in those peripheral locations, and is that appropriate direction still appropriate in terms of where we are with? That's why I say the position of this land adjacent to Lincoln in terms of achieving consolidated urban form, ability to be service with infrastructure, ability to address effects. Those are all important in terms of their overall framework.
Now, you commented on this in your I think we've already identified here. There's not much point talking about the setback issue at the moment. It's a bit of the okay, listen, maybe a bit tedious, but I'm just going to get you to summarise. And you've identified that, ideally, perhaps the preferred approach would be strategic. But what do you see as the advantages of a strategic process? You referred to our discussions yesterday with Ms. Bernstein, particularly about the spatial planning and the engagement with the community and those sorts of things. One of the obvious things is on this one, I'm looking at this land and sure how it fits in, but what are the benefits from your experience with that spatial planning or strategic planning process?
Well, I think,
as opposed to this.
Yeah, I think the obvious one that springs to mind is scale. Scale of focus. You take a UDS type process where you're looking at a macro scale across the whole region and making choices and judgments regarding patterns of growth and where that should occur at that large scale, and then that can filter down to what it means for districts and then what it means for townships, and then at a township level, might result in a rehashed structure plan for townships, reflecting an overarching message. So I think unquestionably a strategic planning process has benefit, but the downside is its pace. that is the primary issue that we face here in terms of the NPS, which is a very responsible minimum. I mean, public engagement too, I think at those different scales is part of that. I think again, private plan changes provide an opportunity for public engagement, albeit they're asked to consider a particular proposal and the merits of that rather than order judgments about where growth might occur or might occur. So yeah, those are clear benefits for a strategic process.
This is a site of, some complexity, or at least parts of it are for ecological reasons, and there's the groundwater reasons, and potential flooding in one part of it. And yeah, I guess that those matters will all need to inform my views on what's the most appropriate, and I've had a lot of evidence about how those issues can be addressed. One of the matters that I can't remember most spoken to Mr. Carter about it was the complex site, etc. How's that going to reflect in section prices? And I'm not asking you to answer that, but if we're looking about competitive market and those sorts of issues, getting things to be ultimately the aim of stopping the increase in housing prices or potentially reducing it. On a complex site, obviously the costs are going to be significantly higher, and I'm just wondering if you have a view on how that fits in with the with the ultimate aim of the NPS, which is to ensure that the land's available and affordable, essentially.
So I think I'd say here that firstly, almost all sites you encounter rezoning have their share of challenges, and obviously they'll differ depending on where they are. So I think that my experience is that there's always something to overcome. I think the second thing I'd say is this is an exceptionally large site, delivering a large number of houses. So across a large site, you'll have areas of the site, for example, on the western half of Springs Road, that appear to be the scheme of things relatively straightforward to develop. It may well be the priority area to deliver to the market in terms of expediency. I think to the extent that there's challenges at the eastern end of the site and around Chudley Homestead with the springs, I think the evidence is saying that can be integrated effectively into this development and how it relates to the land to the north, and that's a good outcome, as opposed to say if you had a series of discrete plan changes or proposals over the same area of land that might be competing with each other or not achieving that integration. Having a large area with proposals being able to look at those issues. And I think again the scale is going to deliver some, presumably deliver economies of scale, both in terms of construction and development and cost to bring houses to the market. I mean, it's probably ultimately an economic question.
No, yeah. All right, so there's a range, as properly identified, there's a range of of site conditions across the site from the east. Difficult, I guess, to summarise. Largely taken out now with the changes to the ODP, which is, and they don't have to weigh in the benefits of that. But across the west, you know, that's an area that doesn't have these sorts of indications, these sorts of issues. Okay.
Yeah, and
Sounds
in
right.
the vicinity of Springs Road, so again, I mean, Springs Road's the main sort of arterial, it's the main point that connects the site to you know, the development of Vidiko and Takariki. So again, if we develop concentrated around that, I understand there are a few constraints in that location as well. So I think there's options available either western half of the block or the vicinity of Springs Road that at face value appear straightforward.
Yeah. Right, just moving on now through to the statutory analysis, which we've touched on anyway in our discussions. Yeah, the issue of decisions which are strategic over the medium and long term. So just summarise your view on that. You have addressed it, but because there's various matters. You addressed it in paragraph 85 and through the following on from there.
Yes, I think 85.3 captures my thinking on that. That there's the objective 6 requires decisions to meet AB and speed, integration of infrastructure, and funding decisions, being strategic and being responsive. And I guess the key question here is how you're responsive in terms of sense of being responsive and quick, at the same time being strategic. And I think, you know, being pragmatic and being responsive or enabling proposals that supply significant development capacity. Are you at risk of compromising strategic outcomes over the medium and longer term? On the evidence that's in front of you, I don't see any significant risk. Proposal will inevitably add traffic to the transport network. That's perhaps one of the key strategic considerations, but the evidence is that that traffic is going to arise in this part of the district regardless, and there are solutions to address it. Strategic considerations around wastewater and water infrastructure. The evidence is indicating that it's not a significant constraint, so I don't see any significant strategic risks by being responsible.
Okay, and that in terms of strategic risks, you've already identified that. I don't say this is it's not a question of intensification or this. So they can both.
Not on the evidence and not again with the directive that I think if there wasn't a directive to enable housing and provide competitive markets and meet needs, that might be different, because you might say, well, there's an element of choice to just direct it all into urban intensification. My reading of the PSUD is that the choice doesn't exist. If there's evidence that there is demand and need, it needs to be provided for. So it's a yeah.
just checking off. I mean, planning issues are reasonably apparent in a lot of ways, aren't they? Just the key issue here to identify, I mean, well, the key gateway issue anyway is in terms of the brings us back to that matter which we've discussed at some length in terms of the avoid policies and the relationship with MPs. That's really the critical, not saying it's the critical issue, but that from a planning perspective, that's obviously, yeah, if we can't get through that, we can't get anywhere. So,
Agreed. And I think there's a key distinction between this and the ad hoc smaller other plan changes. You know, it's a universal case of gate road. Gate could be opened if you meet the qualifier statement.
yeah, and they have the opportunity to consider those strategic matters as part of it. All right. Just in terms of the, really just to tidy up questions, but in terms of the Lincoln structure plan, you've addressed this in 115 through to 118. Just, yeah, 118, you say, consider the proposal generally consistent with the principles and the structure. So those principles being what primarily?
Well, I think in terms of the form and growth principles, touched on those, but I think in terms of growth outlets from the town centre and connections and utilising the river corridors, shooting from the hip a little bit here to be fair, but yeah. I think the key point there is no clear digression apart from the spatial extent in terms of where growth is envisaged. It's not going off in a fundamental direction or pulling against the structure plan or undermining outcomes of the sort, and creating a new commercial centre at the expense of the existing town centre.
That's not undermining. Yeah, not undermining it. Yeah, correct. Right, that's all I had. Phillips, thank you very much.
That's us for now,
Ooh,
until we make some progress between now and Friday
Yes.
on ODA. Okay.
yeah, that's a question of what we'll need to do with that, but that's certainly at the stage still. All right, we'll talk about that once we've mentioned some more. No, that's fine. I think we'll just take the lunch deal and we'll come back with
What time is the council coming? Is it
1:45. So that's, yep. That's fine, 1:45.
No. Yes. Do I hear a reply? Yes. But I don't want that. I want. Okay, understood. It was because you can hear me now saying thanks. Unplug the device and I'm going to plug in the device. The conference came back in. Please. Turn on the TV. No. Yeah. It's weird. Yeah.
We're all set to go. Mr. Wakefield,
Yes, good afternoon.
you've got some legal submissions, so you'll take me through those first.
Yes, it seems sensible. We've taken a slightly different angle on these submissions because we know we have provided you with a fair amount of material already on.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Right, now you're saying you're taking a slightly different angle.
Well, we've decided not to produce largely the same material that has already been filed with this one. And so we've decided to respond to core aspects of the applicant's submissions, which they've presented for this hearing. But in all other respects, with the material, relying on the early material that's been filed by CCC and the Regional Council. So with that little intro, that probably takes us through paragraphs 1.1 to 1.6 of the submissions, just setting the context for how we've approached the legal argument today.
All right, paragraph 2.
So 2.1, the legal argument made by the applicant is that Objective 6.2.1 of the RPS, more specifically the word avoid, is appropriately read down and softened as a result of the responsive planning framework established by the NPSTD. In advancing this interpretation, counsel for the applicant relies on the fact that the NPS is the later in time and higher order document, and that giving effect to the NPSTD at this time should involve grafting a limited exception onto the objective. And this is as a means of invoking the doctrine of implied repeal. This interpretation involves counsel submitting that a rigid interpretation of the word avoid inherently prevents local authorities from being responsive, as it would not allow them to consider the merits of the plan change. Counsel also relies on guidance prepared by the Ministry for the Environment, which is relevant to the responsive planning policies. In response, we make the following submissions. While the NPS as a whole is the later in time document, it is relevant that the CRPS has been recently changed post the NPS UD coming into force, and that has included the new future development areas. This is an issue which we've previously addressed in evidence and in legal submissions. With that in mind, the suggestion that this is a clear situation of implied repeal lacks a complete factual foundation, or is potentially incorrect, as one of the relevant provisions has been considered and amended to provide for additional growth opportunities. While we agree with the applicant that attempts should be made to reconcile any perceived inconsistency so that planning documents can stand together, submitted that there is no valid basis for effectively amending the CRPS in reliance on certain provisions in the NPSUD, particularly where there is no direction in the NPSUD to this effect. The doctrine of implied repeal is, and is accepted, a last resort. Council's understanding is that the applicant here is relying on this doctrine to amend rather than repeal Objective 6.2.1. In either case, it is submitted that this is not warranted, particularly when the responsive planning provisions of the NPS and Objective 6.2.1 are not provisions that entirely overlap with each other in terms of effect or intent. As per our earlier submissions, the responsive planning provisions of the NPS provide a pathway for the consideration of out-of-sequence or unanticipated proposals on their merits. The responsive planning provisions are, in effect, non-substantive in this regard, as they open the door but do not provide all answers in terms of whether proposals should be accepted or not. Selwyn District Council's acceptance of PC 69 for processing under Clause 25 is consistent with that intention. There can be no presumption of acceptance of PC 69 on its merits. Objective 6.2.1 is more specific and provides substantive policy direction relative to urban growth in a greater Christchurch sub-regional context. This framework, including the avoid direction, has been developed and tested in Section 32 terms, with evidence supporting the resulting policy direction. Given these distinctions, it is submitted that this is not a case where there are two laws or provisions that are so in conflict with one another that they cannot stand together. One is procedural, whereas the other provides substantive policy direction, which is engaged in merits context. It appears to the councils that the applicant has appreciated this point, as the submissions do not seek for Objective 6.2.1 to be repealed or ignored in its entirety. Instead, the suggestion is that the objective needs to be amended, softened. It is submitted that this is, in fact, inherent acknowledgement that this is not a situation where one provision is abrogated by the other. They clearly serve different functions and can stand aside each other for plan interpretation purposes. Now, the applicant relies on the guidance issued by MFE, which we've previously discussed in relation to the other plan changes. Without canvassing this guidance in its entirety, we note that the council is acting consistently with the expected outcomes stated within the guidance by considering PC 69 on its merits. The issue here is what happens next after that merits assessment has concluded. The guidance referred to, and it's in paragraph 30 of the applicant's submissions, does not, in our view, assist, as it refers to concepts that are, in our submission, somewhat at odds with each other. By way of explanation, the guidance refers to identified areas, while also noting that these areas must give effect to the responsive planning policies. The responsive planning provisions are intended to apply to unanticipated proposals, i.e. proposals to develop in areas that are not identified in RMA plans. That is what makes the proposals unanticipated or potentially out of sequence. If this guidance is signalling that the responsive planning policies are intended to apply to identified areas, including those identified through spatial planning exercises, then this is what the FDA has achieved. While not wanting to labour the point, guidance also does not assist with the statutory interpretation exercise at hand, and does not support an approach which allows the NPS to effectively amend the regional policy statement. If it was intended that the responsive planning provisions are to trump all existing planning documents, including those with avoid frameworks like the RPS, then we would expect that to be stated or expressly directed in the NPS itself. Finally, the guidance notes that council policies will need to be reviewed and in some cases amended to reflect the responsive planning policies of the NPS. That is the situation that arises in this case. As if Selwyn District Council is minded to approve PC 69, there will be a need to first amend the regional policy statement before it can be validly accepted and made operative. This will require another statutory process to be commenced, but in this instance, the need for that is opposed by the council on its merits. The applicant's submissions in paragraph 33 make the observation that the MPSUD provides a clear national level direction to enable development capacity. While there are policies that direct the enablement of intensification in certain areas, for Tier 1 urban environments, for example, in our submission it is not correct to read the MPSUD as directing the unfettered enablement of development capacity, either through the responsive planning provisions or more generally. Relevantly, in a plan change context, the NPS is one of several relevant documents that must be given effect to. And in our earlier submissions, we tackled this issue in terms of the wider scope of the regional policy statement. So, coming back to the submission that when read in light of the NPSUD, Objective 6.2.1 should be read as meaning, except if otherwise provided for in the NPSUD, avoid, submitted that the framing of the NPSUD is important. There is no express direction within the NPS as to how local authorities are required to give effect to its provisions. Instead, the only direction is to give effect to it as soon as is practicable. This can be compared with other national policy statements. For example, the NPS on freshwater management, which includes several express provisions that describe how and through which process its provisions are to be given effect to. This NPS instead, and appropriately in our view, leaves discretion to local authorities in terms of implementation at a regional and district level. Finally, in relation to the submission at 43.6, which contends that it would be absurd that plan changes falling outside of the PIB should be accompanied by a change to the regional policy statement, we observe that while a private developer cannot, of course, request a change to the RPS, Objective 6, Policy 8 apply to local authority decisions, and Policy 10 requires local authorities to work together to implement the NPSUD. When read collectively, there is a realistic pathway for achieving necessary changes to the regional policy statement, so long as the relevant local authorities are in concert. While the applicant does not consider this to be accessible, ultimately it is not developers making the decisions or developers who are required to be satisfied in light of the relevant statutory framework for the consideration of plan changes. Instead, it is the relevant local authorities who are able to take a position on any request and reach their own assessment as to whether it warrants consideration under the responsive planning provisions or should be approved or rejected on its merits under Schedule 1. In Section 3, I briefly recap the evidence that's been filed for CCC and the Regional Council. 3.2 summarises this Aitchison Wells evidence and shares here today to answer any questions. And 3.3 briefly recaps on Mr. Langman's evidence. And he is also here to answer any questions that you may have today. In Section 4, Commissioner is obliged to assess this request against the relevant statutory tests. And those tests have been set out in our earlier submissions. And in particular, our submissions for PC 67 included an appendix which attached the colonial vineyard tests. As noted in our earlier submissions, Section 75.3 requires both the regional policy statement and NPSUD to be given effect to by a district plan. This statutory exercise, when correctly applied and undertaken, will not involve a contest between the NPSUD and the regional policy statement, and giving preference to one over the other. Chapter 6 provides a tested and directed urban growth strategy that aligns with strategic planning decisions at a sub-regional level, and which responds to the multitude of RMA issues relevant to urban growth within Greater Christchurch. Giving effect to Chapter 6 demands that PC 69 cannot be granted. There is no flexibility to decide otherwise. It was submitted that this outcome would be entirely inconsistent with an interpretation of the NPS as a whole, in accordance with well-established legal principles. While this council was faced with arguments on these private plan change requests that the CRPS framework must be softened as a result of the NPS, these arguments are being made by developers who do not want to confront the regional policy statement and its avoid framework. In any event, the applicant here is elected to take on the risk of pursuing PC 69 in knowledge of that framework and bears that risk. It is clearly an easier option for these developers to advance a change to the lower order district plan instead of facing up to the RPS at the outset. This tail wagging the dog or bottom-up planning approach runs counter to the hierarchy of planning documents under the RMA and the lack of any express direction that the CRPS framework can be superseded by the NPSUD and its responsive provisions. Contingent approval PC 69 pending resolution of a later consequential change to the RPS is not legally available, nor would it be appropriate in our submission. Even if it was legally possible, submitted that it would be inappropriate. 4.7, I've previously made submissions on this point, sir, so I'm in your hands as to whether you want me to take you through there. And I'm assuming,
Sorry, take
oh, you do want me to, sorry, I missed that. So adopting that approach would involve an approval that is meaningless until another significant statutory decision is adopted by a different local authority, with no certainty that PC 69 could be implemented. It would also create a significant degree of uncertainty and confusion, and that it would create a perception that development of PC 69 is appropriate in circumstances where that development relies on a separate statutory process being completed. It would result in unnecessary and undesirable uncertainty for the community, landowner and Selwyn District Council. It would create confusion and a precedent for Selwyn District Council and other independent commissioners or panels when determining the various other requests for plan changes involving a similar context. would fail to satisfy section 75(3) of the RMA, and it could be taken as support for a legal interpretation that elevates a procedural pathway in the NPSUD into a merits test and in a manner that prevails over the directive approach within the RPS. At 4.8, the only other option available would be to recommend to Selwyn District Council that it request a change to the RPS. But as noted above, that will not provide any substantive outcome as it relies on a separate statutory decision that is not within the scope of clause 10 on Schedule 1. So those are the submissions, sir. We do have our two witnesses here and ready to be called. So I'm in your hands as to order, but my suggestion would be Ms. Aitchison Earl, followed by Mr. Langman, perhaps.
That will be, but I might just have a few questions. Yeah, and I mean, it brings us back to that same issue, really. And you've referred to your early submissions, and I appreciate you not repeating them here. I'm sure Ms. Abigail doesn't oppose me taking them into account previous submissions. But it still just comes back to that issue. We have a clear policy in the NPS that the decisions are responsive to plan changes. So, yeah, it's responsive to plan changes, even if they're unanticipated or out of sequence. So, I mean, that's the issue for me, is how can I, if I adopted your approach, how can I, as the commissioner on this one, take a responsive approach? You're in essence saying I can't.
But you're only one local authority. You're making a decision in this limited context. The policy itself does not direct that these plan change requests are approved. The term responsive doesn't have that meaning. And when reading the NPS as a whole, Policy 10 does clearly bring into frame cooperation between local authorities, which is another means of being responsive. We've had this discussion previously. If Selwyn District Council, on your recommendation, sees merit in this or any other of these plan changes being approved, it's not in a position to be able to make that recommendation and decision, because you'll end up with a non-compliant district plan. But there is the potential for engagement with the other GCP councils and the regional council to be responsive in that wider frame by pushing through an amendment to the regional policy statement to bring forward this significant development capacity. You know, just on this point, I'm conscious that we had this discussion last time. Mr. Langman's able to speak to this as well to assist, but we trawled back through the origin of this NPSUD and how it came to be. This language that appears in the now enforced NPS is different from what was in one of the early drafts, which was far more directed in terms of the approval of these out-of-sequence plan change requests. The language now is responsive, which is a wider and slightly more nebulous, I accept, policy direction, but it's not directive of an outcome. And that's why in our interpretation, this is a procedural pathway and not a substantive direction, which must be given effect.
I don't think anybody has submitted to me that policy directs me to grant, but it certainly gives me the ability, doesn't it, if I consider that's the nimble approach or the responsive approach.
That's right, and we've thought about this as well. You're in an awkward spot because of the framing of the regional policy statement. That's really the nub of the issue here. We all understand that. It's the RPS versus the district plan that creates this fissure. If, for example, the highly directive policy or MAP A was in the district plan, there wouldn't be a problem, because you would be dealing with a plan change to the relevant district plan, and your ability to be responsive wouldn't involve tackling any higher order planning documents. So responsive in that context, not a problem. It's the RPS and the inability of a developer to seek a change to the RPS, which is creating this legal issue, which you're faced with. And maybe that's unique in some respects to this region, because Chapter 6 does provide that highly directive approach to constraining urban growth. And it may well be because we know that Chapter 6 was it had its genesis in the land use recovery plan following the earthquakes. But it's fundamentally that issue and the interplay between two different planning documents, which means that this is an issue.
Yeah, when I accept that, it's clearly an issue. And in terms of the hierarchy of the planning documents, the NPS sitting at the top of the pecking order.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
But that's only an issue if you find that there is inherent conflicts between the two provisions. And our interpretation is that there's not. The submissions for the applicant are that the doctrine of implied repeal is invoked in this instance, but in our view, we're not dealing with two provisions which are designed to achieve exactly the same outcome. They can stand on their own 2 feet, and the way in which that happens is that the responsive planning provisions require responsiveness, and responsiveness in this case is still available, but only with an amendment to the RPS to enable that responsiveness to occur.
Which doesn't seem to sort of fit in with the definition of responsive, of the dictionary definition, which was provided to me, I think, in Mr. Phillips' evidence. Act quickly and so that's the issue. Really, that we have, isn't it? Because if responsiveness required relying on changes to the CR, to the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, then that's a process that certainly isn't. It's not acting quickly, if you like, in terms of being responsive.
Well, if this is a matter that is troubling yourself, I'd be happy to look further into how these provisions came to be and the genesis of the word responsive.
I'm not sure whether how much I get from that, because I must say that it is an EPS when we talked about the nature of them. But one of the things that I'm reading through is Langland's evidence, and we can have a chat about that when we get to it. But it seemed to be that the language in the NPS, and you've touched on it as well, is not, and Policy Act is not directive, as you've said, they're not directive as to outcome anyway. But it is directive in terms that the local authority decisions are to be responsive to plan changes that would add significantly to capacity, to development capacity. So that seems to be precisely what this, and it's not a merits or whether I think it should be granted or whatever, but it seems to be to me that this is exactly what that policy is saying. We need to do. We need to be responsive to plan changes that would add significant development capacity, or I need to be on behalf of the decision maker.
Yes, that's what Policy Act says.
What
do you want me to?
Well, I'm just wanting to explore with you because that is what it says quite clearly. And I don't know whether going back through previous drafts as an aid to interpretation is either necessary or appropriate when we've got what appears to be pretty clear wording.
Yes, and then you go back to the guidance, and we all know that the guidance says that this responsive planning set of provisions is to stop councils saying no and just rejecting plan changes without assessing them on their merit. So one interpretation is that this policy is engaged when plan changes along these lines are accepted for process.
That's very artificial, isn't it? Because that's saying you accept it for processing, so you've met your responsiveness provisions, but then in terms of processing, you can't do anything with it but decline it. It's got quite an artificial sort of a position.
If that were looked at in its abstract, then essentially yes, but we're here talking about it in a specific context where we've got a tension between the RPS and this responsive planning framework. So if you were engaging responsiveness where the RPS didn't exist or it didn't contain objective 6.2.1, very much doubt we'd be sitting here having this discussion.
Right.
But it's the statutory, it's the planning hierarchy that exists and applies to Greater Christchurch. That is the issue.
And that sits under the national policy statement in terms of the hierarchy.
Yes, it does. And it's one of those various documents that is required to give effect, as you know.
Yeah, I do. And indeed, and it's an RMA planning document as defined in the Act. And the policy and the NPS rather, and the policy again says responsible plan changes even if it's unanticipated by the RMA planning documents or sequence. And stating the wording of it, but it seems reasonably clear that would be, do you not accept that wording unanticipated by RMA planning documents would apply to the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement?
Well, it does, but this is a district plan change, not a change to the RPS.
Yeah, the issue.
And so the guidance provided by NPS does say that in certain cases, there might need to be a variation amendment to other planning documents. The RPS is one of those other planning documents. And this is the quandary.
Well, it's not, but it also, I mean, and I haven't determined any of these issues, but I'm thinking through as I speak. So, and as we all are, we're all exploring these issues. But it's, the wording just seems to be, to me, on its face, to be quite clear that local authority decisions affecting urban environments are responsive to plan changes that would add significantly to development capacity. So I don't think that, and I don't think you're suggesting it, but being responsive to plan changes would not solely be, or arguably be at all, changes to the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement.
Well, that's an interpretation issue as well. The term plan change, well, local, let me start there.
Local authorities.
Yeah, so we've got Objective 6, which introduces this concept of responsiveness. And Objective 6 doesn't use the term plan change. It's a local authority decision, which is subject to that objective. So that's a broader frame of reference, perhaps, than in Policy 8. And what that invokes is a requirement to be responsive to proposals that would supply significant development capacity. Now, that could be a proposal made to amend an RPS or a district plan, and it doesn't matter who promotes that or requests that, developer versus a local authority. Policy 8, I agree, refers to the term plan change. But again, I guess one of the issues with this NPS is that the term plan change is not defined. You have to refer back to section 43A of the RMA for some clarity around that. But local authority decision is defined in the NPS as capturing a whole range of types of processes. In relation to this district, our interpretation of the words plan change mean exactly this scenario, but also your submission seeking to amend the proposed South District plan. We think that the language captures both contexts.
I'm not sure I understand that. That's not contrary to what my reading of it is. It's simply essentially saying back to me what I've just said.
Probably quite right.
Yeah.
And then policy 8, let's talk about unanticipated and also out of sequence. So out of sequence is something that might well be included in a spatial planning exercise, but with some timing associated with it that pushes it down the list. So in that instance, you're not dealing with something that's not shown on the map at all. It might well be something that is on the map. It's just being sought to be brought forward by a proposed plan change.
Do you put some focus on the word, on the particular choice of the words that unanticipated?
In what way is that?
Well, do you think that's that is in some way limiting? So it's by saying unanticipated, do you mean, or do you take that to be something which hasn't been considered rather than something which has been specifically addressed in a planning document? The case here with the the regional policy statement?
Well, I think in this case, we are dealing with development capacity that is unanticipated because it's not shown in the regional policy statement and the land is not zoned for urban activities through the Salmon District.
All right, so you're not suggesting that unanticipated is given a narrow reading. It's not the reading is something that just hasn't been, hasn't been done, if you like. I'm probably not expressing that very well, because that issue, again, unanticipated compared to essentially prohibited. Is prohibited within the unanticipated? And you seem to be accepting that it is.
I'm not quite sure how prohibited comes into it.
Well, because that's what the COPS does.
No, it avoids, doesn't prohibit.
So is there a difference?
Perhaps not, given the King Salmon, but it's a highly directive policy that sets a framework. Prohibit carries maybe a stronger meaning. We all know that the use of a prohibited activity status is a fairly challenging approach, particularly in the urban growth context. I'm not quite sure that the language needs to come into this discussion.
No, but that's in essence what the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement does, isn't it? It prohibits or avoids the development outside the identified greenfield area.
Yes, but not in perpetuity, because we're just saying that changes can be made to the RPS to include new land for urban development. So it's at a point in time. It doesn't necessarily represent the status of that land and its ability for development in the foreseeable future.
No. But the urban policy statement talks about capacity at all times.
That's right. In terms of the capacity requirements that each council is required to provide.
So that's at all times, isn't it? So
Yes, that is, but that's a direction that is separate from the responsive planning policies. That's something that councils, tier 1, 2, 3, are required to satisfy and monitor and then promote plan changes to achieve that outcome. This is something different.
okay, just to elaborate on that a little bit for me.
For the Benton Policy Act, we know that responsiveness is a pathway. It means that persons can request plan changes if they satisfy certain criteria. The local authorities are then required to be responsive. We see policy 2 as having a different role, and that it's a requirement that's expressed for tier 1, 2, and 3 local authorities at all times must provide at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand. There are specific policies and indeed provisions which require implementation of policy 2 within certain statutory timeframes. And that is what has led the GCP to undertake this change 1 streamlined exercise to include new lands to deal with those requirements. I'm not quite sure how I can clarify that any further for you, sir, that it's a separate policy requirement that sits with the local authorities rather than providing other options for people to request changes.
So if I were to find that those processes, the OCAs, etc., haven't provided that sufficient capacity, my hamstrung in terms of, not hamstrung, but if I find that that sufficient capacity at all times hasn't been met, does that not inform my decision under the responsive policy aid?
Well, it might well go to the merits of certain aspects of this proposal, but the councils are also obliged to monitor capacity requirements as a result of this NPSUD. And if that monitoring is such that there are recognized shortfalls, then it's an obligation for the relevant local authorities to also go and amend their plans to achieve policy 2. I mean, you're here assessing this particular request, and you've had evidence assessing this particular request and how that has an interplay with capacity in this district and the surrounding environment. The housing capacity assessment has looked at Greater Christchurch in its broader context, and we've had this discussion previously, evidence on the point. So it's not one of the same. The frame of reference is still different, and the GCP is the one that's tasked with the future development strategy exercise and the monitoring, which will inform the way in which policy 2 is going to be achieved at the right time.
Yeah, Policy Act, probably, and I understand we've got to look at this as a whole and all those sorts of things, and I'm not, I'm testing these things, testing my thinking with you, so that's, I'm only putting things as propositions, but that's the response. The approach that that you suggested, or the point that you've made in terms of Southern District Council could be seen to be being responsive by accepting the plan change process. But if your argument is taken to its conclusion is, well, you can accept it for processing, but you can't do anything but decline it. So that's, it seems to me to be sort of artificial to say, well, that's responsive because you've accepted it and we've all gone to all of these hearings, but the outcome is predetermined because you can't do anything about it. And that doesn't seem to me to equate to being responsive, if that was the position that I accepted in there. It's artificial to say we can accept it, that's responsive, but it's but you can't do anything with it. You can't grant it.
Look, I hear what you're saying, but the MFE guidance makes it clear that these provisions were also designed to stop councils saying no and not even meeting this type of plan change request to get through the gate at all. So again, responsive is aimed to be looked at in terms of, yes, councils being responsive by letting it through on a clause 25 basis and then assessing it on its merits. But then responsiveness again can carry on through decision to grant it, which we say isn't available because of the RPS, or for the council through its wider approach to local authority decision making around urban environments, to then work with the GCP to promote the change to the RPS. And that is also responsive. And it would be responsive to the same plan change request. It's just not an immediate ability to approve this plan change and rezone it in the district plan, because that will fundamentally fall foul of Objective 6.2.
Right, just another couple of sort of matters, and I appreciate your submissions. Just to get some clarity around them, but this the tail wagging the dog bottom up approach. So that's, you're saying that's because the developers are leading the process essentially.
Yes, that's right. It's spatial planning, but starting at the lower order document and then working its way out. So what we're in a situation here where the NPSDA is being relied on to change the district plan in a way that would have to then be brought across into the spatial planning exercise to amend the RPS. And what we're saying is that the hierarchy of RMA documents should mean that there's that progression down. So the RPS change 1 brought in new land. That then means that there's an ability to develop land in the various districts in a way that aligns with the RPS. But here we've got the lower order being amended to then do violence to the framework created by MAPA. I think we had this discussion at the last SST3 hearing as well.
Discussions on this issue. But it's always, that's always good to these things, refreshing into. Right, so from summarising, and it may be incorrect, but you're saying, well, policy 8, yeah, yes, it requires the council decisions to be responsive to plan changes, that's provided it meets the other matters. And you're saying that are you saying that is essentially a procedural policy?
Correct. Provides a pathway for the consideration of these either unanticipated or out of sequence.
So it's got to be a pathway that leads somewhere, doesn't it, potentially? Otherwise it's meaningless. If that pathway can only lead to a brick wall, then yeah, it's meaningless. Going through the processes and going through the acceptance of it and going through all those sorts of matters. Yeah.
But it refers, policy 8 is framed as local authority decisions. It's not just this one local authority decision on this plan change, it's local authority decisions in a wider context. We're not saying that responsiveness starts and finishes just here. It can also be brought across to local authority decisions more generally. And the recommendation that you make, whichever way it might go, could then inform another process, which invokes the same policy 8 requirement to be responsive to the same plan change, which has been requested. And again, looking at it in its abstract sense, you would say this policy does require something to happen. It is happening. You're assessing this plan change, which would normally be a non-starter on this merits. But it's the context around the CRPS that provides that wall, which you've mentioned. Section 75.3 does create that problem when you've got an RPS, which provides that directed urban framework. And it's the district plan which needs to fit to that document as well.
So, without being flippant or not intending to be flippant, there's a national policy statement applied just about everywhere else apart from those responsiveness provisions. Apply just about everywhere else, but for Greater Christchurch. Is that carved out because of the policy framework?
We're not suggesting that it doesn't apply. We're just submitting that the statutory framework applying to Christchurch means that there's a secondary process required. And that it's not the case that the developers should be pushing through plan changes in reliance only on policy 8 when it works in concert with the rest of this NPS and the relevant applicable framework.
So reading the NPS as a whole, I don't think there's any dispute about it.
Correct.
All right. So good. It's helpful to have those submissions and that discussion, so I appreciate that. I'm sure the things are any clearer at the end. We shall see. But as I say, it's good to test things, even if we have discussed them before. It's good to test them, and that the approach is yes, you've identified as a slightly different approach, so I appreciate that.
So I appreciate that. You need to ask these questions and test them, so we'll be happy to assist with that.
So I will call, I'll ask you to call Ms. Atchison-Newell first, if you would.
Yes. She has prepared a summary, which I think would have circulated this way around the troops.
Yeah, I've never looked at it, but it is. It's done. We met before in the car park coming through. We said hello on the car park coming through.
Yes, we did. Beautiful day. So you'd like me to start at point 4?
Yes. Point 3, I think.
Point
if you-
Okay, the key conclusions I reach in my evidence are that development of the subject site will potentially result in reduced spring flow and impacts on recharge of groundwater and potential for contaminants entering these sources, such as heavy metals and hydrocarbons. B, there is a high risk of groundwater contamination in the event of a leak from any reticulated network developed on the site. This raises concerns regarding unsafe drinking water should fecal contamination occur, and the high groundwater table at the PC69 site presents a challenge for proposed residential zoning, even with a reticulated network, due to the likely direct contact with groundwater in some places. I've reviewed the applicant's expert evidence and I am in agreement with many aspects of the groundwater evidence presented. I note, however, the following areas of difference. So first, Vendrick. Mr. Vendrick's hydrology evidence states at paragraphs 11 and 19 that the capture zone for the springs is expected to be large and that the subdivision land does not contribute to spring flow. While I agree that the head springs will most likely receive recharge from the area outside of the PC69 site to the northwest, it's my opinion that the springs further east will still likely be impacted by the development on the PC69 site, as well as other springs outside of PC69 that flow towards the Ararewa L2. And Mark Taylor. Mr. Taylor states in his evidence at paragraph 22 that some of CRC's mapped spring locations are incorrect. I acknowledge that the combination of older technology at the time of the original mapping and drainage and diversion that's occurred in the last 20 years could mean that some of the springs are not clearly evident in the current aerial imagery. However, I do not consider this to impact materially on my conclusions, as any construction or infrastructure work would have the potential to open these drains and reactivate the springs. I have not reviewed any other evidence that has altered the position expressed in my evidence and do not support the proposed rezoning.
Okay.
If you ask questions, I did listen to the evidence this morning too.
You did? Yeah, okay. Was there anything arising from that evidence in particular that you'd like to comment on?
Sure. So Mr. Hendrick's evidence, I've got three things I could briefly comment on. He talked about recharge of poorly drained soils and that there wouldn't be much difference in whether it was residential land or what it currently is because it's poorly draining. I would note that the western part of the PC69 is actually on what's called a well-draining Templeton silt loam. So I don't think that that's actually relevant to draw that conclusion. Work that's been done in the past to estimate groundwater recharge in that area it looks in the order of 100 to 200 millimetres per year. So it's not an insignificant amount of recharge that goes into the system. He also noted several times about small fluctuations in groundwater levels at the spring head, and so that changes wouldn't make much difference. So if we've got sea level here and the mountains here, when you get to sea level, the groundwater level will all head towards that because that's like the point that doesn't change. And so we get big variations in groundwater level inland, and as we get closer to the sea, the variations get less. But that doesn't mean the variations are any less important, and especially with spring flow, a small change in variation can actually lead to a spring going dry or not. It can be the tipping point. So just because it's a small variation doesn't mean it's an insignificant variation. And you also asked him if he thought the site was uncommon. And I will, then he sort of said, no, there's quite a few in Canterbury. And I think you asked the same question of Mr. Taylor too. And I've seen a lot of springs in Canterbury. I'd probably put this site in the top 4 that I've seen in terms of, I can't talk about the values to do with them, but in terms of visually being bubbling artesian springs and being large. This one, along with the other tributary of the Liffey stream, which I think already has a subdivision on it, a spring in the Styx catchment feeding Redwood, near Redwood, and another one on Cranford Street. They're probably the 4 biggest examples in Canterbury of these types of springs. And this one, rather than just one spring, it's lots. So I would say it's very, very significant in my view. Mr. Taylor's evidence. I've mentioned here about the springs, some of them perhaps not being there any longer. I was the one that mapped them a long time ago. It was actually my very first job. And so if you look at older aerial photos, you can still see some of the drains, and if you look at the recent ones, they're gone. So I think things have changed in that time, but if you go and if you alter the land, some of these things may still be there and be reactivated. So to get that's my main points based on what they said.
Have you been provided with an update of the ODP? The outline. Have you been provided with an updated version of the outline development plan?
No.
Just
I think I saw online in one of the talks that came up in one of the ecology talks this morning. Yes, so I saw it online as it was being used. So yes, I have seen it. I'm sorry, I don't understand the planning terminology.
No,
It's the lingo.
Right, it's the lingo, it's not.
Right,
Yeah.
That was a bit clearer.
Yeah.
But I'm just wanting to, so is the one that you've got in front of you, does that have green and yellow highlight?
Yes,
Okay, and red.
yes.
Right. So, in terms of the some of the concerns that you identified, I appreciate not here as an ecologist, but I guess ultimately that's what we're looking at, isn't it, in terms of what the values of the springs.
Well, you need flow to get values. Yeah. Yeah, so I could talk to the flow.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. And the risks of the risks or otherwise of there being breaching of the
Confined flow.
confined layer and those sorts of things. Yeah. Now, on that, there are a number of in the ODP. There are a number of matters which have been identified, and if you go, sorry, I appreciate you're on the screen. It might be helpful.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll easily through that.
Oh, yeah.
So if you go through to the fourth page of the ODP, the top of the page says and enhances natural feature. So in yellow there under A2, it talks about specific construction measures to ensure the groundwater flow is not diverted away from the natural flow path, etc. And says this shall include measures to address potential loss of spring flow due to penetration of confining layer.
Yeah, so I would call myself an expert in the regional groundwater system, but not in how you actually mitigate these things happening. So I don't have the engineering background to say how you would fix one of these problems, but what I can say is that the examples that I've heard of when people have punctured confining layers or the like. It's easily done and it's hard to fix. So and yes, there are engineering solutions. So the one that I mentioned in my original evidence in the Styx catchment, they did manage to fix it, but it took months, several drillers, and a lot of money. I've heard anecdotally about other instances that I didn't think I could write down, but there's also a bridge piling on the Styx catchment, which has actually done the same thing as part of a different application, and they're still looking at how they're actually going to remediate that. So why I brought up those examples was not to say that the CPT or testing like that was going to cause a problem, but just that if you do anything that takes confining layer away, or in these areas, there's often things like buried old tote tree stumps, and I've heard farmers, including the owner of this farm back in 1997, who said that sometimes when you plough and you hit one of these things and it comes out, you'll make a spring, and then because of this natural conduit that's coming up. So it's very, so people tend to drain them, put in tile drains, send them off into the local river, and you might not even know the tile drain's there because they get sort of grown over and you can't really tell. But, so easier to do than to fix. But yes, it's not my area of expertise. Yeah.
But if it's from your perspective or your expertise, do you consider that at least that identifying that is a matter that needs to be assessed by a suitably qualified experienced practitioner is helpful?
Yeah, and I've seen there's a suite of conditions the regional council sometimes uses for certain applications that cover this sort of thing. So it's like scraping off the site and things like that. There's a suite of conditions that go with that to try and mitigate that. I don't know how well they work or whether or how they're monitored.
And there's no dispute in relation to the need for continuing monitoring. In fact, the monitoring programs before and after and following.
I would, Mr. Hendrick, I totally agree with his evidence there. He never spoke about needing the summer and the winter beforehand. If you don't have monitoring before the activity starts, you can never separate out the background.
And with that monitoring program and the assessment programs, would that meet your concerns in relation to, that you expressed in your evidence in relation to the timing of the original testing, if you like, in January? You were saying it was very particularly dry, particularly low water, those sorts of things.
And in terms of when they went about doing the activities to actually create a site, if they had more information that would allow them to design different methods of doing things. But I don't think it takes away the issue that if you've got a whole lot of roofs and hard fill, and then you're not getting water infiltrating into the groundwater system that currently is. And the information we do have about these springs and about other springs in Canterbury is, although there's recharge coming from far away, it's also local recharge is actually a significant source to a lot of these streams. And you see that on the types of nutrient loading you see coming through them. And we've also got some isotopic evidence that tells us that local recharge is there. I had a reference to that in my original evidence, and I did bring 3 copies of that just in case anyone wanted to see more on that. But it's quite a lot of sciencey stuff. But if anyone wants to sink into it, they can. Yeah.
It's a refreshing change from all the legally stuff.
Okay, so that was we got on that, or initiated that part of the discussion with reference to that provision, the shelter for use to, and then we moved on a bit to the monitoring. The setback that's been provided in D on that same page, 100 metre setback from for earthworks and buildings from the spring heads identified in figure 1 below. When you look at what the I think the Christchurch City Council setback is something like 10 metres. That 100 metre setback, which would of course, if you want to do anything inside that, that would trigger a full assessment and planning resource consent process. Does that assist in meeting any of your concerns?
To be honest, the setbacks were probably more about Mark Taylor's evidence and that that's runoff going into the local sources of contamination. In terms of groundwater, I suppose if you can't do anything within 100 metres, that would get rid of some of the maybe cutting off a local buried channel, but then that buried channel could also exist 100 metres away and you just cut it off further up. So yeah, it's probably more about the ecology, to be honest, than it is about the source of water.
Yeah. It would initiate a careful assessment, though, wouldn't it? One would have thought if it needs a resource consent. So as part of that, you could that would probably be looked at the risk of.
Yeah, again, I think that's probably getting outside of my area of expertise. It's more heading into mitigation of engineering close to the stream and also the ecology. My expertise would be more about where the groundwater is coming from and where it's going to, and it's coming from generally further than 100 metres away. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry to not be helpful.
No, not at all.
But what's saying something I don't know.
No, and that's entirely proper. And it's it's your opinion.
Yeah, that is
that
not.
is that is relevant to me. That's what your role is. And I appreciate that. So I don't have any let's ask you a question. I don't have any response that I want to receive. It's just I just want to think about it. So thank you for that. Have you considered, and is it in your area of expertise, perhaps it isn't, but the steps which are proposed now in terms of ensuring that the materials, if there is trenching, etc., uses the same permeability.
It does seem logical, but it's not something that I have any experience in. But that does seem logical. But Mr. Hendricks would have more experience in that. As regional council scientists, we don't tend to deal with site-specific remediation water resources as a whole. It is quite hard to see all of them, so people would try.
Yeah, so the evidence, some of the evidence was that it's whether it's written or answers questions, but some of it, yeah, there was probably a bit of surprise about the in some ways the difficulties that they were having with the sticks, and not saying it hadn't happened, but one discussion was we just put some cloth in there at the time, and then you properly address it through very easily. Where it's a breach, where there's a breach, so you stop it, immediately, and then address it properly, not difficult.
Yeah, that's when you've got, again, this is slightly outside of my expertise, and a drilling expert, but when you've got upward artesian pressure, it's quite hard to get a fine thing in there like a bentonite, which is a swell in clay, which we tend to use to seal these things up. And I have been on sites where we've tipped bags of bentonite down and it just disappears, and you've still got a problem. So yeah, they're not easy fixes. So the best thing is to try to avoid it, which can be done with perhaps with conditions, but yeah, I'm not sure.
The potential for contaminants entering these sources, so that is an area within your
Yes.
expertise. Can that issue be addressed through conditions at the resource consent stage?
Yeah, so the area this would be most of issue will be the western part of this PC 69, where you're more in an unconfined water table rather than the east, and you're getting on top of a layer. I haven't personally seen information about what sort of stormwater system that they might actually be proposing, and so it's hard to comment without that. But having a shallow groundwater system does make more of a challenge for having a basin for stormwater and trying to treat it before it gets to groundwater. So I'm not sure what their system is. If the stormwater is reticulated or a basin or
It's the first flush.
right. Okay, so short vadose zone being a bit before the water table means not much room for treatment. So yeah. Again, it's just something that they have to look at and make sure that they put extra steps in to make sure that it didn't happen.
So it could be addressed.
Well, yes, it has been in other areas. Again, testing whether it works or not is actually quite hard. One of the monitoring programs that would pick up things. Things can be there, but you don't always pick them up because your well's in the wrong place. Or, yeah, it's hard.
I'll just see if there's any other questions on it. Just in paragraph 17, you talk about there being little information on total discharge from the springs, etc.
Yes, there's almost no gauging.
Is the work in the monitoring program and everything that's being proposed here, does that create the opportunity for that?
Yes, it would be a definite source of good information. Again, in order to know what things are doing in the long term, especially with climate change happening at the same time, it's hard to be able to match up what's monitored over maybe a 1 year period with what has happened in the past. And you would be able to, as Mr. Hendrick mentioned, look at long-term groundwater level records to try to compare that to and get some idea of that. But you're always slightly playing catch up with being able to say to people, if you take the example that came up in someone's question about Kipatoni stream, that was one of these situations where there was no monitoring before it happened, and then you were left with trying to prove that something was changed when you had nothing to compare it to. So even with a year of monitoring, you can never really draw a year like we have in some years, and you're actually not comparing apples with apples. But yes, it certainly would be a great source of new information. I think there's some flow data lower down the L2 that I just picked in this evidence on the area of Springs Creek.
So I had that. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Likewise, Mr. Langman's summary should have done the rounds.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I don't know. Here we go with the national policy statement. Right. Okay, I'll just give me half a minute. I'll just get myself organised. All right, so welcome, Mr. Langman. You've obviously prepared a brief of evidence that has been circulated and I've read. You now prepared the summary, so if you could just take me through the through your summary.
Not a problem. Shall I start at paragraph 3?
Paragraph 3.
So the key conclusions that I reach in terms of PC 69 is that it shouldn't be considered under the responsive payment provisions of the PSUD. While it's considered to have significant development capacity in terms of housing, and in terms of quantum, in my view, sufficient development capacity has already been identified to meet the expected housing need over the medium term. And PC 69 does not go far enough to align with the housing needs stated in the 2021 housing capacity assessment. The proposal is out of sequence with planned infrastructure development, and it would compromise opportunities for intensification elsewhere in Christchurch, and that's effectively by increasing greenfield supply of land. And it wouldn't contribute to a well-functioning urban environment that's well connected along transport corridors, and I elaborate on the well-functioning urban environment in my evidence. PC 69 does not give effect to several key policies in the CRPS, and in particular 621, 622 and 631, and that's with a focus on the avoidance of urban development outside GPAs and the FDAs. The provisions proposed as part of PC 69 are not the most appropriate to achieve the objectives of the Selwyn District Plan, and I've referenced those objectives. I've reviewed the applicant's expert evidence and the legal submissions that were filed on day one, and also had the opportunity to listen to some of Mr. Phillips' discussions this morning, so that's been helpful. In terms of the legal submissions and just points raised in those, I acknowledge that the EPSUD is a later in time as a whole document, and that it's a higher order planning document than the CRPS, but I don't agree that there is a conflict between the two documents, or that any perceived tension needs to be reconciled by reading down the CRPS. I rely on the published capacity assessment prepared by the local authorities and involving the development sector, which sets out urban housing capacity and sufficiency for the territorial authorities. The capacity assessment is mandated by the NPSUD, and I understand it's been prepared in accordance with those requirements set out in the NPSUD. Table 1 and Table 3 in that capacity assessment shows a surplus of housing where future urban development areas are developed at a density of 15 households per hectare. and that's notwithstanding the various discussions on the REM bill, amendment bill as well. Obviously, those won't be taken into account at this stage, and that's something for the future. In relation to development being plan enabled for the future development areas, I understand that this process is provided for in the review of the proposed Selwyn District Plan, and this will result in those areas being plan enabled in the near future. And I acknowledge that Lincoln is a key activity centre. However, this does not impact on the need to give effect to the provisions in the CRPs, which seek to avoid new urban development outside of GPAs and FDAs, and I should say also the existing area as well. I acknowledge that private plan changes are a legitimate process for enabling urban development. However, they're subject to the same statutory requirements to give effect to the higher order documents, and that includes the CRPs and MPSUD. Mr. Colgrave, in his evidence, has noted that, in his summary response to my evidence, notes that the MPSUD is clear that capacity must be zoned in an operative or proposed district plan to qualify as medium-term capacity, but then proposes excluding the FDAs. I understand that the FDAs for Selwyn are proposed to be zoned in the proposed Selwyn district plan, and they were therefore properly considered as included in the housing capacity assessment. Mr. Farrelly states that the proposed plan change supports greenhouse gas emissions, and his conclusion without attempting to quantify additional emissions from commuter travel. And while I acknowledge that that might be difficult to estimate, there's been no attempt at all at quantification of that. So I find it very difficult that he's able to conclude that it will support a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions based purely on farm emissions. This remains a significant issue as that the proposed development does not significantly increase business development for Lincoln. While Mr. Farrelly notes that travel distance will be similar to other areas in Selwyn, he does not consider the impact of commuter trips to Christchurch City. And that's on the basis that it's not providing a substantial increase in employment, but it's just about doubling the size of the township. I haven't reviewed any other evidence that's altered the position expressed in my evidence, and I maintain my position set out in my original evidence. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just from your summary, in terms of your paragraph 5 in relation to the proposed to be zoned in the FDAs being proposed to be zoned in the proposed Selwyn district plan.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so how does that fit with the definition of plan enabled?
So plan enabled relates to the short term. In relation to the medium term, the requirement is that it's zoned in a proposed or operative district plan.
Right, so that's in the medium term. Okay. And the relevance of that here goes to just the capacity.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, just in terms of your summary again, and it is your key conclusion, but we'll talk about it from your summary. And it's the A1. PC 69 does not go far enough to align with the housing needs stated in the 2021 housing capacity assessment. Can you just, without going back to your evidence for chief, can you just talk me through that and why you say it does not go far enough?
Just in terms of the density provided, the housing capacity assessment seeks a higher density or more a higher range of development. So in terms of the proposed area, whether that achieves a outcome in terms of that high density.
So you're suggesting it should be 15 households per hectare or higher?
That's correct, yeah.
Because the regional policy statement at the moment is 12
Households per hectare, that's correct, yes.
Have you listened in or seen the summary for Mr. Phillips' evidence?
Yes, I did, yes, yeah. Most of it, I think I had to leave before it was completed.
Right, okay. Yeah, I was just interested in, it's maybe a bit out of order, but I'm just going to ask questions as they come to me, to be frank.
Sure.
In terms of the policy framework and the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement and the anticipated outcomes, did you see Mr. Phillips' assessment of that in his summary?
I hadn't read his summary, which only came up online later this morning. So I just need to. I do have the
Okay, so in that summary, which you've got now, page 8, talks of, which is in response to your evidence, so now you can respond in relation to that response.
Yeah.
The underlining or the bolding, we'll start at paragraph 23 perhaps. So we've got the bolding of enabled, that recovery is enabled through a land use infrastructure framework.
Yes.
And Mr. Phillips says that there are 12 sub-objectives under 6.2.1.1, 11 of which are achieved by or relevant to PC 69.
Yes.
You won't be able to accept the
Yes, I might the policy, I'll say. So effectively that does sit as a bottom line in terms of a requirement for development, and that's then implemented through policies as well. So there's a very clear direction to avoid development. It's not an issue of weighting each of those individual elements as to whether they achieve a framework. The check is the complete wording for that includes so through a land use and infrastructure framework, and I think like the next word is which. So it sets out around how that framework is achieved and sets those directions. It's not a weighting issue between each of those individual directions.
And then in 24, the bolding in relation to manage to provide sufficient land.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the issue there for me is if I find that what that doesn't provide sufficient land and rezoning this, would that in relation to that part of that policy, would that be
I think the whole structure of the MPSUD is to set out a framework where you develop a future development strategy that's then implemented through the planning documents. And that's where you test the issue of sufficiency. It's not a plan change level, or an individual plan change level. So I don't think that can necessarily be used to trade off. It also has again that very clear direction within that, which Mr. Phillips has rightly noted, which avoids unplanned expansion of urban areas. And again, that can reference back to those high strategic documents in terms of our space and the direction that's set.
Okay, so on the following page, and this is the anticipated environmental results that I've raised with you. I'm not proposing to take you through each one of those, but it's, do you, in some of them, rely on a merits-based finding as well in terms of whether it's consolidated and around, et cetera. But do you see a private plan change such as this is necessarily conflicting with the anticipated environmental results that have been listed there?
This particular plan change, I wouldn't. I guess these are probably really a reflection of the anticipated environmental results, or a reflection of the objectives and the outcomes that might be achieved by those. I think, yes, potentially when you're looking at consolidation and around and integrated with existing urban areas, I think that becomes quite important. Having a consolidated compact urban form as a whole.
Requires a whole you're talking about Greater Christchurch.
If I'm talking about Greater Christchurch, so that involves a combination of recognising that there are targets for greenfield development and also intensification as well. And so achieving a consolidated whole actually includes that outcome of achieving intensification. And my evidence is that if we continue to just undertake greenfield expansion in New Zealand, we're not going to achieve that intensification or that proportion of intensification that's sort of objectives.
And that's the intensification primarily focused in Christchurch. So
That's correct. Yes. Again, Christchurch doesn't have any future development areas that have been identified for it. It's got greenfield priority areas, so the focus in Christchurch City is through this intensification.
Now you don't mind my questioning on this basis, but I'm just talking through things and following on rather than let's go
That's
through
fine.
and check.
It's fine.
And I don't know whether you've heard any of the evidence in relation to the real estate agent in particular, Mr. Jones, in relation to, well, people who are going to Selwyn and to Lincoln in particular are looking for a particular, looking for a house with a bit of land and somewhere they can have a barbecue and those sorts of things. So his view and his experience was that, well, if they can't get it in Lincoln, for example, or Rolleston, they will go further out to places like Leeston, which are obviously outside the Christchurch. So they'll go out there to, which is a number of kilometres further than Lincoln. So essentially, in discussion with other witnesses as well, essentially they're different the different markets, and that what people are looking for is that the land and house and land sort of traditional, I suppose, although getting smaller. They've acknowledged that they agree with that. There is demand for small. So I'm just trying to work out whether the impact would be on intensification and Christchurch. Those people are unlikely to go to Christchurch anyway. They're more likely to go to Leeston or Springfield to get what they want.
I guess that's going to depend on land availability within those alternative areas. I think if that's the case, but, if the demand really is going to be pushed up in that area, then potentially going to see a significant rise in price. Sorry, I'm not giving evidence. That's my understanding of economics as a planner. And I'm I don't know of any evidence that that's the case in terms of those areas or what the increase in terms of uptake within those areas are. So it's probably those people might be discussing those things and it's a real estate agent, but whether that actually eventuates or not is a question. Similarly, there's significant areas within one agrarian district as well, which also provide for residential development in greenfield priority areas
It's one of the other areas that was identified.
and there's also obviously the larger rural residential opportunities as well, both within those districts. This side of Christchurch City, and I guess you would still also potentially see that demand. If that's the case, it's not just necessarily going to get there, but also be around Gardens Bay. So it's potentially it should affect the whole city. Let's say Greater Christchurch. I think that's possibly also notwithstanding that there's already significant opportunities within Wollaston and Lincoln as well, provided through the existing FDAs and GPAs to provide for those new housing opportunities.
Because the evidence in terms of Lincoln in relation to available sections is that it's extremely limited and very few coming along board, and some of those being sold to housing land housing companies and those sorts of things. But the evidence seems to be pretty clear that there is a massive demand for sections, and as soon as anything goes on the market, you're getting into this deadline sale situation where the prices are just going up and up and up and up as a result of a concern about availability. So demand is, you probably know you're not an economist, but demand obviously is a reasonably key indicator, I guess, in the MPs.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting thing. I think just because there's demand for a particular location from a planning perspective doesn't necessarily mean that you must provide opportunities for development in that location. There are factors like, it's a balancing situation. There are factors like that, accessibility to employment centres and transport, and those things which contribute to a well-functioning environment. I think if you were to use price as a simple driver for housing availability, then we'd be focusing our intensification efforts on I just don't think you can treat those individual areas in the same manner. You need to sort of step back and look at Greater Christchurch as a whole.
Any comment about Fenwick manufacturing? It was something which identified in your evidence.
Yes.
Yeah, so just explain that.
So I think we're the value of, so I think that the part of the assumption appears to be that just because there's high demand for land in Lincoln, demonstrate high demand, and I think that can be shown through previous sales and that was in the evidence and so forth. just because there's high demand for a particular location doesn't mean that you must supply it in that particular location. Similarly, I would expect, I don't know that, but I would expect that there's demand for housing in Taitanga and other areas. I think good. Just because you have those rising land values or the higher land values doesn't mean that you should be looking at providing a great supply in the area. And it's because of demand. So, for example, there might be high demand and therefore price in Middleton. It doesn't mean necessarily that that's where you focus your intensification if it's just to dilute the housing market in the area.
Would you accept that the NPS identifies demand as a relevant factor?
Yes, I do. And it enables the NPS enables the councils to look at markets and local authorities to look at markets and the way that they set that. So it doesn't define a particular area for local authorities. And in terms of the way that the future development strategy looks at that demand, it breaks those areas up into the territorial areas.
So demand's a relevant factor, but not but you're saying from a planning perspective, that should be solved.
It's a factor to consider, but it's not an overriding factor. There's other things like the contribution of transport to greenhouse gas emissions, accessibility to transport, and location to markets as well.
Okay. Just bear with me a minute. Just time check. So we've got a bit of time, but just in terms of the identification of Lincoln as a key activity centre. I can't recall whether that was identified in your evidence sheet, but yes, you did.
No, it wasn't. No, it was identified in the legal submissions that I hadn't acknowledged. So I don't acknowledge that.
And again, putting aside the strict avoidance policies in the Greenfield area identification, there are areas which are anticipated by the Canberra Regional Policy Statement as areas for growth.
That's right, and I think what the Canberra Regional Policy Statement talks about is focusing business and intensification within those areas. So when you're looking at Christchurch and the Christchurch District Plan Review, it was a good case basically for identifying residential density zone around those key activity centres. So that's a strong focus unless it is constrained by natural hazards. Or any other factor that was relevant. Those areas were identified for intensification. Riccarton similarly is another one that had issues with wastewater. So some of the areas were not zoned. But so in terms of Lincoln, again the focus is on looking at providing those employment opportunities alongside intensification for where appropriate greenfield growth as well.
There's been there was quite a bit of discussion that I had with again some of the real estate people and others, but in terms of the job market in Lincoln and the growth in it, and it's become almost a base for the for the rural service industries, I guess associated with the university and various other things, and just as in terms of location as well, because obviously it's easy to service the rural areas of Canterbury from here. So But what you're saying is that that the focusing the growth around the key activity areas is on both. Is at least focus on both jobs and.
That's right. That's the purpose of focusing on those areas, is effectively to look at shorter trip distances for people within those areas. And you're not always going to get people that particularly want to live right next to where they work. They may prefer other places for other reasons. And places like Lincoln, Taitapu, small, but those places have I guess, a rural appeal, which means that people do still commute to and from places of work. That might be in the city or and similarly, people within the city as well. Commute out to London because they prefer to live in the city.
Video evidence and chief, we'll just do some question clarification. I'll go to 36 of your evidence. Yes. Yes. So we identify the other objectives and policies that need to be that are particularly relevant. Yes. Okay, so objective 6, you've bolded there, obviously, you've bolded integrated structure planning and funding, but haven't bolded the responsive to significant development capacity proposals. Do you see the emphasis in objective 6 is on those matters, on the integration of the infrastructure planning and funding?
Yes, yeah. I think I could probably talk to that.
Yep.
I mean, we may get to it probably eventually anyway in terms of the development capacity proposals, but I think actually I'll hold off from that for a minute. I think that
Is this the question's based on because you say I consider to be particularly relevant in the matters raised
yes.
are bold.
Yes, yeah.
So why?
But I guess look, I guess you're right. That probably is. It probably should be bold as well, because I think that's particularly an issue that I'm interested in my evidence in relation to policy aid. Yes, so that should be bold as well.
And clearly by evolving, you acknowledge that in terms of policy 2, that the provision of at least sufficient development capacity to meet expected demand is particularly relevant.
Yes. And I guess just looking at just go to the exact that's a responsibility for the authorities to provide those that sufficient.
and you have the view that that sufficient development capacity can't be provided in part by plan changes.
So,
Are you of the view that the sufficient development capacity can't be provided, if you like, in part by private plan changes?
private plan change,
Just to council.
not without amendment to the original policy statement. No. And I think that's part of, I guess, the requirement under policy 8 for local authorities to have responsive, be responsive to those plan changes. The territorial authorities and the regional council would be required to as well, but territorial authorities could be seeking those plan changes or those changes to the original policy statement in concert with the plan change application. There's nothing really stopping those being reviewed jointly at the district council.
You said that's likely to be a slower process.
I started in this, it will require some commissioner, perhaps representing Commission Council. So, no. And similarly making a recommendation to the regional council on that particular issue. I guess the evidence would be flipped. It would be the council providing evidence on that plan change, but it would need to at the same time be satisfied a plan change we're proposing in the first place. And I think that's the difficulty, is that the councils have our space that sits over that, which is the Greater Christchurch Partnership's position on where that growth should go. And so that would need to be addressed in that process as well. I think possibly, if I just possibly go on a little bit here, just in terms of policy 8, it talks about local authority decisions.
So that's useful.
Yeah, so there is a definition under the NPSUD for planning decisions, but the proposal doesn't use that term. So the policy doesn't use that term. It uses the term local authority decisions. And the planning decisions relate to a decision on a regional policy statement or essentially an plan. But I think the reference to local authority decisions is a little bit wider than that. So local authority decisions could be consideration of whether an area is appropriate for identification in our space, so for the local government process. And I would expect, as happened through the hearings on our space, that additional areas could be added if there was merit in those areas through the future development strategy process. And I expect also, because the FDS is a process that is being developed under the NPSUD, there would be probably receptiveness through that process. And I acknowledge, possibly, I acknowledge that the definition of definition of responsive isn't set out in the NPSUD. I guess the process of being responding to something positively and quickly doesn't, I guess, remove the obligation to give effect to higher order documents. And I guess any applicant coming into this process with a private plan change would know that the CRBS has a very rigid avoid approach in terms of development. So I guess it's at their own risk if they decide to go down that private plan change approach. No, that's the case.
You identify your evidence there. In terms of applications that can be made to court, things like court.
Yes.
Obvious statement, but no council has considered that or considered any form of declaratory.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
on these matters.
No, and I think that's I mean, that was a point that I raised that if there was a very clear position that the CRBS did not give PSUD on the basis of policy 8, and we've been presented with evidence that there's a conflict. I'm not sure that there is. They use quite different language in terms of their approach. There is the opportunity for either the regional council, the district council, or a minister to refer that to the Environment Board resolution. So that's where a conflict is dealt with. I tend to disagree that there's a conflict because of the language that's used in both of those policies. As I said, I make evidence we're required to have particular regard to development capacity, a significant development capacity, and be responsive for it. But you must do so within the framework in those documents, within the framework of the higher order documents. That's if I can draw an analogy.
Yeah, I think we should have talk through that issue. And before we do, I'll just say I just sort of don't know what my initial reading of it was. Is that it's probably the same issues that I was speaking to Mr. Wakefield about in terms of it's so you have a policy that is directed in the degree that to be responsive.
Yes.
And then you're saying that some element of particular regard is to be had, less directive.
Yes.
And the policy statement, the Canterbury Regional policy statement is directive. But the issue I'm sort of thinking through or struggling with is that we get back to the same position that we're, I'm not sure whether that debate between, or that argument between one of the national policy statement being this directive than the Canterbury Regional policy statement gets us that far, because it's still, it still comes back to that basic sort of principle. If I'm to have particular regard to it, but then can't do anything about it,
Yes.
then that's just it's artificial because
So I guess the same could be said for significant natural areas, for example. So you might have a situation where you have a significant natural area adjacent to an urban area, and you had a direction in a higher order policy document to protect that significant natural area. Just because you have any particular regard to that development capacity doesn't mean that overrides your obligation under the higher order document to protect a significant natural area. I think this is a similar sort of situation where we have a very tight framework in terms of where the development can go. But it's very clear, and it's been very clear some time that that's the situation in terms of points of development outside of that. And that tightness in the direction of giving effect as opposed to having particular regard to the provisions for the significant development capacity, in my view, needs to be read as a tighter control.
Yeah, I mean, to give particular regard to something, I have to really give particular regard to.
Yes.
So it's something that I have to consider carefully. And,
Yes.
but in your interpretation of the two documents, no matter how much I think, no matter how carefully I think about or have regard about to that issue, I still can't do anything about it.
Yes, yeah. I guess there's a number of requirements to have in terms of Section 7 to have with regard to issues. Again, some of which you may set aside in your evaluation, but I think when you're required to give effect to something that can potentially override those matters.
But the issue is that you're obviously required to have effect to the national policy statement.
Yes, yeah.
And if I'm simply having regard to something, particular regard to something but can't do anything about it, then that seems to undermine the national policy statement. And I mean, all these things are just about the gate, the gateway ban. There's not just the fact that it provides significant capacity, etc. Doesn't mean to say it's a runner. It's going to
Yes.
to be granted, but it's just that and it's just that issue still that I've been discussing with Mr. Whitefield and I've discussed with Ms. Appleyard and various other people as well. In terms of that policy statement that is, it's come out in an environment where there was real concern about shortfalls in residential land and business land, but residential land in particular. So that's sort of the context this came out, and it's got a requirement to be responsive. And that's clearly a national direction. It sits there in the hierarchy. And then you've got the CRPS here in the hierarchy that essentially stops the application potentially stops the application of the higher rent document. So, and you're focusing on the wording of the particular wording of the direction of the national policy statement as compared to the CRPS.
Yes. But again, I think policy targets local authority decision making. So again, I think it's not limited to the change issue. So I think their responsiveness needs to relate to all their local authority decision making, not just decision making.
We're getting the time, and that's not going to determine. But you wanted to talk about the significant development history. We get on to that.
Yes, I mean, I can cover that briefly. Just in terms of the quantum, I did note the amendment to the ODP, which introduces some infrastructure upgrade requirements. So acknowledge that potentially provide some additional benefits in terms of transport, or achieve transport connections within Lincoln. Again, those aren't tied to specific timeframes, so the ability to deliver on those infrastructure upgrades again will affect whether that significant development capacity can be achieved within the short term. I didn't see any evidence on what those timeframes were. So I think in terms of the regional council, I understand is in the process of working on the criteria for what determines significant development capacity.
You indicated in your evidence, or stated in your evidence, that that criteria couldn't be met because there isn't one. Essentially, would your view be that the first two criteria then are what needs to guide my decision making, because we haven't got the first two matters are what needs to guide my decision making?
I get, but without those criteria being in the RPS, you are in some vacuum in terms of that. I think I've focused on those other two matters, but just really noted that without that, without those criteria, you're essentially guessing as to what may be the appropriate way to evaluate the decisions. I might just mention one more thing, just thinking back, there was something that occurred to me in the conversation with Jeremy this morning as well, was that in relation to the directions within the EPSGD, there are quite a number of directions to make amendments to regional policy statements. And I guess that comes up in relation to the criteria that we just talked about. So there were no such directions in terms of directing that regional policy statements be amended to enable applications for changes or any other, or basically enable or insert criteria to ensure that new greenfield development could take place in particular circumstances. And that was the directions in the draft EPSGD were very tight. Basically, territorial authorities must provide for development that meets these criteria. So I think the central government has the ability to direct the removal of those provisions within the regional policy statements.
Just see if anybody else have any particular to cover with you wanted to. It's one of those topics, isn't it, that you could spend the afternoon discussing. I'll just ask about infrastructure and your concerns about infrastructure which you identify in terms of the Hynes in particular, wastewater treatment plant. Yeah, in terms of infrastructure, there's been a lot of discussion and about that and the approach that's taken. We've had, we haven't heard from Mr. Ingen yet, but we've had his written evidence where he has addressed that it's feasible, etc., and he's addressed that this is identified, the upgrade of the Pines is identified in the long-term plan and program. And in terms of infrastructure, I mean, to a degree, isn't that the way it goes? I'm not quite sure whether I had a feeling from the reading of your evidence that the infrastructure essentially had to be in place before you could even consider growth.
Yeah.
That might be a misreading of it.
I think, yeah, no, I think I discussed that. Evidence. But the intention, the wording under the but essentially the option is for funding the infrastructure. So that's the intention of the community original policy statement, is that infrastructure is integrated with that. Oh, there we go. So it's at paragraph 101.
You don't agree that demonstrating that it's feasible is sufficient, but in a situation where it's been identified in the LTP and program into that as much as it can be, but it's identified and discusses funding in there, which is development contributions.
Yes.
So it's in that plan and it addresses funding as well. So it's a little bit more, a little bit further than
that's right. So I guess that's going to be dependent on when the availability is going to be realised in terms of the ability to deliver that capacity. So if that's able to be achieved in terms of funding without particular time frames, then that's essentially being able to show that you're able to fund it. Infrastructure.
and then something which relies on development contributions. I mean, the council has two options, doesn't it? One is to borrow and get it back, or the other is to directly use the development contributions. Yeah. So it's always a chicken and egg, isn't it? To get the infrastructure upgrade, you need to have the growth, and to get the growth, you need to have the infrastructure. But do you still have concerns about that project in particular?
Look, I think that comes down to, I think that one of the key issues that I've raised in relation to is the potential for cumulative effects. So
Yes.
number of plan changes. So if you pop up, if you deal with each of these individually in terms of capacity, you might say yes, there's capacity. Cumulatively, that's a question for the district council really, to be able to ensure that cumulatively that they do have capacity for the infrastructure.
Now, in relation to the substantial concerns about infrastructure, you've identified them in terms of your concerns, and maybe that is from the evidence you've relied on for those part of the evidence which has been called directed by the council here is that identified in this 42A reports primarily, isn't it?
Sorry, what was that?
In terms of the, the merits of the proposal itself.
Yes.
Yeah, so you've relied largely on the 42A report evidence for your.
That's correct, yes, and the evidence. That's part of that, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
It's been one of those hearings where there's been quite a few developments to the process of it. And we've heard some of them in terms of the proposed sensitivity issues and what have you. So there's been some developments. So is there anything in particular from a planning perspective, not just relying on, I'm not saying just relying, but not relying on the evidence in which evidence I ultimately choose to prefer that you'd like to identify in relation to the merits?
Oh, I think one of the key things really is just the issue of quantification of greenhouse gas emissions, which there's been no attempt whatsoever to try and quantify the impact that might result from additional vehicle movements and transport. I think I read Mr. Farrelly's response to that in relation to the summary of evidence, and I consider it's still quite a considerable gap, because that's really that transport emissions is really one of the key issues in terms of CCC is concerned, and to not have that quantified, but to state that that the plan is a well-functioning, the proposal is a well-functioning urban environment, and supports a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Doesn't seem to be supported.
I guess so ultimately the answer lies in the hands of the region to a degree, doesn't it, in terms of what they do with public transport.
Yes, whether people actually have to take up that public transport given the distance into Christchurch City. The last time that I caught a bus to Lincoln was quite some time ago from Christchurch City, but if you're talking about an hour commute by bus versus the ability to drive a private motor vehicle, I can't imagine the uptake is necessarily particularly high. And certainly the ability to circulate around Christchurch City is with multiple destinations is not necessarily going to be easy.
We'll leave it there, Mr. Lang. Thank you. Just through the questions I had, and I think most of them were either addressed or touched on in our discussion. So thank you very much for your assistance. Thank you. Phil? Now, well, the submitters who are here and are to be heard, was obviously a little bit out of in terms of the submitters that are to be heard this afternoon, we're obviously running a little bit late, which is not unusual for hearings of this nature. But we'll get on to you. But I am going to have a 10-minute break, both fairness to me and to the submitters as well, because going from one topic to another without a break is difficult. So we'll get underway again at about 4:10. All right. Thank you very much. Underway. Room report. Right, well, thank you for that, your patience. It's just the nature of this process, sometimes they don't stick to the precise timetable. Appreciate your patience. I've read the submission, obviously, and looked through the documents that were provided with that. But I've been handed the submission or the further submission notes here. And yeah, perhaps we just both introduce yourself, and then we can take it in whatever order you prefer.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. I'm Associate Professor Timothy Curran, and this is Associate Professor Peter Arman. So I'll be speaking briefly to start with, and then handing over to Professor Arman.
Right, thank you.
So my name is Timothy John Curran. I hold a PhD in botany from the University of New England, Australia, and a BSc Honours from the University of New South Wales, Sydney. I'm an Associate Professor of Ecology at Lincoln University, where I have worked as an academic for the last 10 years. I have a total of 15 years experience lecturing in terrestrial ecology and natural resource management to university students in New Zealand and Australia, and 20 years experience conducting research in ecology, primarily focusing on plant species responses to disturbance. I'm the current president of the New Zealand Ecological Society, the peak professional body for ecologists in New Zealand. I have previously served as Vice President and Councillor on the Council of the New Zealand Ecological Society. I'm currently an Associate Editor on 2 academic journals relevant to ecology and natural resource management, the New Zealand Journal of Ecology and Ecological Management and Restoration. From 2001 to 2003, I was the New South Wales ministerial appointment to represent the scientific community, the Ecological Society of Australia, on 2 regional vegetation management committees. These committees, drawn from all stakeholders, were charged with developing management plans for native vegetation on private land in these regions. My role was to provide scientific advice on a range of conservation and management topics, including levels of conservation status of ecological communities. I've also served on other natural resource management committees in New South Wales. These are my expert credentials, though I'm appearing today as a submitter on the original proposal. I appear today to oppose Plan Change 69 on the basis that rezoning this land for urban development is not a sustainable use of this land, as it would result in the substantial loss of finite natural resources. I make this claim based on 2 strands of evidence. First, the loss of versatile soils, and secondly, the loss of land which could contribute to ecological restoration of 2 highly cleared and poorly conserved land units. The evidence regarding the loss of versatile soils will largely be provided by Associate Professor Peter Arman, an expert in soil science. I will provide evidence related to my own field of expertise in ecology and natural resource management. The Resource Management Act 1991 states in Section 7 that in achieving the purpose of this Act, all persons exercising functions and powers under it in relation to managing use, development and protection of natural and physical resources shall have particular regard to, among other things, Section 7G, any finite characteristic of natural and physical resources. Versatile soils are one such finite natural resource. I argue that Plan Change 69 would result in the loss of a much greater area of versatile soils than the 4.6 hectares suggested by the applicant's expert witness, Ms. Catherine Lukuska, and that the ongoing cumulative loss of this finite and important resource to housing development means that there is a substantial reduction in the potential to grow food on highly productive lands in the district, or to use some of those lands for conservation and ecological restoration. So on the matter of cumulative loss of versatile soils, there have been several studies documenting the loss of versatile soils throughout New Zealand. For instance, the report Our Land 2021 by the Ministry for the Environment and Stats New Zealand identified that between 2002 and 2019, there was a 54% increase in the amount of highly productive land made unavailable to agriculture because it had a house on it. Figure 2 of that report, which I've reproduced below as figure 1 of my evidence, identifies the area of southwest Christchurch as one of 6 key areas nationwide where highly productive land has been lost to urban development from 1996 to 2018. There are 2 important things to note in figure 1. The first is that land around Lincoln is identified as one of the areas where, and I quote, the highest proportion of highly productive land was converted to urban land cover for the 1996 to 2018 period, having lost 261 hectares around Lincoln. And secondly, in the Selwyn district, there are substantial areas to the west of Rolleston where urban expansion has occurred on land that is not highly productive, dark brown on the map. And there are substantial other areas in this vicinity which are also not on highly productive land, these are marked grey on the map, into which future residential development could expand without affecting highly productive land. In her evidence on Tuesday, the 22nd of November, Ms McCusker acknowledged that there have been cumulative losses of versatile soils in the area due to previous land use change. She stated that PC 69 would not have a large cumulative effect as the 4.6 hectares of Templeton soils on site is relatively small compared to the amount of Templeton soils remaining in the area. As outlined in the expert evidence by Associate Professor Armand, I contend that this estimate of 4.6 hectares of versatile soils greatly underestimates the amount of such soils present on the site. Hence, I argue that the cumulative impact of loss of versatile soils due to Plan Change 69 will be much greater than that claimed by Ms McCusker. In her evidence on Tuesday, the 23rd of November, Ms McCusker, who explained that her main field of expertise is farm consultancy, also acknowledged that in her experience there is, quote, less and less dairy farming being undertaken immediately around the local area, and that quite a lot of it has gone into small blocks, lifestyle blocks. This evidence, coming from a farm consultant with extensive experience working in the Lincoln area, further highlights the cumulative loss of highly productive soils in the local area. This provides important local context to a nationwide trend of loss of highly productive soils via fragmentation associated with lifestyle blocks. Indeed, if such trends in urbanisation continue, Rutledge et al. 2010 warned that in New Zealand, and I quote, a large percentage of LU Class 1 and 2 lands would be lost to agricultural production over the next 50 to 100 years. On the matter of validity of mapping of versatile soils on land affected by PC 69, I now refer to Associate Professor Peter Armand.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your time. My name is Peter Armand. I'm an Associate Professor in the Soil Science Department at Lincoln University. I have over 30 years experience there, and having been the previous head of that department. My credentials are laid out in my submission, so I won't go over them again, other than to say I have extensive experience in research, teaching, and practical experience of soil survey as well. So I feel that equipped to speak about this. I was asked by Tim to address the matter of versatile soils in the area of PC 69. And like many other submitters, I initially went in my evidence to the land use capability classification mapping, and it shows the areas covered by Class 1, 2 and 3 lands, which are considered in the draft National Policy Statement on highly productive land as being highly productive. But it is recognised by many that that land use capability classification mapping is old. It dates to the 1970s and obsolete. At the time I was preparing my evidence, Catherine McCusker had already submitted, and she acknowledged or recognised as well that the land use capability classification was obsolete, and had turned instead for the mapping of soils in the area of PC 69 to a map that she said was that she was involved in constructing from data from Aaron Stafford. I know the map to actually have been created by Associate Professor Alan Palmer at Massey University, with whom I've spoken to, and I have some familiarity with that map. For reasons I can go into, if you would like, later, I rejected that map in favour of SMAP mapping. SMAP is the spatial soil database that's quality assured and offered by digitally online by Landcare, Manaki Kinawa Landcare Research. It's at a scale of 1 to 50,000 nominally, although it can be blown up to 1 to 10,000. It's supposed to be used at about 1 to 50,000 scale. I consider this map less precise than the map that Catherine McCuskey used, but more accurate. That map has, with the help of colleagues at Landcare Research, been converted into a more up-to-date land use capability classification. And the results of that are similar in that we have class 1, 2 and 3 land in areas of PC 69. Catherine McCuskey argues only 4.6 hectares of Templin soils are highly versatile based on the soil mapping she used. The SMAP map would have about 11 hectares, I think it is, of land use capability class 2, the highly versatile land. The matter of contention in all of this is the land use capability class 2W, which coincides with the Wakanui soils. These are imperfectly drained soils, and Catherine McCuskey claims they are, because of their wetness, not suitable for intensive agriculture because of the problems they present for cultivation. So the technocratic side of things aside, I then went to my initial submission to consider the evidence for cultivation in the area of PC 69 and catalogue that in a map. Catherine McCuskey has said that was flawed. I have a detailed rebuttal. I think Catherine has made mistakes there in the reading of my evidence. I've documented that on the submission I brought today, which I'll leave you to read. Perhaps the important thing is to consider the land within PC 69 is a dairy farm currently, and so cultivation is restricted to pasture renewal and perhaps winter forage crops. So it's not cultivated often. A better indication of how well that land can be cultivated is perhaps given by the market garden directly south of the PC 69, the other side of Collins Road, on Wakanui soils, the exact same unit according to SMAP as is in PC 69. And we documented in the initial submission that was cultivated 16 times in 10 years, and that was rebutted by Catherine McCuskey, but I have reviewed the evidence again and I've submitted more evidence. If you did want to look at figure 3 in the evidence I've presented today, which shows from February 2008 to December 2020, 14 examples of cultivation, many of which occur in spring and winter when the soils would be at their wettest. So I think there's clear and unequivocal evidence that the Wakanui soils of PC 69 are suitable for intensive cultivation. And they should be included in considering the area of highly versatile soils. I acknowledge the roundabout, I think it is 90 hectares of Flaxen, Tamuka and Taitapu soils are wet. They're classified 3W, and they do present problems for intensive agriculture. But considering the the Templeton soils and the Wakanui soils together, using SMAP mapping, there is around about 100 hectares of what I would consider to be highly versatile land that would be lost if PC 69 were approved. In Catherine McCuska's evidence yesterday, she provided a map of water table levels and argued that the water table was high east of Springs Road in the area of Wakanui soils. I have done a subsequent analysis. The implication, I found the evidence not clear in the sense that I think there was some amalgamation of Wakanui and the Weta Temuka and Flaxton soils in her evidence. No doubt the Flaxton and Temuka soils are wet and they do have a high water table. When you get to the Wakanui soils east of Springs Road, the water table is around 2 to 1.5 metres below ground surface in summer. This does not present a problem to many, if any, arable crops. I acknowledge the water table would rise in winter. But the Wakanui soils themselves are defined on the basis of their soil morphology, which indicates that the area of wetness of those soils does not, according to the definition of those soils, does not get any closer to the surface than 30 centimetres. And with the drainage that is now, the artificial drainage that exists in this landscape is likely to be deeper. I have reassessed the 1 to 50,000 scale SMAP mapping using the EM mapping, the apparent soil conductivity mapping that Catherine McCuska presented, and realign boundaries to better match the EM data so that the Wakanui soils west of the block, which Catherine McCuska says has deep water tables, relatively deep water tables, so that those soils are consistent with the mapping I have drawn west of Springs Road, sorry, east of Springs Road.
That's your figure 5.
So that is figure 5 with a realignment of boundaries here. And if we were to accept that as perhaps a more precise view of the Wakanui soils using the EM mapping, the area of Wakanui soils and Templeton soils now is reduced to 88 hectares instead of around about 100. So depending on the precision of the mapping that we have at hand, the area lost of highly versatile soils, I consider would be between 88 and 100 hectares.
We've got looking at the area from the to the east of Springs Road, and looking at your mapping here. Yeah, it's identified as well. It's a question I asked, or I discussed with Ms. McCuskey in terms of McCusker, it is a working dairy farm, obviously. And I guess one of the questions that I have is how relevant the ability to intensify or diversify is when looking at the versatility or at the significance of the loss of whatever area of soil it is. Is that something that you take into account? So that's the range of uses that it can be put to.
That's what the land use capability classification is intended to address. So that land use capability class 1
That's a general,
can support a range of land uses, whereas you go down the capability classes, there are fewer. So hence the adoption of classes 1, 2, and 3 into the highly productive land.
So you think that there are 80 between 88 and 100 hectares, which may be capable of that general use.
Yes, and yes, they're highly versatile and can support a range of land uses. I noted in my original submission that, to the far east of the block, the area of Flaxton and Temuka soils, we find a similar soil mapping unit, at least, to the west of PC69, which is used for intensive onion farming. I acknowledge there may be differences in the depth of the water table, but at least according to the soil mapping, even the Flaxton and Temuka under right conditions can be used intensively.
When you're looking at the Humpsley, the value of the soils, do you take into account the regulatory restrictions that might be on the use of that land in terms of nitrogen, discharge, phosphorus, those sorts of issues?
I have not. That's another layer that's added on top of assessment of land use. However, I would say that all soils present some limitation. It's a bit like the space ad, it's hard finding the perfect soil. And it's really a matter of adjusting management to suit the soil and the environment that you find yourself in. And there are ways of mitigating nutrient losses. And if we look across Canterbury and consider the distribution of soils with high vulnerability to nitrogen loss or phosphorus loss or fecal coliform loss, and if we were to take out all those that had a high vulnerability, we wouldn't be left with a lot of productive land.
And all of your all of these matters are combining the evidence and the report.
Yes, and my earlier submission is one of the evidence I provided today.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. I think your evidence is clear. I think that's yeah. Do you have a particular concern in relation to the cumulative effects, or is that outside of what the evidence that you've given really?
I'll stick to my knitting.
Yeah.
And I was asked to address the issue of bituminal
Of the soil.
of
So,
the versatile soils within the block.
yeah, no,
I know other speakers will be addressing that.
right. No, I appreciate that, and yeah, thank you very much for that evidence and that contribution to my decision making. And now we're back to you.
Yeah, sure. I've only got a small amount there. I can either read that out or leave you to read it in the interest of time. I'm 10 minutes over our allotment, I believe.
Thank you for reminding me.
In essence, it sort of expands on the other strand of my evidence from my previous submission, is that these landscapes that we're dealing with are highly cleared landscapes. In fact, one of the level 4 land environment in New Zealand classes that occurs on site is the second most cleared landscape in the country. So it's only 0.2% of Indigenous vegetation left on that. And my broader issue in terms of the sustainability of this proposal is that if we don't, if this land goes under houses, then it can't be used for two of the more productive and useful uses of that land. The production of food on high quality soils, and in those areas where we can spare some of that land, restoration to start addressing and halting biodiversity, Indigenous biodiversity loss.
Have you been keeping up with the changes that have been made to the outline development plan?
I saw a small glimpse of it this morning. I was listening to Laura Drummond's evidence. Yeah.
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 I mean, certainly it's a matter which is clearly identified in the ODP for the outline development plan, that they've gone to, you know, they talk about the development provides potential for higher ecological values to be re-established at the site through restoration and enhancement, naturalisation and through enhancement, those sorts of things. Requirement for a provision of an ecological management plan by a suitably qualified and experienced practitioner that addresses the minimum requirements that must be met, including plans specifying springhead restoration, Springs Creek riparian management, waterway crossing management, wetland restoration and enhancement options within the proposed preserve spaces, etc. So, naturalisation of the diversion of the Lincoln Main Drain, a number of other things that are identified there. So does that go anywhere to meeting your concerns in that?
Yeah, so I'd make two comments with a caveat at the start that I'm a terrestrial ecologist, not an aquatic ecologist. So the technical details of what was discussed and has been agreed on this morning is not in my wheelhouse. What I would say is it was great to see that the applicant and the applicant's consultants working together with, I think it was Dr. Burrell, to implement a range of 100 metre setbacks, I think it was, or buffers around the springs. And I think that will go a long way to ensuring that what everyone agrees is highly important ecological features in those areas will be protected. The question I would suggest, or the point I would make, is that what do we do with what's the best use for the remainder of the site? And the remainder of the site is the areas with these versatile soils, of which it's demonstrated in several government reports, a number of scientific papers that we are losing around the country, including in the evidence that was given by Ms. McCusker yesterday around Lincoln. And so, yes, it's great that there's potential for enhancement of the ecological features on the wetter part of the site, but should that come at the cost of loss of versatile soils? So they're two different issues, and they need to obviously be weighed, which is
what I had.
your job. Yeah.
But that's been helpful too, and I appreciate the time and effort that's gone into the submission and the evidence you provided me with. And it was good to have the opportunity to discuss the matters that came up. So thank you both very much for that.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Is this the one where we have a some overheads, do we, to look at?
No, we don't, but we have a handout.
Handout, right.
That's been circulated.
Right. So you Professor Cameron?
That's correct.
And I've got the handout what's been circulated. Okay, marvellous. Now, do you just want to take me through that? I have read your submission and the issues that you've identified in that, and the statement that you've provided. I've been through that. But if you can take me through what you've prepared here, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation today. My name is Keith Cameron. I'm Emeritus Professor of Soil Science at Lincoln University. 40 years of research and teaching experience in soil science. I'm a past president of the New Zealand Society of Soil Science, and my other qualifications are listed in the original paragraph in my original submission. I omitted to list one thing, which is this is the textbook on soil science that's used at all universities in New Zealand that teach soil science. Massey, Lincoln, Waikato, Otago, Canterbury. I wrote it. My evidence relates to the potential loss of versatile soils and highly productive land that would occur if Plan Change 69 was approved. And so I now look at the slide set that you've distributed, please. What I'd like to present this afternoon is some published peer-reviewed scientific evidence about the soil types in this area and make some comments in relation to Catherine McCusker's evidence. I disagree with Catherine McCusker's conclusions on versatile soils in 2 points. In my opinion, the area of highly productive land in Plan Change 69 is greater than 4.6 hectares. In my opinion, the cumulative effect of losing this highly productive land around Lincoln is actually very significant. Slide 3 shows the SMAP soil data for the area, with the Wakanui, Templeton, Taitap, Reflex, and Tamika shown there. What I'd like us to concentrate on for this part is the land to the west of Springs Road. That's the Templeton brown soil and the Wakanui soil, they're shown in light blue. That green circle shows an area which has got a water table that Catherine McCusker told us yesterday is greater than 3 metres below ground level. I consider that area of land, which is about 50 hectares, to be highly productive land. Now, why is that? Well, based on the evidence which I now present in the next set of slides. 2 scientific studies published in the New Zealand Journal of Experimental Agriculture show no significant differences in barley yield between Wakanui and Tamika soils, despite their differences in natural drainage of those soils. So Bennett et al. In 1980 showed that the Wakanui and Templeton soils provided yields which were not significantly different. So if you look at the first table on the top right, you see the yields to the Wakanui and the Templeton, followed by the letter A. Those letters are used from a statistical technique called Duncan's multiple range testing, where a letter which is the same after a number indicates there is no statistically significant difference between those numbers. The air soil at the bottom of the table, of course, is much less, and so it gets a letter B. The second set of information, which is published by Bennett and Webb in 1987, also showed barley yield not significantly different between Wakanui and Templeton. Despite the Wakanui having what appears to be a slightly higher yield, the statistical significance of that is not at the 5%. Then we go over to page 3 and slide 5. Bennett and Webb also showed no significant differences in P yields between Wakanui and Templeton soils, as shown in the data on the top right-hand side, for the Wakanui and Templeton soils. Both those yields with the letter A after, no significant difference. The trial showed a higher yield of Rycon on the Wakanui soil compared to the Templeton soil, and this was statistically significant in the table on the bottom left
of slide 5. 2,600 versus 2,380. The next slide shows no significant difference in the yield of oats on Wakanui and Templeton soils, and this is from Whiteman Purvis, 1983. I have copies of these papers with me today. Commissioner, I can link them if you need. There, the oat yields were found to be Wakanui and Templeton exactly the same statistically at the 0.1% statistical level. So please go to page 4 and slide 7. The Wakanui soil in Canterbury has produced the world's record wheat yield in 2020. That's not New Zealand's wheat yield record, that's the world's wheat yield record. And on Wakanui soil, which Catherine McCusker tells us is not suitable for cultivation and intensive use. The irrigated wheat yields in New Zealand average about 12 tonnes per hectare. Now, Watson achieved 17.4 tonnes on a Wakanui soil. So my conclusion as a soil scientist is that the scientific evidence that I've presented and researched shows that the soils to the west of Springs Road, which represent about 50 hectares, actually are 50 hectares of highly productive land. And in my opinion, that land should be protected for future generations to grow food and not covered in houses, concrete and roads. If I may turn my attention now to the soils to the east of Springs Road, Commissioner, would that be? Yes, please. Yeah. So page 5, slide 9. I particularly like us to focus in on the area encircled by the dashed blue line, which shows the Wakanui soil immediately to the east of Springs Road, where Associate Professor Hammond has just given evidence that the water table is at 1.4 metres below ground level. I have visited the south end of that block many times, cycled past it, walked past it, drove past it. And I know that there is a drainage ditch alongside Collins Road next to Planchine 69 area, which is connected into the land drainage network maintained by Stirling District Council, the L2 drainage network. And the diagrams on the left, the map on the left, shows in blue the Stirling District Council maintained drains. And I've enlarged that on the right-hand side of that slide. And within the red box on the right-hand side, you can see that the drain runs alongside Collins Road on the same side of the road as Plan Change 69 proposal. So the drainage of the Wakanui soil to the east of Springs Road, in my opinion, could be improved using standard agricultural food drains, and that an improved farm drainage system could be connected and is already connected into the existing drainage network. You can go over the page, please, to page 6.
Yeah, please, just for clarification again. So what we're talking about here still is the area within the
Yes,
the circle.
that's correct. That's where I'd like to focus at this point in time. Thank you, sir. Page 6 and slide 11 at the top of that page. These are photographs of the drainage ditch along the northern edge of Collins Road next to Planchine 69 area that I believe could be improved to enhance the drainage. These photographs were taken this morning. And the one on the left of the slide, labelled west, is closest to the Springs Road end of Collins Road. And gradually the drain gets deeper as the ditch continues to the east. And in all of those photographs, I think we can see that the drain could be improved to ensure better drainage of the land around that drain. Indeed, farm drainage could be improved across that block of Wakanui soils to create the highly productive land that we see those scientific papers refer to. So the slide at the bottom of page 6 simply gives an illustration, Commissioner, of how a land drainage system would operate with drains installed below the level of the water table to take the water away to the drainage ditch that would then flow into the Aorere or L2 river. Those diagrams come from my textbook, and that's the reason why I bring them today. But there are many other texts on the drainage of wet soils in New Zealand, such as BOLAR, which is used in training students at Massey, where improvements in farm drainage can lead to improved flexibility and versatility of the soil. On page 7, slide.
Sorry, just,
Please.
you don't want me asking questions as we go through.
Please.
Just while they occur to me, really. So you're looking at the drainage issue purely from the productive use of the land perspective.
Yes. To give flexibility and versatility to soil, which has been suggested is not sufficiently versatile to cover our range of uses.
And that's entirely appropriate, because that's in the area that you've raised, this area of your expertise. Right. There's probably not much point me putting to you that, but I will anyway, that productive use is one issue, obviously, that I'm going to have to consider in the values of the soil. And the other is the springs and the importance of them. And I'm just not sure what increasing the drainage or enhancing the drainage along those areas will have on the spring. So that's the sort of thing that I'll need to take into an overall way up. But from your perspective, there's already option essentially to get that soil more productive.
Yes, there is. However, let's put it in context. It's currently a dairy farm. And a dairy farm is a very highly productive use of land at this point in time. At $8 per kilogram of milk solids, it's a good payer to the moment. If the farm has 1,400 kilograms of milk solids per hectare, times $8, times 180 hectares, we end up with an income of over $2 million. It works out about $11,200 per hectare.
What was that figure? Sorry.
Sorry, $11,200 per hectare. I've been involved in the development of 3 dairy farms for research at Lincoln University, and I'm intimately involved in the commercial dairy farm at Lincoln. Our operating costs for this year will be $4.40 per kilogram of milk solids, and we'll receive a payout of $8 per kilogram of milk solids. Even if the cost of production is $5 a kilogram of milk solids, it's hard to see how a profit could not be made on this wonderful piece of land that produces a high return for the farmer. I wonder if possible, if we could please return to page 5 on my earlier evidence. Just a couple of points, if I could, Commissioner, to raise there. So page 5 on the earlier.
Yes, I've got that.
Thank you. The Mayor of Selwyn District Council, Mr. Sam Broughton, has said recently that we need to protect our versatile soils. We can't just have towns that continue to sprawl across the plains. So our elected leaders are conscious of the problems that are being created by continuous expansion of urban areas onto prime agricultural land. The Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable Damon O'Connor, has also said that we cannot afford to lose our most highly productive land. And that was one of the reasons why the National Policy Statement draft on highly productive land was produced and presented to the public.
The Environment Minister, Honourable David Parker, on page 6 of my original submission, has said, we need to get the balance right. And the development we need is in the right place. I would suggest to Selwyn District Council that this is not the right place to build houses on more highly productive land. Even the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, Objective 15.2.1 states, maintenance and improvement of the quality of Canterbury soil to safeguard the Maori, their life supporting capacity, their health and productive capacity is important. Approving Plan Change 69 would be contrary to that objective. And now get to the crux of the matter.
Give me a minute to catch up.
Certainly.
Is that the correct reference, the National Policy Statement, UD 2020 Objective 15.2? Or are you talking about the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement there?
Stands to be corrected.
Well, I may stand to
At the time I was writing, I believe that was the case. But I'll withdraw that comment if there's any doubt.
No, you don't need to withdraw it, and it's just a question of identifying where that actually is. It doesn't, it's not a critical issue, but I'm not sure it's in the UDS for urban development. And if I'm wrong, I'll apologise to you.
And equally, if I'm wrong, I'll apologise to you.
But I take the point in relation to those matters that you're identifying that it's this very issue has been identified at a number of levels, and including at a national level.
Yes. And that's my point. So the crux of the matter for me is that housing development needs to be in the right place and not on top of New Zealand's limited resource of highly productive land. In fact, most of Canterbury Plains, most of the Canterbury Plains, over 70% of the plains, consist of shallow, stony soils which have severe limitations for arable and pastoral use. Most of the plains. So why are we building houses on our good soil? If I can return to page 7 of my additional information to conclude. Slide 14 at the bottom of page 7. Just a few comments, Commissioner, on the cumulative effect. I believe the cumulative effect of approving Plan Change 69 would be an increase in the loss of highly productive land of risk soils around Lincoln by around 25%. Why is that? Because in the past 25 years alone, over 400 hectares of highly productive land has been lost to housing around Lincoln. Lincoln is surrounded by the best land in Canterbury, some of the best land in New Zealand. And we continually expand the boundaries. So adding another 98 hectares to that of the Templeton and Walking soils would increase that by another 25%. So my last slide is not scientific, but probably more emotional. I plead with Selwyn District Council to demonstrate leadership by protecting New Zealand's highly productive land, and especially at this 11th hour before the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land legislation comes into effect. Because the reason for that National Policy Statement is the concern nationally about the loss of highly productive land. So please, Selwyn District Council, demonstrate leadership, follow the Mayor's comments and concerns about the loss of highly productive soil in Canterbury Plains, and reject plan change 69.
I'll just double check if there's any other questions I can ask of your original. But that's, I don't think I have any further questions arising from your original statement or from these. We've sort of had a chat as we've gone through. And I appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to me. And I will say this for all submitters, it's a very important part of the process that we hear from submitters as well. So thank you for putting effort into it.
Thank you for the time and the opportunity to make the presentation.
Yeah. Prendergast.
Thank you. My name's Sue Prendergast. I'm definitely a lay person. I don't have the technical expertise that preceded me. And I would like to speak to the opposing the plan change. I'm concerned with, or we are concerned residents who live opposite the where the proposed development is going to take place in Terrace. I'm also rather concerned, particularly having grandchildren, for the environment, the changes, the climatic changes that are happening. I've divided three headings. I'd like to talk about productive land, urban development, and environmental issues. Our primary objection to the development is the loss of highly productive land, and this is a nationwide issue. And we can see what has happened both on the Heritonga Plains and in Pukekohe. And we now have people like Wilcox, Liederbrand, who own land in Canterbury, particularly around the Kaya area, because they are running out of land up north. There was also a report in 2018 commissioned by Horticulture New Zealand, and this warned about urban sprawl, and particularly in Auckland. But this is also something that is happening elsewhere in the country. And this has the potential to lift the price of fruit and vegetables by 43 to 58%. The health costs of such an increase, according to Otago University modelling, would be between 490 and 610 million across the population. This article was published in Save Our Soils and written by Greg Dixon in the Listener was September 11th to 17th, 2021. The article also notes that overall on the earth, food production, there's only 7% of the earth's surface available for food production. And availability is decreasing both through change of use and erosion. In New Zealand, we only have 3% of land classified as Class 1. We've heard about the report released by Stats New Zealand and Environment New Zealand already, so I won't repeat that. But the other concern is our loss of food. It's not just the loss of food production, but also the implications for our economy, because a lot is exported. Particularly with horticulture, although this land is presently used for dairying, it could be used in the future for horticulture if required. Horticulture needs to be situated close to urban centres because of production, transportation and labour. The national policy, I think that the national policy statement on urban development should not be seen as a standalone policy. It should be seen considered alongside the much awaited policy on productive land. And to that point, I did email Minister Mahuta asking her when this was going to be released and received no reply, along with several other questions, asking her why councils had so many plan changes submitted to them when they do long-term planning. We perhaps in Selwyn need to look at something that's happening in Peloton Plains, where there is more discussion between growers, farmers and the council as to what land is suitable and not suitable. And this is something that needs to be handled. On the case for urban development, I do question why we produce such long-term plans and plans for Lincoln. I've got books at home which you would no doubt have seen. Why we do this and then we have plan changes. I think with the development of suburbs further out, this is the greater cost of infrastructure. Who is going to pay for this? Generally, it's either the ratepayer or the taxpayer, or namely one and the same. My question would be, we as rate and taxpayers shouldn't be covering these additional costs, and they should be met by the developer. In the Horizons region, newer developments, I think in the Foxton area, they've had to provide their own water supply and waste disposal, and hence lessen the burden on ratepayers. The development of roads across this area is of concern. We have a high traffic volume now, and there was in the original plan the proposed road through Liffey Springs, up Liffey Springs Drive. And I'm unsure now whether it's been totally withdrawn or is on hold, or
So it's not proposed.
it's been withdrawn totally. It will
It's
never
not,
go
it's not
ahead.
part of this. It's not part of this plan change.
Okay, because it was originally. But even other feeder roads into Southfield Drive are a concern. That Southfield Drive is actually quite narrow, and cars would not cope with the huge increase in volume of traffic. Besides which, a lot of children, people biking, scooters, going to the local schools. There appears to be within the plan no allowance for playing fields, schools, public transport to service the increase in population. And I feel that these should be addressed before any development takes place. We also in Lincoln have a lack of medical facilities with the one set of doctors now accepting no more patients. And I can attest to the volume of Christchurch Hospital and increasing the population without providing adequate medical services and feeder services. It's just going to make matters worse. There has recently been a change in proposed change in urban zoning to allow increased numbers of dwellings per site and a height restriction to 3 stories, which is presently going to go before Parliament. And I would like to suggest that perhaps we should think laterally, and there's some examples of this development work, particularly in Auckland. One developer is Mark Todd, who has come out with some innovative ideas. And the other is being undertaken by KiwiSaver Fund Simplicity in townhouse and a townhouse and a developer, Simplicity Living. They're proposing to build 10,000 homes over 10 years on brownfields, i.e. existing land within Auckland that's had old housing on that has been going to be demolished and reused. We would like to suggest that there would be land available within the greater Christchurch region, the greater planning region, that could accommodate such builds. And this needs to be assessed before we use valuable agricultural or horticultural land used for food production. This came from the spin-off podcast by Bernard Hickey on November the 11th, 2021. I would like to ask whether this development will cater for those most in need of homes, those on lower incomes and first home buyers. Will it provide affordable homes for these people? My final one is one of the environmental issues. Nowhere in the original report did I see any mention of the carbon footprint from the construction and the ongoing 1,400 car movements per day as to how this would be mitigated. Also, one of the worst pollutants in urban waterways is copper from brake pads. And how is this going to be avoided? This was reported on Radio New Zealand on the 9th of September 2018, but it was made through ECAN. The other one is, relates to the photos that I submitted. Presently, L2, below the ponds of the Liffey Springs wetlands, is showing signs of increased sediment in the water from these ponds, from, I presume, the Rosemary development. Prior to that, i.e. heading towards Edward Street, and the water is clear. I'd like the long-term effect of increased sediment is to the detriment of wildlife and the potential and leads to more sediment in Lake Ellesmere. I haven't seen or read in the report how this would be monitored and overcome, so it didn't happen. The other thing was with recent high rainfall events that we've experienced recently, when the flooding occurred Mount Summers in Lincoln, we received 155 mils of rain in 3 days. The existing ponds cope well, but with additional housing, I don't know how the streams would cope. But I'd like to just reference the recent floods in Germany, although this might sound a little, but I'll get to it, where there was a lot of devastation and loss of life. At the same time, those storms travelled across Europe, including Holland. Now, Holland experienced little or no flooding, and the reason for that is because they developed wetlands, and also they allow their rivers to follow their natural course. So, to that point, even if some of this land is low lying, it can be perhaps used to contain water in a high rain event, and I would suggest that flooding horticultural land in such an event is most probably less expensive than flooding houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See if I have any further questions.
Thank you. Hope not.
Right. No, I mean, it's been very helpful and thorough.
Certainly not technical.
I understand your concerns, and you've expressed them very well. So thank you very much for taking the time to come and talk to me.
Thank you.
Should carry on. All right. Mr. Gimble and come forward. Just like to introduce yourself while we're waiting for this to come up.
Well, my name is Bruce Kimmel, and I live on Springs Road, opposite the subdivision we're talking about here. Terry is also a homeowner along there as well on Springs Road, and Patricia Cotton is also a homeowner along here as well on Springs Road.
So, Mr. Hughes, I don't think you were a submitter, but you essentially appearing here in support of the.
Discussing some of the issues that went into Bruce's first submission. He said that won't be available if we looked at all the material and had a
Very good. So who's going to be speaking today?
Terry's going to speak on it.
Okay.
Yeah, my background is in animal science. So, I'm not, other than being able to comment on the productive aspects of land. I was involved with the old original Lincoln Dairy Farm for 18 years, and 6 of them I was supervisor, responsible to the University for the farm. So I'm reasonably familiar with those soil types. We were right next door to the proposed development of PC 69. One of the things that I've noticed in my years involved in the dairy industry in Canterbury is that land which was previously classified as basically unproductive, very questionable in terms of product, has certainly changed over the last 40 years. The 4 issues that we wish to elaborate on after hearing and reading the preliminary presentations are not necessarily issues that we have any special expertise in, but are of considerable concern to us as occupants, which are completely surrounded by 2 current developments, Eco Park and Te and we've certainly experienced some of the issues related with such developments. The issues that we wish to discuss were use of good farmland for housing, traffic flows on Springs Road, water issues, and the last one is one that's caused us some big issues. At what point do those people on the periphery of developments actually get the final version of the plan that's going to be used for the development? And we've certainly had some fairly solid kicks in the teeth on what we thought were plans
which turned out to be changed without any notification to us. So that was one of the other little things that we wanted to comment on. So if I start off in terms of the farmland, as I say, I'm very familiar with those soils. I should comment that after I'd spent 18 years at the university in an academic and science field, I then left and was involved heavily in dairy conversions all over the South Island, and then concentrated down into Canterbury. I've probably been involved in over 100 in my time, and I've seen a few soils, and certainly make no comment on soils, and that there are people I've been lucky enough to work with, such as Professor Cameron, that are forgotten about soils and the details of soils that I've ever known. So one thing I would like to comment on now is that the old Lincoln Dairy Farm, which is on similar soils, a whole lot of Temukas and Wakanuis, went from productions of less than 900 kilos of solids a hectare up to 1,400 over a period of about 15 years, and that predominantly came about by drainage, irrigation, and good soil structures. And we learned a lot in the process, some of us more slowly than others, but certainly I would argue very strongly now that Wakanui soils, if I was doing or were still doing budgets for people, that they are highly productive soils provided they manage well and have adequate drainage and irrigation. Right, the next aspect, the one that we really are somewhat worried about, is the traffic flow on Springs Road, and especially the intersection where these new developments meet with the university traffic at the corner, or where the current roundabout is on the corner of the current outlet onto Springs Road as it goes to Prebbleton. We note that while we consider that there has to be some modelling to some figures on the table about what the potential impacts are going to be. We're just noting that there are a lot of things that haven't been finished yet, and one of the things that concerns us is that there are models on road traffic that have been proposed as the best that there is. We've got no technical capability to challenge that, but we certainly would challenge that. That must be very difficult in that the exit, for example, from Te Whariki Stage 4 onto Springs Road hasn't been completed yet, so how they can model that, we don't know. The new science building at Lincoln University, which will probably also exit, increase the traffic back out onto Springs Road just prior to the corner. And the other aspect is the housing construction of the southeastern corner of Adeko Park isn't finished yet either. So modelling that sort of material definitely has to be done. We acknowledge that. We are worried that this plan change 69 is possibly being built on a best projection, and we would like it to be formed on a sounder based on that by collecting some fundamental data for the flow of traffic down that road, and we make some suggestions about that. We also, as occupants of ownership along that piece of road that is surrounded by those two, one on Peter Ricky on the east and the Eco Park on the west. We would like to comment that we haven't seen a lot of the so-called development that were meant to take place on Springs Road, and we know supposedly there were to be roadside developments. Well, we've definitely been kept in the dark about those. We did, for example, get our developments out the front of the property in which the sewage system went in, and a stormwater supposed outlet was provided. We got a bit of a shock when we found that the stormwater outlets happened to go into a grass ditch that had always been there. It was called a stormwater outlet. We were under the understanding that there were going to be developments of street lights, footpaths, underground stormwater drains, roadside curbing, and the development of Springs Road. But to date, we're waiting and nothing has happened. So we think that the current model for looking at traffic movement on Springs Road, dual street intersection with actual traffic flows, should be assessed in the next year or so, especially during university term time, to get some actual figures on what the requirements and what the flow rates are and what the delays are like on that intersection. We note now that there are no bypass options on the table. So the bypass option that was supposedly going to go through Vidico and then down the side of the Lincoln University has been greeted with no confidence by either the University or Vidico people. So we presume that is off the table. The joining of roads into the eastern side of the Tahu development. We noticed that there is one road going to be leading into there, but that is not going to be carrying the traffic that's going backwards and forwards to Christchurch, or backwards and forwards to Pawson to Christchurch anyway. So we'd just like some real data on traffic flows and for them to be compared with the models that are currently available. We note, as I said, we noted that there doesn't seem to be any time span or time given to us for was provided to us to date for the upgrade of Springs Road, and we presume that that is going to happen before P69 gets airborne, or if it gets airborne, and we would certainly like to see that completed before any assessment of traffic flow down that road is truly assessed. The last thing is that we think that there might be a possibility that Collins Road, if it were developed, could carry some of that traffic onto Shands Road and thus bypass the bottleneck at Ellesmere Junction Road, Gerald Street, Springs Road roundabout.
And that's a real bottleneck currently.
Yeah, it's a real bottleneck currently. It'll get more exciting if this development goes forward. I'll be able to take your lunch. Water.
Yeah. Now, the written evidence is very comprehensive, and I appreciate that. And I'll, of course, read it and take it carefully into account. And you're doing it to a degree now, but perhaps sort of a I've got to focus on the, the key concerns really. And not trying to stop you having the opportunity to speak, because it's very important. It's, it really informs me in my decision making, but just, just to really sort of nail home the key points, I suppose.
Yes, look, I'm sorry, I
No,
did a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I was waiting for
the
that.
slide. Sorry, it doesn't seem to be.
No. Is that not,
It's not, but I can share it from here.
Okay, fine.
Just one interrupted flow.
yeah, okay, we'll sorry about that. I didn't realise there'd been a, breakdown.
Yeah, all right, water. The aspects of available water have been noted by, again, people more qualified than we are to talk about it. But we are somewhat worried about adequacy of the domestic water supply if this development were to go ahead. And it appears to rely on needing to get ECAN to approve the change in consents from irrigation to provide treatable water, untreated water to the council for further treatment. Now that seems a fairly interesting area, but I have never been involved in an awful lot of irrigation and well ECAN consents over the time. I'd love to be sitting on the wall for that one. Well, so there are some real issues, I think, to be handled there. We're aware from living in the vicinity that a portion of the proposed land is definitely flood problem, and in fact, in a big way. My history on the Lincoln Dairy Farm, which was upstream of them, is that some winters in the early 1980s, we couldn't go through the middle of the farm because it was too deep for a four-wheel motorbike. So, and that wasn't a rainfall effect, it was a build-up in terms of a drainage problem with the L2 and a rising underground water table from up the plain. So one of the driest winters we had animals that couldn't graze on probably 2/3 of our farm. Now, it's okay mentioning that the drainage since then, improvements in the drainage certainly happened, but it is an area that has been historically prone to, especially the low-lying areas, historically prone to flooding, and not purely based on rainfall. It's not clear, in our opinion, it's not clear how the current proposal, that's 69, is going to accommodate, be accommodated in terms of pumping sewage to Wollaston and in terms of the planned expansion of the Wollaston sewage treatment plant. So we just note that in passing, that again is probably going to be a consideration that needs to be taken into account. We would like to commend the developers on their determination to keep spring water separate from stormwater, and I read a lot of the material on that and found out a lot more than I thought I'd ever find out about sewerage. Although not especially excited by the Verdeco development over our back fences, we were excited by the possibility of connections to sewers and mains water. We had always expected to pay for it. The last plan that we saw had the main line for the sewage and the berm area between our fences and Springs Road with a stormwater outlet. We considered that that was going to happen, so we didn't do anything more about it. Eventually, the sewage line was put in. We then found, unfortunately, that this was a high pressure sewage line. There was no way that the original plans or even the updated ones with our connections to that were going to be an option. We then were lucky to find out after many inquiries that the council and the developers had come to a conclusion about where our sewage disposal for the 3 properties that I'm talking about actually enter the sewage system. And for our particular property, we happen to be the furthest away from the proposed sewage inlet site, and we have to go through a couple of right angle turns and through a property. And we would have really liked to have been involved in negotiating those movements before we found out it was fait accompli. So it's fundamentally after this experience, we're recommending that all properties on the periphery of any such developments, and this CP69 is one, need to be aware that they may not be approached by either the council or the developers in the changing of consents, and they may not get to hear about it until it hits them in the pocket. So one of the things that we would note, but don't want this to be coming over completely negative, the Te Pariki stage 4, where their exit onto Spring, or entry and exit onto Springs Road is now being in the process of being constructed. It had to be moved by about 100 metres, and that's when we found out that the reason it needed to be moved is one other development that decided it was going to change its entrance and didn't tell anybody, didn't consult with anybody, and then Target had to go about changing theirs. We then found out these consent options certainly do change, and if you happen to be on the periphery of our experiences, you may not get to hear about it. No one thinks it's their business to be informed. So for that, those are the reasons that we, sorry, it's a wee bit disjointed. I've practiced it to the PowerPoint presentation, but summarised in that.
Yeah, no, you did very well, given the absence of the PowerPoints, but I will get those PowerPoints at some stage. I'll be able to tie up. Yeah, it's very thorough. It's been a lot of work put into it, and I appreciate that. Just in terms of your experience at the moment on Springs Road, what's your traffic experience there?
The traffic along Springs Road at the moment is quite a volume at the first thing in the morning and the last thing in the evening. And what I am experienced since the earthquake, if I may say, is a lot of vibration coming back into the properties along that road. And you can feel it when you're sitting in the lounge or the house or wherever. There is a problem there with the ground movement somewhere along that line now after the earthquake. Whether how you come around about that, I do not know. But the other I like to say about is the sewer line along there, that we were never consulted by the sewer line that's been put in through there, and I think we should have been taken on board when that line was put through, because that was the easiest option for those 3 or 4 properties along there to come to the road, instead of us now going through the back sections and going through easements and through different properties. I think that we should be taken on board and listened to a bit more, because we were just left in the lurch as far as that went.
So you like that consultation?
Yeah, but we can't change anything, but all we're suggesting is that this plan 69 is going to happen under whatever circumstances. Then there should be better communication between those on the periphery of it and talking to council and the fellows, because we literally were like mushrooms. We were kept in the dark and fed plenty of effort.
Okay.
If we hadn't approached the Decker subdivision, I don't think we would have had the sewer line coming through the back of us. We would have been left and nothing done there.
So if it were to be approved, you'd like that, and I can't direct it, but it's, I'm sure Mr. Keller's noted it, that they had to be kept informed as to what's happening and potentially have a
Tipariki people have got a footpath, curb, etc. going up, or supposedly going to go up the eastern side opposite our houses. The bit that we haven't picked up, the council material was supposedly required as part of the Deco Park input. Nothing has happened. We've got no street light, no curbs, no drainage points, and nobody's made any noise about when it's going to happen. And supposedly the road was to be developed. I don't know if it's in a plan, not in a plan, or whether it was just words spoken at the time.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, as I said, I really do appreciate the effort that's gone into it, and you taking the time to do that. The Patricia, Ms. Cochran want to say anything?
Patricia, would you like to say that? Would you like to say something?
No, I just agree with what they say. We had great talks about everything. And this is what this-
Yeah. And it shows that it's been well thought through, so thank you for that. All right. Very good. Thanks for the help.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Welcome. Now on your hands as to how you want to present the information across.
I'm hoping that I'm not even 10 minutes, so yay. I want to make 2 points rather than go through my submission. I'm slightly hard of hearing, so that could result in me speaking very loudly and also requiring people to speak up a bit to me. So just letting you know that. So I just wanted to welcome you again to Taitapu, a small semi-rural village about 20 to 30 minutes drive from the centre of Christchurch. It's named for Waitapu, the sacred waters that flowed through here. Its hotel was established by European settlers in the 1850s and is probably the smallest of the neighbouring rural towns on this part of Selwyn. Somewhat ironic then that this is where these hearings to turn a small town into a large town and set it on the path to a suburb across Christchurch are being held. There are about 1,300 residents of Taitapu. Prebbleton, down the road, was established in the 1850s, being one of the first settlements by Europeans on the plains, and is almost part of Christchurch now as it is close to abutting the back of Hornby. They have 5,000 people. Springston's first building was a Methodist church built in the 1860s. It's been in settlement since then and has about 2,300 people. Leeston, furthest away from here, their hotel was established in the 1860s and it's been settled ever since, primarily as servicing rural community, as they all were. And they have about 2,370 people. Lincoln, which is the subject of this application and where I live in Liffey Springs, was founded in 1862 and its only hotel has been there ever since, famous grouse, and has, as of June 2021, 8,920 people. These are all small, semi-rural or rural towns. These kinds of places are all over the UK and Europe if you visit there. And in between huge cities, there are small villages dotted around those nations, villages as they call them. They have a place. Not everyone wants to live in a city or become a suburb of a city. There is a pace and a sense of peace here that you don't get in cities, and it's why many people live here. Farmers of all kinds retire to these small towns because it's a compromise between leaving their beloved large rural properties or moving to a city, which is overwhelming and not desirable. The independent report stated that people don't have a right to expect their rural view to always be there. But people also don't have a right to live anywhere they please. I would love to live somewhere with a sea view, but I can't afford it. And until I can afford it, I won't be able to move there. A 2017 study showed that living in a rural or semi-rural town meant lower traffic noise, lower ambient pollution, and lower heart disease. We should want, therefore, to build more small semi-rural towns, not grow the existing ones into larger small cities. Studies also show that being a short walk from rural vistas and birds, etc., is a wellbeing issue with strong mental health benefits for those who live there. Again, let's see the solution as creating more of these small town villages with their advantages to health and wellbeing. In 2020, a data study showed Selwyn has the lowest crime rate in New Zealand. This has partly been attributed to the small towns that dot Selwyn, where people know each other. Since moving to Lincoln from a city, I now know all my neighbours. I know staff at my New World by name, and I did shop at New World in the city that I lived in, but I didn't call them by name. I know the chemist and the baker by name. I've been to street parties and host my own event each year before Christmas with neighbours and those that I've met while out walking the dog. I want more people to have those experiences, but if we keep growing these small places fast instead of building elsewhere first, or growing and developing new small towns in between existing towns in Christchurch, people will move here for something that they won't be getting. Rolleston, on the other hand, was a small railway terminus in the late 1800s. Plans were proposed to turn it into a satellite town in the 1970s. Those plans failed. The land is poor, it's windy, it's dusty, and people didn't want to live there. It took a devastating earthquake, which forced people from their homes in Christchurch, particularly the eastern suburbs, to revive that plan. Necessity rather than desire has grown Rolleston. The Selwyn Council and its planners have done a great job dealing with the planning required to accommodate a large number of displaced people from those earthquakes. Rolleston has grown fast, so fast, that its new aquatic centre, which opened 8 years ago, needed to begin a large extension last year to accommodate its people. And to note, Lincoln doesn't have a swimming pool, so any new Lincoln people will be heading to the Selwyn Aquatic Centre. There's an $80 million mall-type development going in. Those people who know the Colombo in Sydenham off Colombo Street, it's a similar style to that. There are big retailers, there are eateries, libraries, pub, of course, high school, library, playing fields. Rolleston has a population of 24,500 people. And as all the soil people and the scientists have said, there's a lot of unproductive land over there that houses could be built on. They have transport and they sit right next to the motorway link into Christchurch, and for those who want to go south, the I zone, which has only appeared after the earthquake and as a result of Littleton Port having its problems, is probably employing a lot of people who live in Rolleston. I think the planners have done a great job in Lincoln too. A few months ago, we had a 1 in 100 year weather event. After 2 days of persistent and torrential rain, I drove from one end of Lincoln where I lived to the other, to the supermarket, past all the new subdivisions, and there was no surface water. While Ashburton had bridges wrecked, our planners had done us proud. No mean feat when we are very close to sea level. These same planners, aware of the huge demand for homes in Selwyn, of the affordability issues plaguing the nation, prepared an operational plan last year, knowing all of the above. It did not rezone this land requested by these developers. It has allowed for expansion, and the people opposing this application that I've spoken to, and myself, we're not anti-development, we benefited from development, but we are pro relying on the expert planners who've managed our growth in Selwyn thus far and retained the charm and peace of living out here. Your independent report states that the sports fields could be used at Lincoln University for any overflow from new residents. I wonder, did he ask New Zealand Cricket? They have 4 first-class pitches out there for their use. I doubt they'd be happy to know that kids can play on them. And it's the same for rugby, who use them in the winter. There are no other fields at the university, so those can be the only fields they're talking about. The turf management department at the university is in a partnership or contract with New Zealand Cricket, and I wonder if either of them know that those fields are being seen as a potential overflow for children and others. Lincoln is already bursting for amenities, as others have said. This applicant proposes to add to that burden, not help alleviate it. As long as less arable land lies closer to Wollaston and all the attendant facilities and infrastructure and transport links, focus of expansion should remain there. Make a large town a larger town. Don't make small towns into huge towns or suburbs of a city. So that serves my first point. And my second, which is shorter, is to do with the national policy statement. And I understand that the national policy statement is the means by which this developer is able to make this application, because otherwise under the operating plan, they may not have been able to do it. So the Government Housing and Urban Development Statement states as its first priority, quote, ensure more affordable homes are built. It then says, enable urban development, deliver infrastructure and drive action to build enough homes to support everybody's well-being and to make more homes affordable. Priorities, put in place the settings that enable more homes and more affordable homes to be built in the right places, and speakers before me addressed the right place aspect. This developer has chosen piece or pieces of land that sit next to the most expensive properties in Lincoln. In August, a home that will be less than 5 minutes walk to the new homes proposed sold for $1.815 million, 810 square metre section. Homes.co New Zealand is now valuing this property at 1.9 to 2 million in a few months. The property next door is a similar size and was being marketed at 1.3 million in August before its neighbour sold. It appears to have been withdrawn from the market, or I can't find any further evidence that it's on the market. But I would imagine if I was them, I would withdraw it too, to see if I can reprice. Quite how this developer can see their proposed sections over the road from homes now ranging from mid-950K to 1.8 million being affordable, let alone the houses built upon them, is not clear and equally unlikely. 400 metre square sections are already climbing to the 500K mark in Lincoln, let alone ones that are next to the most expensive land homes in this area. Developers don't release all their sections at once. They dribble them out, in this case over 10 to 20 years. This is about maximising profit, which is their prerogative. We need developers to build homes. And there are constraints of issuance of title and consent. But how does this make this proposed development affordable? To the contrary, the drip feeding ensures that with each release, the cost of sections and the homes to build on them climbs. That quote again, ensure more affordable homes are built. There's nothing in the application that I could read to suggest how the developer intends meeting this priority of ensuring more affordable homes are built. They rely solely on the premise that if they build more houses, they must be affordable, but it depends where you build them. We know from the history of our country for over 10 decades that it is simply not true that if you build more houses, they become affordable. The developer, therefore, in my submission, needs to do something different to what has gone before. Tell us now what you will sell them for, put a cap so that we or you, sir, can actually assess if these will indeed be affordable and meet that priority of the national policy statement. Release 1,000 sections at once to the market, do it all at once, even though they can't be built on and probably wouldn't be for a few years, but release 1,000 and hold the land prices at today's prices. That will certainly help the people who want to build in them, even in 3, 4, 5 years. Put caps in the development of the house and land packages that can be built on those sections. Otherwise, how can you provide evidence that they will be affordable in the 2 to 5 years when the first ones start to be built? But developers don't buy land to develop for housing so that houses can get cheaper and cheaper with each release they make. Real estate agents make more money the more sections and homes sell for. The higher those properties, the higher their commission. This applicant hasn't even defined affordable. Just what does this company think an affordable section and house in this subdivision will cost? Give us an idea, and I'm sure we can then compare with data, talk to the banks about what they're lending, look at average wages, and work out if these are going to be affordable. Unless we're all on the same page as to what affordable actually means, it's just a word. Without a detailed, practical, evidence-based and plausible outline for how this developer will ensure that these 2,000 homes will indeed be affordable, or indeed if that is even possible, its application must fail at the first hurdle to get an exception under the national policy statement, because it can't ensure that these are going to be affordable homes, and it can't ensure that what it's doing, what it's proposing currently, will make these homes more affordable. Thank you.
Right, thank you. So, very good. Do I have a copy of what you've said, or are you happy?
No, but I can give it to you.
Have you got a copy?
On my computer. So this is mine, you can look at it. Thank you.
I don't think you were originally listed to here, were you? I think you, no, did you have a change?
And the work I do workshops, which means multiple people to agree to when they're available.
Oh, right.
And there was some stuff this week and I didn't know when they were all going to be available, so I had to wait for them to lock it in. I work in sport and with volunteers, and it's hard to juggle monkeys.
No problems with that at all in your experience. So you're, I mean, you've been very clear in your written submission, or your points of the written submission are quite detailed as well. But what is it? And you probably have covered it, but I always think it's important to know what people value about what they've got at the moment, because one of the issues that's being raised is the change of character of town, and you've identified that you know people, the nature of the community. When you go to the supermarket, you know all those sorts of things. Is that changing? Is that changing at the moment, and even in the absence of?
It's busier. You know, there's more traffic. There's more cars on the road. I live at the Ellesmere intersection end, and that's certainly because there's a development going on there, and there'll be another one happening very soon on the other side of the road. And again, like many of my neighbours, when we bought, in my case, I did look at the plans and I knew there was development going to happen. And so it's not a NIMBY situation for me. It's like I understand there needs to be development, and I particularly understand the need for affordable homes. We have a crisis in this country in that regard. So I'm not anti-development, but the rural aspect, and in particular how Selwyn Council has designed the areas that go through the subdivisions and around the subdivisions, There's so many places to walk, and there's regenerating wetlands. And they've done clever things like, the stormwater holding or whatever, the wetlands, they're regenerating those ponds. And so there's this entire sense of a community, even if you don't live in a house where you look out the window and see rural, you're not far from it. And the city that I used to live in was Auckland. So I've experienced the complete opposite, where it just grew and grew. I lived there for 50 years and it just grew and grew. And the affordable homes have ended up being, an hour and a half, an hour away from where people work, multiple transport changes to get where they're going. And so I guess for me, it's about, if you add another 65% of our population in this development, but all these other developments are going on too, it has to take that character away, because Rolleston doesn't have it. I mean, how long ago was Rolleston 8,900 people, and now it's 26,000, and with the people when it was 8,000 had said, this is a nice small rural place, and now it's not. Now that was driven by an event that displaced people. So I think the character is important. I think the history is important. I think that having a village, one main road where there are some shops on either side, it's a nice feeling. I walk to the shops. I mean, I'm 30 minutes from the supermarket, but I will walk to the supermarket and back because it's a pleasant walk and it's good for me. My supermarket in Auckland was closer than a 30-minute walk. I didn't walk. There was traffic, there's pollution, there's noise. So I think there are lots of reasons why people move to these small places. And I think those are important. Everybody doesn't want to be in a city or a suburb. And whatever we can do with clever planners and everybody else to keep as many of these small places. It's a 10-minute drive for me from my house to this meeting. So we're not a long way apart, but there's still character in that. And that's why I live here, and to my knowledge, that's why my neighbours live there. I will say that there are a large number of people where I live who used to be on farms, agricultural or animals. Yeah. And I think they're an important part of our society too. We're not forcing them into a place where they go from being on, 1,000 acres to sitting in the middle of a whole lot of houses.
Very good. Okay. Again, thank you very much for taking time to listen to the preparation you put into it. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No, I'm not going to be anything else.